Okay, good morning. We're going to get started here. In order to provide our technical and digital staff with notice of the hearing start, I'm going to count down from 5 before calling the hearing to order. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The committee will now come to order. Today, the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology is holding a hearing entitled Hold Big Tech Accountable: Targeted Reforms to Tech's Legal Immunity. Due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, members can participate in today's hearing either in person or remotely via online video conferencing. Members who are not vaccinated and participating in person must wear a mask and be socially distanced. Such members may remove their masks when they are under recognition and speaking from a microphone. Staff and press who are not vaccinated and present in the committee room must wear a mask at all times and be socially distant. For members participating remotely, your microphones will be set on mute for the purpose of eliminating inadvertent background noise. Members participating remotely will need to unmute your microphone each time you wish to speak. Please note that once you unmute your microphone, anything that is said in Webex will be heard over the loudspeakers in the committee room and subject to be heard by live stream and C-SPAN. Since members are participating from different locations at today's hearing, all recognition of members, such as for questions, will be in the order of subcommittee seniority. Documents for the record can be sent to Joe Orlando at the email address we provided to staff. All documents will be entered into the record at the conclusion of the hearing. We're now going to have opening statements. The chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. In August 2015, Wesley Greer, a young man who had been recovering from addiction, went to a website seeking to purchase heroin. This website's algorithm took users' information to steer them to groups and individuals who had similar interests. In Wesley's case, the website connected him to a drug dealer. This dealer had been subject to multiple investigations by law enforcement due to his actions on this particular website. After the website's algorithm steered Wesley to this drug dealer's postings, the two got into direct contact, and Wesley bought what he thought was heroin, but in fact was a lethal dose of fentanyl. Wesley was found dead on August 19th. In 2016, another young man, Matthew Herrick, ended an abusive relationship. He soon realized that his ex had created a fake profile of him on a dating app. This app's geo-targeting function and algorithm allowed other users to connect with this fake profile. Through this app, Matthew's ex sent men to Matthew's home and work with the expectation that they would be fulfilling his rape fantasy. These traumatizing encounters, Matthew was followed home and into stairwells where he worked and accosted after a shift, shook Matthew both emotionally and professionally. Matthew repeatedly asked the app to remove the fake profile. The app, however, did nothing. Wesley's family and Matthew share something in common. They were denied the basic opportunity to determine if these websites shared any legal blame along with the users who posted the content. The question of whether the platform should be held liable, the companies that developed the algorithms, gathered the data, and profited off the users, was precluded by Section 230. They might not have won, but they never even had a chance to get their case tried. These are just 2 instances of Section 230 locking the courthouse doors to people with real-world injuries caused by online actions. Since I have chaired this subcommittee, we have held multiple hearings on this issue. We've heard from CEOs of the largest tech platforms, we've heard from small platforms, we've heard from experts, and we've heard from those most affected by these behaviors. And these oversight activities didn't start with me, though. Republicans have been investigating this issue as well. They have a number of discussion drafts and bills they have introduced. Many of those ideas are worth exploring. The concept of not providing immunity for platforms' algorithms, for example, are in both the Justice Against Malicious Algorithms Act that I've introduced and Mrs. McNorris-Rogers' discussion draft. There's a bipartisan desire to reform the court's interpretation of Section 230, and the American public wants to see us get things done. I urge all my colleagues, Republican and Democratic, to bring their ideas forward now, and let's work together on bipartisan legislation, because we can't continue to wait. The largest tech companies would like nothing more than for Congress to fight amongst itself while nothing happens. And they welcome those complaining about process, claiming that Congress doesn't understand or saying that this would break the internet, because these platforms don't want to be held accountable. The users suffering harm deserve better from us, and we will act. But for the pandemic, we would have some of these victims with us in the room today. And while they cannot be here in person, the family of Wesley is watching today. Matthew Herrick is watching today. And the advocates for children and marginalized groups and victims' rights are watching today. To start today, we will hear from experts about the harms we are seeing online. And our second expert panel will focus on proposals to reform Section 230. And in a little over a week, Chairwoman Schakowsky will continue this series in her subcommittee, reviewing legislation that can bring additional transparency and accountability for the problems we consider today. I want to thank all our panelists for joining us, and I look forward to their testimony. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time to Congresswoman Eshoo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding to me. By way of background, I was on the conference committee for the 1996 Telecom Act, and I continue to strongly believe in Section 230's core benefit, which is to protect user speech. But algorithms select what content will appear, personalized for each user. The platform is then more than just a conduit, transferring one user's speech to others. Platforms should not be immune from courts examining if algorithmic amplification causes harms. And that's the core idea of the two bills I've co-led. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening this highly important hearing, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes my good friend, Mr. Latta, the ranking member for the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology, for 5 minutes for his opening statement.
Well, thank you, my good friend and chairman. I greatly appreciate it. And I also want to thank our witness panel for being here today to discuss the potential legislative reforms of Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. Republicans on the Energy and Commerce Committee are leading on ways to hold big tech companies accountable for the harms caused by their platforms. In January, we announced our Big Tech Accountability Platform, which began our efforts to take a comprehensive look at ways to reform Section 230. I am proud Republicans have been focused on and remain focused on reconsidering the extent to which big tech deserves to retain their significant liability protections. Every step of the way, we have encouraged our Democratic colleagues to join us in the quest to hold big tech accountable while evaluating how we can reform Section 230. We sought input from the public on their concerns with big tech, from stakeholders on ways to stop censorship while protecting small businesses and innovation, and from members of Congress on proposals that they have supported. Hearing from the public, stakeholders, and members of Congress informed the discussion drafts that every Republican on this committee released in July. Our discussion drafts range from amending Section 230 to holding big tech accountable for taking down constitutionally protected speech and facilitating illegal drug sales to increasing transparency requirements on how social media companies moderate content. Section 230 became law in 1996 in response to several court cases, most notably Stratton Oakmont versus Prodigy Services, to allow online platforms to moderate unlawful or indecent content without fear of liability. It has two main components: a provision that exempts platforms from being liable for content that is posted on their site by a third-party user, and a second provision that exempts platforms from being liable for content that they remove in good faith. The internet has grown substantially since 1996, and it is clear big tech has abused this power granted to them by Congress.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
They censor conservative voices and use algorithms to suppress content that does not fit their narrative. They hide research that shows the negative impact their platforms have on the mental health of our children. They allow the sale of illegal drugs on their platforms, including fentanyl, which we all know is killing Americans every day. While these actions are happening on big tech platforms, users have no recourse. When conservatives are silenced, the appeals process, if it exists, can be difficult to navigate. Big tech hides behind Section 230 to avoid liability for real-world harms their platforms are causing, including harms to our children. Section 230 is supposed to protect platforms from removing content in good faith, but says nothing about their liability for when they are acting as bad stewards of their platforms. To address this issue, I've offered a carve-out Section 230 protections for platforms that purposely promote, solicit, or facilitate material by another information content provider if the platform knew or had reason to know that the kind of intent would violate criminal federal law. When big tech acts as bad stewards on their platforms or as bad Samaritans, they should no longer be entitled to protections under Section 230. We will also discuss legislation noticed on today's hearing, which I am concerned could lead to unintended consequences like curtailing free speech and innovation. Section 230 reform must be taken seriously, and any legislative proposal that eventually gets enacted must be thoroughly vetted. We're at a pivotal time for free speech in America. It is our generation's turn to uphold the rights on which our country was founded. I look forward to hearing feedback from the witnesses on the proposals in front of us today. And before I yield back, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask the unanimous consent that Dr. Burgess, who's not a member of the subcommittee, but a distinguished member of the full committee, be able to wave on to the committee.
Yeah, without objection.
Thank you very much. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Pallone for 5 minutes for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Doyle. Today's hearing is the first of two in which this committee will discuss legislative reforms to hold social media companies accountable. And we have two panels today. The first will focus on the insidious problems from which some social media platforms online are profiting. And the second will consider how reforms to Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act can play a part in addressing those problems. And then next week, in a Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee hearing, we'll discuss how consumer protection-focused proposals can increase these companies' accountability to the public. Now, these two legislative hearings come after years of repeated bipartisan calls for online platforms to change their ways. Since 2018, we've held 6 hearings examining tech platforms' accountability, and our members have sent countless letters. The most prominent online platforms have repeatedly feigned ignorance before this committee, but our suspicions, unfortunately, have been repeatedly confirmed, the latest coming from former Facebook employee Frances Haugen. We learned how the platforms downplayed research that teen girls were especially vulnerable and suffering online. We've learned how executives knew their algorithms amplify harmful and divisive content and rejected proposals to fix the issue. We've seen a pattern of platforms highlighting COVID-19 and misinformation, conspiracy theories, and divisiveness. We've learned that during a civil rights audit, one platform failed to disclose that its algorithms disproportionately harm minority groups. For years now, these platforms have acted above the law and outside the reach of regulators and the public, and it's a time for change, in my opinion. The legal protections provided by Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act have played a role in that lack of accountability by stopping victims from having their cases heard. In one recently filed suit, a video chatting platform that is commonly used to engage in online sex between users paired a young girl with a middle-aged man. He convinced her to send nude photos and videos of herself, including by blackmailing her. This man forced her to engage in sexual performances for himself and his friends, and even to recruit others. And based on court precedent, Section 230 may very well threaten justice for this young girl. And I hope it does not, because the platform was responsible for pairing the young girl with the middle-aged man. Now, judges and a whole host of diverse interests, including many of our witnesses, have suggested that courts may have interpreted Section 230 more broadly than Congress intended and have urged reform. To be clear, Section 230 is critically important to promoting a vibrant and free internet, but I agree with those who suggest the courts have allowed it to stray too far. Judge Katzmann, the late Chief Judge of the Second Circuit, brought some clarity to this issue in his dissent in Force versus Facebook. He stated that Section 230 does not and should not bar relief when a plaintiff brings a claim that is based not on the content of the information shown, but rather on the connections that platforms' algorithms make between individuals. Of course, that was not the court's ruling in that case, and a challenge for us is to clarify the statute, if the courts don't, while ensuring that we balance the statute's good against the pain it inflicts. So today we'll consider 4 proposals that would amend or clarify Section 230 to protect users while promoting open and free online dialogue. These bills do not impose liability on the platforms and do not directly restrict the content that platforms make available. They simply limit the Section 230 protections in certain circumstances, including when platforms use algorithms to amplify certain content. And these targeted proposals for reform are intended to balance the benefits of vibrant free expression online while ensuring that platforms cannot hide behind Section 230 when their business practices meaningfully contribute to real harm. Now, I have to say I'm disappointed that my Republican colleagues chose not to introduce the discussion drafts they released in July so that they could be included in today's hearing. In order to actually pass legislation that will begin to hold these platforms accountable, we must work together, and I urge my colleagues not to close the door on bipartisanship for an issue that is so critical. Because after all, I believe there is more that unites us than divides us on clarifying Section 230. For example, Ranking Member Rogers' discussion draft includes a provision similar to my Justice Against Malicious Algorithms Act, in that her proposal would clarify that Section 230 immunity does not apply to algorithmic recommendations. While the proposals aren't identical, this is a place for us to start what I hope could be bipartisan work. I just wanted to say one more thing, Mr. Chairman. You know, the real problem I see is that big tech's primary focus is to make money. And I know we have a market economy, and that's always a company's primary purpose. But they give the impression to the public that they care about content, values, and have a social purpose, that somehow they care about consumers or the First Amendment, and they have some value to the consumer or to the public. And I hope that continues to be true. But if it is, then they should be held accountable to achieve these goals. You can't go out and say, I'm not primarily focused on making money, I want to help people, but then not be accountable for these bad actions. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mrs. Rogers for 5 minutes for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Big tech companies have not been good stewards of their platforms. I've been pretty clear with all the CEOs. Big tech has broken my trust. Big tech has failed to uphold the fundamental American principle, free speech and expression. Big tech platforms like Twitter and Facebook used to provide a promising platform for free speech and robust debates, but they no longer operate as public squares. They do not promote the battle of ideas. They actively work against it. They shut down free speech and censor any viewpoint that does not fit their liberal ideology. And big tech has exploited and harmed our children. In our March hearing with the CEOs, I asked the big tech companies why they deserve liability protections Congress provided for them more than 20 years ago. Unfortunately, their behavior has not improved, and we only have more examples of them being poor stewards of their platforms. Big tech has abused its power by defining what is true, what we should believe, what we should think, and controlling what we need. It's wrong. Destroying free speech is what happens in authoritarian countries, behind the great Chinese firewall. Here in America, we believe in we believe in dialogue. We believe in the battle of ideas. We defend the battle of ideas, and we used to fight to protect our fundamental principles. Rather than censor and silence speech, the answer should be more speech. That's the American way. Big tech should not be the arbiters of truth. Not for me, my community, our children, or any American. Today, we should be focused on solutions that hold big tech accountable for how they censor, allow and promote illegal content, and knowingly endanger our children. It's wrong for anyone to use this opportunity to push for more censorship, more power, and more control over what they determine Americans should say, post, think, and do. Which is why I'm deeply troubled by the path before us. It's calling for more censorship. One of the bills before us today, the Justice Against Malicious Algorithms Act, is a thinly veiled attempt to pressure companies to censor more speech. The proposal will put companies on the hook for any content an algorithm amplifies or recommends that contributes to, quote, severe emotional injury of any person. How does the bill define severe emotional injury? It doesn't. Clearly, companies will have to decide between leaving up content that may offend someone or fight it in court or censor content that reaches a user. Which do you think that they will choose? And there's no doubt who they will silence. Content that does not line up with their liberal ideology. While the Section 230 bill before us today pushes for more censorship, we believe Republicans are fighting for free speech. In January, we rolled out our Big Tech Accountability Platform that made clear we will protect free speech and robust debates on big tech platforms. And we've been working hard since then. Today, we will discuss a number of proposals that reform Section 230. My proposal, which I'm leading along with my good friend, Congressman Jim Jordan, narrowly amends Section 230 to protect free speech. Small businesses and startups will not be impacted by our bill. We remove the largest big tech companies from existing 230 protections and put them under their own set of rules. Under this proposal, big tech will be held accountable for censoring constitutionally protected speech. Big tech will no longer be able to exploit the ambiguity and discretion we see in the current law. Big tech will be more responsible for content that they choose to amplify, promote, or suggest. Big tech will be forced to be transparent about their content decisions, and conservatives will be empowered to challenge big tech's censorship decisions. Amending 230 alone is not enough, which is why we are taking an all-of-the-above approach, which includes increasing transparency and also holding big tech accountable for how they intentionally manipulate and harm children for their own bottom line. While there's agreement on the need to hold big tech accountable with this Section 230 reforms, it's clear there are drastically different approaches and solutions. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses today, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair would like to remind members that pursuant to committee rules, all members' written opening statements shall be made part of the record. So now I'd like to introduce our witnesses for today's first panel. Ms. Frances Haugen, former Facebook employee, Mr. James Steyer, founder and CEO of Common Sense Media, Ms. Kara Frederick, research fellow in technology policy, Heritage Foundation, and Mr. Rashad Robinson, president of the Color of Change. We want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. We look forward to your testimony. I do understand that we will lose Mr. Steyer for about 10 minutes at 11:30, so I would encourage members to be conscious of that. I understand he will be back at 11:40, and of course, members may always submit questions for the record. At this time, the chair will recognize each witness for 5 minutes to provide their opening statement. Before we begin, I would like to explain the lighting system. In front of our witnesses is a series of lights. The light will initially be green. It will turn yellow when you have a minute remaining. Please begin to wrap up your testimony at that point. The light will turn red when your time expires. So let's get started. Ms. Haugen, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Subcommittee Chairman Doyle, Ranking Member Lada, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Frances Haugen. I used to work at Facebook. I joined the company because I believe Facebook has the potential to bring out the best in us. But I'm here today because I believe that Facebook's products harm children, stoke division in our communities, threaten our democracy, weaken our national security, and much more. Facebook is a company that is paid for its immense profits with our safety and security. I am honored to be here today to share what I know, and I am grateful for the level of scrutiny these issues are getting. I hope we can stay focused on the real harms to real people rather than talk in abstractions. This is about the teenagers whose mental health is undermined by Instagram, and it is about their parents and teachers who are struggling to deal with the consequences of that harm. It is about the doctors and nurses who have to cope with conspiracies about COVID-19 and vaccines. It is about people who have suffered harassment online. It is about families at home and around the world who live in places where hate, fear, and conflict have been ratcheted up to a fever pitch as a result of online radicalization. Facebook may not be the cause of all these problems, but the company has unquestionably made them worse. Facebook knows what is happening on the platform, and they have systematically underinvested in fighting those harms. They know they do far too little about it. In fact, they have incentives for it to be this way. And that is what has to change. Facebook will not change until the incentives change. The company's leadership knows how to make Facebook and Instagram safer, but they repeatedly chose to ignore these options and continue to put their profits before people. They can change the name of the company, but unless they change the products, they will continue to damage the health and safety of our communities and threaten the integrity of our democracies. There have been many others sounding the same alarm. This committee has heard from many experts in recent years. They have done the painstaking work of documenting these harms and have been repeatedly gaslit by Facebook about what they found. My disclosures back up their findings. We have long known that Facebook's business model is problematic. Now we have the evidence to prove it. The documents I have shared with Congress speak for themselves. What I have to say about these documents is grounded in far more than my experience at Facebook. I have worked as a product manager at large tech companies since 2006, including Google, Pinterest, Yelp, and Facebook. My job has largely focused on algorithmic products like Google+ Search and recommendation systems like the one that powers Facebook Newsfeed. I know my way around these products, and I have watched them evolve over the many years. Working at 4 major tech companies that operate different types of social networks has given me the perspective to compare and contrast how each company approaches and deals with different challenges. The choices being made by Facebook's leadership are a huge problem for our children, for our communities, and for our democracy. That's why I came forward. And let's be clear, it doesn't have to be this way. They can make different choices. We are here today because of deliberate choices Facebook has made. During my time at the company, first working as the lead product manager for civic misinformation and later on counter-espionage, I saw that Facebook repeatedly encountered conflicts between its own profits and our safety. Management consistently resolved those conflicts in favor of its own profits. I want to be extremely clear. This is not about good ideas, or good people and bad people. Facebook has hidden from you the countless ways to make the platform itself safer so you that don't require anyone to pick and choose what ideas are good. But Facebook hid these options from you because the status quo made them more money. We're having a conflict over things that we could solve in other ways that don't compromise speech. Facebook wants you to have analysis paralysis, to get stuck in false choices and not act here. Facebook does not have safety by design, and it chooses every day to run the system hot because it maximizes their profit. The result is a system that amplifies division, extremism, and polarization. Facebook is running the show whether we know it or not. Facebook's choices have led to disastrous ends in too many cases. Facebook's amplification promotes violence that harms and even kills people. In other cases, Facebook's profit-optimizing machine is generating self-harm and self-hate, especially for vulnerable groups like teenage girls, the socially isolated, and the recently widowed. No one is held accountable. These problems have been confirmed repeatedly by Facebook's own internal research, secrets that do not see the light of day. This is not simply a matter of some social media users being angry or unstable. Facebook has made a $1 trillion company by paying for its profits with our safety, including the safety of our children, and that is unacceptable. This committee's attention, this Congress's action are critical. The public deserves further investigation and action to protect customers on several fronts. First, given that platforms like Facebook have become the new cybersecurity attack surface on the United States, our national security demands more oversight. Second, we should be concerned about how Facebook's products are used to influence vulnerable populations. Third, we must correct the broken incentive system that perpetuates consistent misalignment between Facebook's decisions.
Ms. Haugen, you need to wrap up your statement.
Okay. I'll skip forward. As you consider reforms to Section 230, I encourage you to move forward with your eyes open to the consequences of reform. Congress has instituted carve-outs of Section 230 in recent years. I encourage you to talk to human rights advocates who can help provide context on how the last reform of 230 had dramatic impacts on the safety of some of the most vulnerable people in our society, but has been rarely used for its original purpose. The last thing, they should consult with the international human rights community, who have seen firsthand how authoritarian governments around the world can weaponize reductions in intermediary liability and silence dissent. There is a lot at stake here. You have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to create new rules for our online world. I came forward at great personal risk because I believe we still have time to act, but we must act now. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to try to adhere to the 5-minute rule. This is a very important topic, and so I wanted to give
My apologies.
the speakers some leeway, and we'll have time to ask questions. But thank you very much. Mr. Steyer, you are recognized for 5 minutes. Do we have Mr. Steyer remotely? Please,
Thank you very
unmute.
much.
There we
And
go.
Chairman, hey, there you go. Thank you very much, Chairman Pallone, Chairman Doyle, Ranking Member Rogers, and Ranking Member Latta, and all the distinguished subcommittee members. This is really a privilege and an honor to testify in front of you today. I am James P. Steyer. I'm the founder and CEO of Common Sense Media, the nation's leading children's media and nonpartisan advocacy organization. As many of you know, we have well over 100 million unique users, over 110,000 member schools, definitely in all of your districts. And we are a nonpartisan, powerful voice for kids and families here in this country. And the fact that you're having this hearing is actually remarkable and important. The other thing I would say is I'm the father of 4 kids, so I've lived through, over the past 20 years, the evolution of this extraordinary tech society that we've all lived through. And over the last nearly 2 years, the pandemic, where my kids have been going to school online and in distance learning. So as a parent, I see these issues. And I'd also mention, because I know the First Amendment will come up, that I've been a professor at Stanford for over 30 years teaching First Amendment law. So I'd be happy to speak to some of those issues as well as they intersect with some of the 230 issues. 10 years ago, I wrote a book called Talking Back to Facebook. The heads of the company at that point that Ms. Haugen just spoke about literally threatened to block the publication of the book. Part of the reason was there was a chapter in there about girls' and boys' body image and the impact of social media platforms on body image. And obviously, 10 years ago, the heads of that company, who I have met with repeatedly, knew that there were issues. And so when Frances Haugen came forward recently to talk about additional research that they know, it merely just shows you that not just Facebook, but all of the major tech companies are aware of the impact of their platforms on our society. The key is we are now at a watershed moment. And you have mentioned this in your opening statements, but it is true. We have literally been over a decade without major reforms for these companies. And we've assumed that in some cases they would self-police or self-regulate. Well, that's not true. And the record is clear. So the bipartisan leadership of this committee could not be more important and could not come at a more important time. And I would argue that in the next 3 to 6 months, the most important legislation, including some of the legislation that this subcommittee is considering today, will move forward and will finally put the guardrails on that America's children and families deserve. We all know that kids and teens are uniquely vulnerable online because their brains are still developing. They are prone to oversharing. They're not equipped to think through all the consequences of what they do, and they're spending more time online than ever before. So even though kids get a tremendous amount of benefits from the internet and from social media platforms, it's absolutely clear that we have to regulate them thoughtfully and carefully. And the moment is nigh, and Congress has a responsibility to kids and families in this country to act. My written testimony will give you more examples, but just a handful of details that I think we should all remember when we think about the impact of social media platforms on kids and families, and therefore the relevance of Section 230 and other laws. First, platforms drag kids down rabbit holes. They have led to issues like eating disorders, body dysmorphia, suicide ideation, and more. We could tell you stories, as some of our opening statements, as some of you've done your opening statements, of individual kids who've committed suicide or gone through extraordinary challenges as a result of these platforms and their harmful content. They literally feed off teens' desire to be accepted through their likes and their follows, and they enable sometimes harmful comment virally. So the bottom line is you have this bipartisan consensus with well over 100 million members. Common Sense is out there in the field every day talking to families. This is not a Republican issue. This is not a Democratic issue. This is an American family issue. And you have the opportunity to do something very, very important now, and this is the time to act. Look, Ms. Haugen talked about the ways in which Facebook has acted with impunity for decades. Reforming Section 230 is clearly one big piece of the puzzle, but I would add that there must be a more comprehensive approach. You cannot just deal with Section 230. We also have to deal with privacy issues and other related issues. They're all one big comprehensive package. So the hearing next week will also be critically important. And passing revised COPPA and the KIDS Act and other things will matter. The bottom line is our kids and our families' well-being is at stake. You have the power to improve that and change that. The moment is here. Bless you for taking this on, and let's move forward together on a bipartisan basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer. Chair now recognizes Ms. Frederick for 5 minutes.
Chairs Doyle and Pallone, Ranking Members Lotta and McMorris-Rogers, distinguished members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I, too, used to work at Facebook. I joined the company after 3 tours in Afghanistan, helping Special Operations Forces target al-Qaeda, because I believed in Facebook's mission as well, the democratization of information. But I was wrong. It's 2021, and the verdict is in. Big tech is an enemy of the people. It is time all independently minded citizens recognize this. So what makes this moment different? Traditional gatekeepers of information, corporate media, the academy, various organs of the culture are captured by the left. As the past year has borne out, big tech companies like Google, Facebook, Twitter, and Amazon are not afraid to exercise their power in the service of this ideology. Big tech companies, they tell us not to believe our lying eyes, that viewpoint censorship is all in our heads. Tell that to the Gold Star mom who criticized Biden's Afghanistan withdrawal and was deleted by Facebook after the death of her son, a US Marine. Tell that to Allie Beth Stuckey, who had the temerity to say that biological men should not compete in women's sports before being suspended by Twitter. Tell that to Clarence Thomas, whose documentary on Amazon was deleted without explanation. Beyond these examples, which are legion, the confluence of evidence is irrefutable. Twitter and Facebook censor Republican members of Congress at a rate of 53-1 compared to Democrats. Twitter suspends conservatives 21 times more often than liberals. Facebook created 2 internal tools in the aftermath of Trump's 2016 victory that suppressed right-wing content, media traffic, and reach on its platform. Google stifled conservative-leaning outlets like the Daily Caller, Breitbart, and The Federalist during the 2020 election season, with Breitbart's search visibility shrinking by 99% compared to the 2016 election cycle. Apple dumped the conservative-friendly Parler app as it sat atop its App Store. Google and Amazon Web Services did so as well. And these practices have distinct political effects. The Media Research Center found in 2020 that 1 in 6 Biden voters claimed they would have modified their vote had they been aware of information that was actively suppressed by tech companies. 52% of Americans believe social media suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story constituted election interference. These practices erode our culture of free speech, chill open discourse, and engender self-censorship. All while the Taliban, the Chinese Communist Party, and Iranian officials spew their bile and genocidal rhetoric on American-owned platforms. Big tech is also working hand in glove with the government to do its bidding. Jen Psaki admitted from the White House podium that the government is communicating with Facebook to single out accounts and posts for censorship. And that's just what she admitted out loud. The outlook is grim. A lack of accountability and the sweeping immunity conferred on big tech by broad interpretations of Section 230 has emboldened these companies to abuse their concentrations of power, constrict the digital lives of those who express specific political views, and sharpen digital surveillance on ordinary Americans. Just look at Apple's now paused plans to scan the content directly on your personal device, starting with iPhotos. Put simply, big tech companies are not afraid of the American people, and they're not afraid of meaningful checks on their abuse of power, and it shows. Yet we should be wary of calls to further suppress content based on politically expedient definitions of misinformation. Clearly, this definition is in the eye of the beholder. The Wuhan lab leak theory comes to mind. So let the whistleblower docs speak for themselves. Holding big tech accountable should result in less censorship, not more. In fact, the First Amendment should be the standard from which all Section 230 reforms flow. Despite what the new Twitter CEO might think, American lawmakers have a duty to protect and defend the rights given to us by God and enshrined in our Constitution by the founders. Rights that specific tech companies, in conjunction with the government, are actively and deliberately eroding. The argument that private companies do not bear free speech responsibilities ignores overt collaboration between the government and big tech companies working together to stifle free expression. Most importantly, Section 230 reform is not a silver bullet. We have to look outside of DC for answers. States, civil societies, and tech founders all have a role to play here. We cannot let tech totalitarians shape a digital world where one set of thinkers are second-class citizens. The window of opportunity to do something is closing.
Thank you, Ms. Frederick. Chair now recognizes Mr. Robinson for 5 minutes.
Chair Pallone, Chair Doyle, Ranking Member McMorris Rogers, Ranking Member Latta, thank you for having me here today. I am Rashad Robinson, President of Color of Change, the nation's largest online racial justice organization. I also co-chaired the Aspen Institute's Commission on Information Disorder, which just released our comprehensive set of recommendations for effectively tackling misinformation and disinformation. I want to thank this committee and its leaders for your work, introducing the Justice Against Malicious Algorithm Act, the Safe Tech Act, the Civil Rights Modernization Act, and the Protecting Americans from Dangerous Algorithms Act. Each one is essential for reducing the tech industry's harmful effects on our lives. Congress is rightly called to major action when an industry's business model is at odds with the public interest, when it generates its greatest profits only by causing the greatest harms. Big tech corporations like Facebook, Amazon, and Google maintain near total control over all three areas of online life: online commerce, online content, and online social connection. To keep control, they lie about the effects of their products, just like big tobacco lies about the deaths their products cause. They lie to the public, they lie to regulators, and they lie to you. Mark Zuckerberg lied to me personally more than once. It's time to make the truth louder than their lies, but skip the part where we wait 40 years to do it. The most important first step is something we have more control over than we think, and that is drawing a bright, clear line between fake solutions and real solutions. Big tech would love for Congress to pass laws that mimic their own corporate policies. Fake solutions that are ineffective, designed to protect nothing more than their profits and their power. And we can't let that happen. We know it's a fake solution if we're letting them blame the victims by shifting the burden of solving these problems to consumers, because consumer literacy or use of technology is not the problem. The problem is corporations' design of technology, and that is what we need to regulate. If we're pretending that colorblind policies will solve problems that have everything to do with race, because algorithms, advertisers, moderators, and bad advertisers are targeting Black people, and we don't get closer to the solution by backing away from that problem. If we're putting trust in anything big tech corporations say, because it's a lie that self-regulation is anything other than complete non-regulation. And it's a lie that this is about free speech, when the real issue is regulating deceptive and manipulative content, consumer exploitation, calls to violence, and discriminatory products. Section 230 is not here to nullify 60 years of civil rights and consumer safety law, no matter what any billionaire from Silicon Valley comes here to tell you. There are 3 ways to know we are heading towards real solutions. Laws and regulations must be crystal clear. Big tech corporations are responsible and liable for the damages and violations of people's rights, and they not only enable, but outright encourage. That requires well-vetted and targeted amendments to Section 230. You're responsible for what you sell. Big tech corporations sell content. That is their main product. Congress must allow judges, juries, regulators, and government enforcers to do their jobs, to determine what's hurting people and stop it, and hold the responsible parties liable. Responsibility without accountability isn't responsibility at all. Congress must enable proper enforcement. I want to applaud this committee for ensuring that the Build Back Better legislation includes funding for the FTC. The next step is making sure the FTC hires staff with true civil rights expertise. Laws and regulations must be crystal clear. Big tech products must be subject to regulatory scrutiny and approval before they're released onto the public and hurt people. Just like a drug formula should be approved by the FDA, tech products need to pass inspection, an independent auditing process that exposes what they would like to hide. But regulators can't fall for shifting the burden and blame to consumers. The lie that we simply need to put more control in the hands of users is like stacking our supermarket shelves with poison and expiring food and then saying we are simply giving consumers more choice. Finally, Congress must take antitrust action seriously with big tech. Ending their massive concentration of power is a necessary condition to ending the major damage they cause. The right approach is not complicated if we make the internet safe for those who are being hurt the most. It automatically makes the system safe for everyone. And that is why I am here. Because big tech puts Black people and people of color in danger more than anyone else. Passing and enforcing laws that guarantee freedom and safety for Black people in online commerce, content, and social connection will create the safest internet for the largest number of people. You can make technology the vehicle for progress that it should be, and no longer the threat to freedom, fairness, and safety it has become. Do not allow the technology that is supposed to take us into the future drag us into the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. We've concluded our openings. We now move to member questions. Each member will have 5 minutes to ask questions of our witnesses. I will start by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Ms. Haugen, last week, the Washington Post reported that Facebook knew the structure of its algorithms was allowing hateful content targeting predominantly Black, Muslim, LGBTQ, and Jewish communities. Facebook knew it could take steps with its algorithm to lessen the reach of such harmful content while still leaving the content up on their website, but they declined to do so. This appears to be a clear case where Facebook knew its own actions would cause hateful, harmful content to spread and took those actions anyway. I would also note that when Mr. Zuckerberg testified before us earlier this year, he bragged about the steps his company took to reduce the spread of hateful content. Shamefully, he left this known information out of his testimony. Ms. Haugen, setting law aside, do you think Facebook has a moral duty to reduce this type of content on its platform, and do you believe they've lived up to that moral duty?
I believe Facebook has a moral duty to be transparent about the operation of its algorithms and the performance of those systems. Currently, they operate in the dark because they know that with no transparency, there is no accountability. I also believe that once someone knows a harm exists and they know that they are causing that harm, they do have a duty to address it. Facebook has known since 2018 that changes they made to their algorithm in order to get people to produce more content, i.e. the change from goaling on time spent to meaningful social interactions, increase the amount of extreme and polarizing content on the platform. I can't speak to that specific example because I don't know the exact circumstances of it, but Facebook knew that they were giving the most reach, the most offensive content. And I want to give you a very specific example on those. Let's imagine you encountered a piece of content that was actively defaming a group that you belong to. It could be Christians, it could be Muslims, it could be anyone. If that post causes controversy in the comments, it will get blasted out to those people's friends, even if they didn't follow that group. And so the most offensive content, the most extreme content, gets the most distribution.
Yeah. Turning to Instagram, which is owned by Facebook, can you tell the committee in plain words how teen girls are being harmed by the content they see on that platform and how decisions of Instagram led to this harm?
Facebook's internal research states that not only is Instagram dangerous for teenagers, it's actually substantially more dangerous than other social media platforms because TikTok is about performance and doing things with your friends. Snapchat is largely about augmented reality and faces, but Instagram is about bodies and social comparison. Teenagers are very vulnerable to social comparison. They're going through a phase of their lives where there's a lot of things changing. And what Facebook's own research says is that when kids fall down these rabbit holes, when the algorithm finds, like you start from something like healthy eating, and it pushes you towards anorexia content, you have the perfect storm where kids are put in vulnerable environments and then given the most extreme content.
Yeah. Mr. Robinson, it's disappointing, if not surprising, to hear the lack of action on the part of Facebook after your negotiations with Mr. Zuckerberg. And I share your concern, which you discussed in your testimony, that highlights how not just the advertisers, but the platforms themselves can perpetuate discrimination. Can you discuss how you think targeted amendments to Section 230 can address some of the actions of the big platforms?
Well, right now, we are all in this situation where we have to go to Facebook and ask for their benevolence in dealing with the harms on their platforms. Going to billionaires where every single day their incentive structure is growth and profit over safety, integrity, and security. And so we've done this before with other industries. Congress has done this before in this country with other industries, where we create rules that actually hold them accountable. And right now, whether it is their product design on what they recommend and what they lead you to, or it is in the paid advertisement and content, Facebook is completely not accountable. And the other thing that I think is incredibly important is that they believe that they do not have to adhere to civil rights law. They've said that before Congress, they've said that to us, and the idea that we are going to allow Silicon Valley companies and their lawyers to come here and say that there are some laws that they are accountable and some laws they are not is outrageous. And I think that those targeted amendments to Section 230 both allow for free speech to exist, which any civil rights leader in this country will tell you that we value and believe in free speech, while also having accountability for things that are absolutely not about free speech.
Thank you. I see my time has expired. I will now yield to Mr. Latta, the ranking member, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Haugen, I could start my questioning with you. The documents you brought forward from your time at Facebook show that Facebook has intentionally misled the public about the research they have conducted about the impacts of their platforms, including the mental health of children. We've heard from the big tech companies, including Facebook, talk to us about how amending Section 230 will cause them to leave content up or take content down, depending on who they are speaking to. You spoke in your testimony about how Facebook puts its profits over people. If that is the case, how do you think Facebook would adapt to Section 230 reform, where they would be held liable for certain content on its platform?
Facebook has tried to reduce this discussion to the idea of, are we taking down enough content, are we leaving up too much content, that kind of thing. When in reality, they have lots and lots of ways to make the platform safer, product choices designed in the algorithm, where it's not about picking good or bad ideas, it's about making sure that the most extreme polarizing ideas don't get the most reach. I don't know exactly how Facebook would adapt to 230 reform, but I believe that in a world where making a series of intentional choices to prioritize growth and running the system hot over having safer options, I would hope that pattern of behavior would be held accountable.
Well, thank you. Ms. Frederick, you are a former Facebook employee and have done significant research on how these platforms censor content, including political speech, which they disagree. The platforms claim they do not censor based on political viewpoint. What's your response to that?
My response is, believe your lying eyes. Tech companies, they're not neutral gatekeepers of information. You can see the sourcing in my testimony of the litany of examples and new research that I went over in my opening testimony testifies to exactly what they're doing and how skewed it is against viewpoint, or big tech companies are against viewpoints. Talk to Senator Rand Paul, talk to Reverend Carl Truman, talk to Governor Ron DeSantis, talk to Steven Crowder, talk to Dr. Scott Atlas, talk to the Gold Star Mom, talk to Jim Banks, talk to Jenna Ellis, talk to Allie Beth Stuckey, talk to Mike Gonzalez, talk to Ryan T. Anderson. All of these American citizens have been victimized by these tech companies and by viewpoint censorship. So when tech companies say, look away, this is not actually happening, I say, believe your lying eyes.
Thank you. Let me continue, Ms. Frederick. As part of the big tech accountability platform, I've offered draft legislation that would amend Section 230 to narrow liability protection for platforms that promote or facilitate content that the platform knew or had reason to believe violated federal criminal law. In short, if a platform is acting as a bad Samaritan, they would not receive Section 230 liability protection in those instances. How do you think, or what do you think about the impacts that this legislation would have if it would be enacted in the law?
My thoughts are that you strip immunity when it's being abused. So if the abuses of this immunity continue, then you get rid of it. You get rid of the freedom from civil liabilities when it is being abused by these tech companies. It's as simple as that.
Let me go back to your testimony because, when you were talking, I believe it was 52 to 53 to 1, when it was conservatives to maybe liberal viewpoints. How, if this is presented to the big tech companies out there, what's the response that you hear from them on that?
So I think people try to cover their rear ends in a lot of ways, but I think Americans are waking up.
Okay, can I ask you real quick, how are they covering themselves?
I'm sorry?
How are they covering themselves?
By saying that we don't do this, by employing an army of lobbyists in DC that say we don't do this, that it's all in your head, by denying reality and what people who use these platforms actually see happening for the suppression of political viewpoints. There's a high level of tech company apologists who come into these doors, sit at these daises and say, this is not happening, don't believe it, but we have the concrete information to say that, yes, this is actually happening. You have the Media Research Center, which is acting as a lion in this regard to actually get the numbers and make sure that these viewpoint censorship instances are quantified. A lot of people, especially independent research organizations, partisan research organizations, don't want to see that actually happen and that information get out there, so they smear the source. But now I think there's stuff leaking through the cracks, and this is going to eventually get bigger and bigger and become a more prodigious movement, and we need to ensure and support the sources that actually do that.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My time's expired, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Pallone, the full committee chairman, for 5 minutes to ask questions.
Thank you, Chairman Doyle. In our March hearing, I asked Mark Zuckerberg about whether he was aware of the company's internal research showing that his company's algorithms were recommending that its users join fringe extremist groups in Europe and here in large numbers. And reporting from the Wall Street Journal indicated that Mr. Zuckerberg failed to fully implement corrective measures his employees pushed for internally because it could have undermined advertising revenue. Back to profit again. So, Ms. Haugen, this seems like a pattern of behavior. So in your view, what are the most compelling examples of the company ignoring threats to users in the name of profits?
Facebook has known since 2018 that that the choices that they made around the design of the newsfeed algorithm were, while increasing the amount of content consumed, increasing the length of sessions, that it was providing hyper-amplification for the worst ideas. I'll give you an example. Groups, like most people think Facebook is about your family and friends. Facebook has pushed people more and more aggressively towards large groups because it lengthens your session, right? If we had a Facebook that was like what we had in 2008, it's about your family and friends, for free, you would get less hate speech, less nudity, less violence. But Facebook would make less money because your family and friends don't produce enough content for you to look at 2,000 pieces of content a day. Facebook has implemented policies like if you are invited to a group, even if you don't accept it, you will begin to receive content from that group for 30 days. And if you engage with any of it, it will be considered a follow. In a world where the algorithms pick the most extreme content from these mega groups and distribute it, that kind of behavior directly is Facebook promoting their profits over our safety.
That light went back on. The internet and social media platforms have made it easier for civil rights groups and racial justice groups like Color of Change to organize around vitally important issues. However, you firmly demonstrated in your testimony how the current practices of these platforms have harmed Black and marginalized communities. So my question is, as we work to refine the proposals before us, can you describe how my bill, the Justice Against Malicious Algorithms Act, will help protect Black and marginalized voices online?
Great. Well, first of all, you have a bill, so thank you, because I think that has been incredibly important, is moving towards action. But your bill removes liability for content information provided through personalized algorithms. or algorithms that are specifically tailored to specific individuals. And that essentially has been sort of one of the problem. It's doing something that, we can't wait. We've seen Facebook allow advertisers to exclude Black people from housing, exclude women from jobs, creating these sort of personalized algorithms that give people experiences that actually take us outside of hard-won and hard-fought victories we've had around laws, dragging us from the 21st century back to the 1950s. And your bill, as well as other pieces of legislation that are before this committee, hold these institutions accountable to not be immune to a whole set of laws and standards that every single other business in this country has to adhere to.
Thank you. Let me ask you another question. Some defenders of Section 230 say that changes to the law will result in a deluge of frivolous lawsuits against platforms, big and small. So I wanted to ask you, would reforming Section 230, in your opinion, even if that results in increased lawsuits, hurt or harm marginalized communities and smaller or nonprofit websites that do good work?
Giving everyday people access and opportunity to hold big institutions accountable is part of this country's fabric, being able to give people the opportunity to raise their voices and push back. And right now, what we have is big companies, huge multinational companies. Facebook has nearly 3 billion users. That is more followers than Christianity. And for us to say that we shouldn't be able to hold them accountable, that we shouldn't be able to push back against them is an outrageous statement. And so yes, there will be more lawsuits. There will be more accountability. But that means that there will hopefully be changes to the structures and the way that they do business. Just like the toys you will be giving to the children in your family this holiday season have to be accountable before they get to the shelves because of lawsuits, because of accountability. We need these companies to be accountable. And so there will be a trade-off. But as someone who's gone back and forth in the room with Mark Zuckerberg, with Jack, with Sheryl Sandberg, and all of these people have tried for years to get them to actually not only move new policies to be more accountable, but then to actually implement them and enforce them, we cannot allow them to continue to self-regulate themselves.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mrs. Rogers, full committee ranking member, for 5 minutes to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Haugen, I wanted to start with a yes or no question. Do you support big tech's censorship of constitutionally protected speech on their platforms?
Do I support? What do you define as censorship?
Censorship, them controlling what is constitutionally protected speech under the First Amendment.
I am a strong proponent of re-architecting these systems so that they are more focused on our family and friends, because this is not about good ideas or bad ideas. It is about making the system safer.
The question is, yes or no, do you support them censoring constitutionally protected speech under the First Amendment?
I believe that we should have things like fact checks included along with content. I think the current system...
I guess I take it as a no.
I think there are better solutions than censorship that we should be using.
Okay, Ms. Fedrick, obviously, many Americans have lost trust with big tech. And it's because they are arbitrarily censoring speech that they don't agree with. And it seems like the censorship is in one direction. It's against the conservative content. So as we think about solutions as to how we're going to hold big tech accountable, we absolutely have to be thoughtful about bringing transparency and accountability. I wanted to ask you to talk about the difference between misinformation and disinformation.
Are we talking about these differences in a sane world? Because in a sane world, disinformation would be the intentional propagation of misleading or false information, and misinformation would just be false information that sort of spreads on these platforms. But now we know that both of these terms are being conflated into a catch-all for information that the left doesn't like. So a perfect example of this is the Wuhan Institute of Virology, when in the early days of the pandemic, Tom Cotton floated this theory and people thought, he's a deranged conspiracy theorist, we have to suppress this information. Big tech actively suppressed mentions of the Wuhan lab leak theory. Now, it's part of acceptable discourse. The New Yorker gets to talk about it, the Wall Street Journal talks about it. Okay, we can talk about it again. When Tom Cotton was very much onto something in the beginning. And then you look at the same thing, the Hunter Biden laptop story. This is from the New York Post, incriminating Hunter Biden and his relationship with Ukraine, et cetera, and Joe Biden as well. And the New York Post, and Facebook and Twitter, we have proof of this, actively suppressed links to that information. They didn't allow people to actually click on this story. So you have high-level intelligence community officials, I'm talking the highest level of the US intelligence community, saying that the Hunter Biden laptop story bore all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation, and tech companies were completely in tandem with those decisions. Now, Hunter Biden goes on TV, doesn't deny that the laptop is his. Politico even confirmed the story.
Yep. Thank you.
Misinformation,
Would you
disinformation?
speak to concerns around the government regulating misinformation?
This is huge. And in July, Jen Psaki and the Surgeon General, they got up on the podium, they spoke from the White House with the imprimatur of the state, and they said, we are directly communicating with Facebook, and we have pointed out specific posts, specific accounts that we want them to take off the platform. Within a month, all of those accounts and those users, those posts, 12 of them, in fact, were gone. CNN gloated about it later. So when the government works with these big tech companies to stifle speech, you have a problem, and you have a First Amendment problem in that regard. The difference between tech companies and the government policing speech is elided when that happens.
So I've been working on some legislation with Jim Jordan, and what it proposes is that it would remove those Section 230 protections for big tech when they are taking down the constitutionally protected speech. It also sunsets the new provisions in 5 years. The goal here is for them to have to earn the liability protections. So do you believe that this would be an effective way to hold them accountable and prevent the censorship?
I think tech always outpaces attempts to govern it. The sunset clause is a great idea. We advocated for it at the Heritage Foundation. So definitely a good idea. Allow time for us to redress some of the imbalance between these big tech companies and the users, the American people, by letting us legislate on it. And we shouldn't be afraid to legislate on it.
Thank you. I'm quickly running out of time, Ms. Haugen. I have significant concerns about the impact on our youth, on the young generation, on children, and just, would you speak briefly about Facebook and their internal models' impact on mental health of children and how it alters their business model? And I'm out of time.
Yeah. Facebook knows the future of growth on the platform is children. That's why they're pushing into things like Instagram Kids, even though they know that the rates of problematic use are highest in their youngest users. It's because the younger you are, the less your brain is formed. Facebook also knows that kids are suffering alone right now because their parents didn't live through this experience of addictive software when they were youths. And kids end up getting advice like, why don't you just not use it? Not understanding how addictive these platforms are. I think the fact that Facebook knows that kids are suffering alone and that their products are actively contributing to this is a problem. And the fact that they lied to Congress repeatedly about these harms is unacceptable. So I hope that you guys act because our children deserve something better.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The chair now recognizes Mr. McNerney for 5 minutes.
Well, thank the chair. I thank the witnesses for this testimony. Ms. Haugen, I had to leave a company for bad policies, and it was painful, so I appreciate what you've gone through. You've discussed a 2018 change, and this has been discussed already in this committee. The company made to its algorithms to favor meaningful social interactions, also known as MSIs. This change was made to increase engagement based on my understanding that it continues to favor content that is more likely to be shared by others. The problem is that Facebook research found that MSI rewarded provocative and negative content of low quality and promoted spread of divisive content. Facebook executives rejected changes suggested by employees that would have countered this. So how difficult is it for Facebook to change its algorithms to lessen the impact of that?
Facebook knows that individual factors within meaningful social interactions, and I want to be clear, hate speech and bullying is considered meaningful as a social interaction in most languages in the world.
Sure.
And Facebook knows that there are individual terms within that algorithm that if you remove them, you instantly get substantially less misinformation, substantially less nudity. And Facebook has intentionally chosen not to remove those factors because it would decrease their profits. So yes, they could do a change tomorrow that would give us 25% less misinformation.
So that was going to be my next question, is why wouldn't they do that? But it's obviously because they
Yeah.
want to.
Actually, I want a slight tweak. They claim they did it because they wanted people to engage more, that they wanted it to be more meaningful. But when they checked 6 months later, people said their home feeds were, or their news feeds were less meaningful. And I want it on the record. They didn't do this because they wanted us to engage. They did it because it made us produce more content. That the only thing they found that could get us to produce more things was giving us more little hits of dopamine in the form of likes, comments, and reshares.
So are there other problematic design choices the company is making today that would increase profits and increase proliferation of harmful content?
Facebook knows that people who are suffering from extreme loneliness, isolation, are often the ones that form very intense habits involving usage. We're talking about thousands of pieces of content per day. You could imagine simple things that said, are you going down a rabbit hole? Are you spending 10 hours a day on the system? Often when people get depressed or experience other things, they self-soothe. Like we see this with children all the time. Facebook could acknowledge this pattern and put a little bit of friction in to decrease these kinds of things, and it would help the most vulnerable users on the platform, but it would decrease their profits.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, your stark testimony details the harm the lack of tech platform accountability has had on marginalized communities, such as some of my communities. In your testimony, you state that Facebook is not just a tool of discrimination by businesses, but Facebook's own algorithms are drivers of this discrimination. Can you talk more about how the algorithms created and implemented by the platform, including Facebook, leads to discrimination?
Absolutely. Well, you know, Facebook's algorithms, especially the personalized algorithms, allow for a whole set of ways that people are excluded from opportunities or over-included in opportunities and over-included and over-recommended into sharing, leading people down sort of deep rabbit holes or cutting people off from housing opportunities, job opportunities, and everything else. And they've said, you know, I remember a conversation where we were trying to deal with housing and job employment discrimination on their platform. There was a lawsuit against Facebook that they eventually settled, but never took all the way to the courts because they essentially want to be able to keep 230 protections in place. And the back and forth with Sheryl Sandberg and Mark Zuckerberg about both of those cases, they said to us deeply, we care about civil rights. You know, we care about these issues. It pains us deeply that our platform is causing these harms, and we're going to work to fix it. And so they settled the case. And then research comes out just a couple of months later that the same thing is continuing to happen after they've told us and they've told you that it's no longer happening on their platform. I sat across from Mark Zuckerberg and specifically talked to him about voter suppression on their platform, only to work with them to get policies in place, then to watch them while they then don't enforce those policies. We've sat in the room with them on multiple occasions, and I have to just say time and time again that there is no other place that these changes are going to happen if it does not happen here.
Thank you. Very good answers. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Guthrie for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it very much. And we're all concerned about misinformation and don't want misinformation spread on the internet. The question is, how do you define misinformation? Who gets to define it? And Ms. Frederick, I'll ask the question of you, but first I want to set up the question. You kind of set it up earlier with the Wuhan lab. I'm the ranking member of the Healthcare Subcommittee, and we've been really looking into the Wuhan lab. And I just want to set up, this isn't a hypothetical scenario. This is a real scenario of information getting blocked from Facebook. And it goes to some of the comments, and I've got documentation here. If you go back to the April 17th White House press briefing, somebody asked the president, and I want to ask Dr. Fauci, could you address the suggestions or concerns that the virus is somehow man-made, possibly came out of a laboratory in China? The president says want to go, and so Dr. Fauci said, there was a study recently that we can make available to you where a group of highly qualified evolutionary biologists looked at the sequences there and the sequences in bats as they evolve and the mutations that it took to get to the point where it is now totally consistent with the jump of a species from an animal to a human. So disregarding the lab. So Peter Daszak sent an email the next day to Dr. Fauci, as the PI of the R01 grant publicly targeted by Fox News. Now, this grant was where Echo Health Systems was being paid by taxpayer dollars to go to caves in China and harvest viruses from bats that may never see a human being, and then taking them to a city of 11 million people, Wuhan, taking 11 million people. But he said to Dr. Fauci, as the PI of the R01 grant publicly targeted by Fox reporters at the presidential press briefing last night, I just wanted to say a personal thank you on behalf of our staff and collaborators. This is from public information you could FOIA. I want our staff for publicly standing up and stating that the scientific evidence supports a natural origin for COVID-19 from a bat to human spillover, not a lab release from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. From my perspective, your comments are brave, and coming from your trusted voice, you help dispel the myths being spun around the virus origins. In the return email from Dr. Fauci, Peter, many thanks for your kind note. Best regards, Tony. So I say that because we had, who's going to determine what's misinformation or not? Here's the National Institutes of Health that we have funded tremendously over the last few years. We all had a lot of faith and trust in, dismissing that it came from the Wuhan lab when there was no evidence to dismiss it. Absolutely, the evidence doesn't exist today. It didn't exist at the time to say that it couldn't have come from the lab. I had a conversation last spring with Dr. Collins and brought this up and was really concerned about a lot of faith in what these guys did. And matter of fact, I quoted Dr. Fauci on this when people say this came from Wuhan. Like, oh, we have virologists saying that it didn't, because we've had these before our committee and had no reason to not believe what they said. And when I talked with Dr. Collins, and if somebody wants to ask him to see if this is an accurate description of a phone call, I'll certainly welcome somebody to do that. But essentially, I said I'm disappointed in where it's coming because I've looked at a lot of evidence, and it really appears this could have come possibly, very more likely than not, through the lab. And he goes, well, it did originate in nature, so it's not man-made. It originated in nature. Now, if it went to a bat to a human, from bat to a mammal to a human, or bat to the lab or to the human, because it got leaked through the lab, we can't rule that out. So we're talking about that people will be calling myths, talking conspiracies, whatever, and the whole time they never could rule it out. And the reason it's relevant to this hearing is because Facebook took down, and I got to hear, any comments that it came from the Wuhan lab, man-made in the Wuhan lab. And on May 26th, I need to look at the dates I talked to Dr. Collins, it's pretty close. In light of the ongoing, Facebook posted, in light of the ongoing investigations of the origin of COVID-19, and in consultation with public health experts, we will no longer remove the claim that COVID-19 is man-made or manufactured. So my point is, we've got the top scientists at NIH, people that a lot of us had faith in and quoted, and now that regret that I quoted them to constituents who brought these things to my attention. And now we know that what they were saying, if you sparse the words, they might be saying the truth, but it wasn't accurate in terms of could it have somehow, the Wuhan lab was involved in moving forward. Now the preponderance evidence that it is. So Ms. Frederick, the question I have is, how did the social media platforms fail in this? And then who do we look to for expertise if we're gonna try to, well, I've used all my time, so you won't be able to answer, but how are we going to define what misinformation is and who gets to define that? Those are the questions we're going to have to address as we move forward, and I yield back. Thank you.
Was there a question there? Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Clark for 5 minutes.
Good morning, and let me start by thanking Chairman Dole and Chairman Pallone for calling this very important hearing. I'd also like to thank all of our witnesses for joining us today to discuss accountability in tech, examining the harm done by the current governing rules governing the internet, and exploring targeted reforms to ensure that the rules and regulations which initially created the conditions necessary for internet use to flourish and to grow are not outdated in the face of the technological advances made this century. Under the leadership of Chairman Pallone and Doyle, this committee has worked for years to better understand and limit the spread of harmful content on social media platforms, and now is the time for action. As many social media platforms have moved away from chronological ranking to a more targeted user experience, the use of algorithmic amplification has become increasingly widespread while remaining opaque to users and policymakers alike. This use of algorithmic amplification has far too often resulted in discriminatory outcomes and the promotion of harmful content. The lack of transparency into how algorithms are used, coupled with big tech's increasing dominance in the world of online advertising and commerce, have seemingly incentivized business models that rely on discriminatory practices and the promotion of harmful content. My first question is for Mr. Robinson. You touched on this a bit in your written testimony, but could you expound on how this combination of a lack of transparency in an industry dominated by a few major players has been detrimental to communities of color, and how my legislation, the Civil Rights Modernization Act, would help?
Absolutely. Well, your piece of legislation, Congresswoman, takes away liability shield claims when it comes to targeted advertising. And that's incredibly important because, as I've already stated, what we end up having is these companies creating all sorts of loopholes and backdoors to get around civil rights law. And in essence, creating an incredibly hostile environment. When it comes to the amplification of hate, big tech is profiting off of yelling fire in a crowded theater. And so I understand that we have these conversations about the First Amendment, but there are limitations to what you can and cannot say. And right now, the incentive structures and the business models of big tech, the recommendations, what they amplify and what they choose to amplify. In a conversation with Mark Zuckerberg about dealing with the deep impact of census disinformation on his platform, we were trying to have a conversation about a set of policies they could have put in place to deal with census disinformation. Mark decided to bring up a young woman, a young dreamer that he mentors in East Palo Alto, and told the story of her being a DACA recipient. And he was afraid that if he limited in some way census disinformation, that it would limit her from being able to express concern given the challenges that happened around DACA. My response was, well, what other decisions does this young woman get to make at Facebook? And is she putting millions of dollars behind her post? Because if she's not putting millions of dollars behind her post, then in fact, maybe her friends won't even see it on the platform. But this is essentially what we're dealing with, and this is why we're before Congress. Because at the end of the day, self-regulated companies are unregulated companies. And Facebook and their billionaires will continue to put their hands on the scale of injustice as long as it makes them more money. And only Congress can stop them from doing it. And Congress has done this before in the past when it comes to other companies which have harmed and hurt us, and that's why we're here.
Thank you. Mr. Steyer, your testimony focused on many of the negative impacts of algorithmic amplification and prolonged screen time on children and young people. This is something I'm very concerned about, particularly because we cannot yet fully understand the long-term impact as the children of today grow into leaders of tomorrow. Can you please explain for the committee how companies use Section 230 protections to continue these dangerous practices?
Sure, and I think that Ms. Haugen has actually also referenced that, Congresswoman Clark. And the truth is this, because of the fact, and we're using Facebook as an example, but don't forget there are other social media platforms that act similarly. Because they focus completely on engagement and attention, this is really an arms race for attention. What happens is kids are basically become addicted to the screen because of the design techniques. Actually, Congresswoman Schakowsky can have a hearing next week about it. But the bottom line is they are trying to, the business model encourages engagement and a constant attention. And that is very damaging to children because it means they spend more and more time in front of a screen. And that is not a healthy thing. So that is the fundamental business model that leads to the focus on attention and engagement that is damaging to children. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Kinzinger for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here. This hearing is important and timely. I find the underlying subject is growing, tiring at the same time. We ask social media companies nicely to change their operations for the public good. We hold hearings. We warn of major legislative and regulatory changes, and nothing gives. They nibble around the edges from time to time, usually when major news stories break, but things continue to get worse over time and not better, which is why I've been working for years now to find reasonable and equitable policy solutions. In recent years, my approach has been to avoid amending Section 230 because I felt that we should be considering other options first. So I introduced two bills, Social Media Accountability and Account Verification Act and the Social Media Fraud Mitigation Act, both narrow in scope and don't amend 230. It would have had the FTC undertake a narrow rulemaking to require more action from social media companies to investigate complaints about deceptive accounts and fraudulent activity on their platform, and I believe they strike a good balance. They would have a positive impact on consumer protection without making drastic policy changes. But today, given the current state of affairs and the clear danger social media is posing to society, I'm more open to the amend Section 230 camp than I used to be. And just to drive home my initial point about how tiresome this has become, the blame can't be placed solely on social media companies. Despite my lengthy engagement with my colleagues before introducing my bills, and even after making changes to the bills based on their feedback, I could not find a partner on the other side of the aisle to lock arms with me, take a stand, and put something bipartisan out there to at least get the conversation going. Honestly, there are ideas coming from both sides of the dais that are worthy of debating, but the devil's always in the details. But if we're not even trying to engage in a bipartisan process, we're never going to get a strong or lasting set of policy solutions. I'm disappointed it's taken my colleagues nearly a year to engage with me on this issue, but I hope this hearing is a first step of many steps that seemingly we've already had to join together and hold big tech accountable. Ms. Haugen, I want to thank you directly for your recent efforts to bring about a broader conversation about the harms of social media. As you may recall, in the spring of 2018, Mark Zuckerberg testified before us. During the course of that hearing, he stated that Facebook has a responsibility to protect its users. Do you agree that Facebook and other social media companies have a responsibility to protect their users? And if you do you believe that they are fulfilling that responsibility?
I do believe they have a duty to protect their users. I want to remind everyone in this room that in the majority of languages in the world, Facebook is the internet. 80 to 90% of all the content in that language will be on Facebook. In a world where Facebook holds that much power, they have an extra high duty to protect. I do not believe they are upfilling that duty today because of a variety of organizational incentives that are misaligned, and Congress must act in order to realign those incentives.
I agree with you. Ms. Frederick, let me ask you, you're also a former Facebook employee as part of their Global Security Counterterrorism Analysis Program, so I'm going to ask you the same question. Do Facebook and other social media companies have a responsibility to protect their users, and are they fulfilling that responsibility?
They do have a responsibility to protect their users. The days of only blaming the addict and letting the dealer get off scot-free are over. I think everybody recognizes this at that point. And I want to say in October of 2019, Mark Zuckerberg stood on the stage at Georgetown University and said Facebook was going to be the platform that stands up for freedom of expression. He has rankly abrogated those values, and the difference between what these companies say and what they actually do is now a yawning chasm.
It's been reported and discussed today that algorithms employed by some of the biggest companies tend to lead users to content which reinforces their existing belief, or worse, to which causes anxiety, fear, and anger, all of which have been shown to lead to increase engagement from the user regardless of their damaging effects. So Ms. Frederick, given your background, can you describe the national security concerns with the ways in which social media companies design and employ those? And if we have time, Ms. Haugen, too.
Yeah, I went to work for Facebook because I believed in the danger of foreign Islamic terrorism. I went to make sure that the platform was hostile to those bad actors, illegal actors, and I think I think we can imbue technology with our values. This is the whole concept behind privacy by design, and you need to let those programmers who actually code these algorithms, they need to be transparent about what they're doing and how they operate and how they impact users as well.
I am extremely concerned about Facebook's role in things like counterterrorism or other counter-state actors that are weaponizing the platform. Facebook has chronically underinvested in those capacities, and if you knew the size of the counterterrorism team for the threat investigators, you'd be shocked. I'm pretty sure it's under 10 people. This should be something that is publicly listed because they need to be funding hundreds of people, not 10 people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses, and thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. McEachin for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to say to my colleague and friend, Kinsinzer, forgive me for butchering your name, that I appreciate your comments about partisanship. I share them with the notion that if we're going to have something that's going to last, Congress from Congress, changes in parties and whatnot, we're going to need to have something that's bipartisan. And I invite you to take a look at the SAFE Act, which I think takes a unique and different approach to Section 230 liability. That being said, colleagues, I would ask all of you all to rethink or really understand the message we're sending when we talk about immunity. Because when we say immunity, what we're really saying is that we don't trust juries. Think about that. We don't trust a jury properly instructed to get it right. That's the only reason you'd have immunity, because you're afraid the jury's going to get it wrong. Remember, my colleagues, that juries are composed of the same people who send us to Congress. They're the people who trust us to make trillion-dollar judgments, to decide war and peace, to decide any number of things. If they're wise enough to do that, why are we so arrogant to believe that they're not wise enough, when properly impaneled, properly instructed by a jury, that they can't get it right? And so I want you to start thinking about immunity in that context as we go forward, if you would be so kind to do so. I'd like to direct my first question, Mr. Chairman, to the color of change, Ms. Robinson. And I note that you say that there are 3 ways that we know we're headed towards a real solution. And the first one jumps out at me and says that laws and regulations must be crystal clear. Now, when I came to Congress, I was just a small town lawyer trying to make good, and I don't know what an algorithm is from a rhythm and blues section, quite frankly. But I do know how to say that immunity is not available if you violate civil rights. Immunity is not available for any number of legal actions. That's the approach the Safe Tech Act takes. Do you see that as meeting your first criteria? Can you comment on how and if you believe the Safe Act will ultimately help with big tech abuses?
Absolutely, I do believe that it meets that mark. I believe that it meets the mark because the fact of the matter is that Facebook, Twitter, Google, Amazon, they've all come before you and have explained that they are not subject to civil rights law, and that they can get around the laws on the books and create all sorts of harms through the choices that they're making. And right now, we need a set of laws that make it so that they are not immune. And your point around juries, and I would add regulators, I would add sort of the infrastructure that we have in this country to hold institutions accountable, gets thrown out the window when we're dealing with tech companies out in Silicon Valley, because somehow they exist on a completely different plane and are allowed to have a completely different set of rules than everyone else. And the fact of the matter is freedom of speech is not freedom from the consequences of speech. This is not about throwing someone in jail. This is about ensuring that if you say things that are deeply liable, if you incite violence, if you incite hate, that you can be held accountable for that. And that if you are recommending folks to that and you are moving people through paid advertisement and your business model is amplifying that there is accountability baked into it. And I don't understand why we continue to let these platforms make billions of dollars off of violating things that we have worked hard in this country to move forward on. And that, I think, is why really understanding the difference between solutions that are real and solutions that are fake, and I think the SAFE Act gets us there as one of the pieces of legislation that we need to consider.
Mr. Robinson, I would ask you, do you agree with me that just because the immunity is removed doesn't mean the plaintiffs are all of a sudden going to win every lawsuit?
No, of course not. And I don't think anyone here believes that. But what it does mean is that we end up actually being in a place where there can be some level of accountability. And you don't end up having a situation where Mark Zuckerberg or Sheryl Sandberg or Jack or anyone else can come here and sit before you and lie about what their platforms are doing, decide when they're going to be transparent or not, and walk away and feel like absolutely no accountability. And this is not just impacting Black communities, this is impacting evangelical communities, this is impacting LGBTQ communities, this is impacting women, it's impacting people at the intersection of so many different experiences in life that we have allowed these companies to operate in ways that is completely outside of what our rules should look like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for your patience and allowing me to trespass on your time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Bilirakis for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I want to focus my questions on the Section 230, how it interacts with child exploitation online. In 2019, research from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children reported that child pornography has grown to nearly 1 million detected events per month, exceeding the capabilities of law enforcement. That number increased to over 21 million in 2020 and is on track to grow again this year, unfortunately. Mrs. Frederick, if a tech company knows about a particular instance of child pornography on its platform, but decides to ignore it and permit its distribution, would Section 230 prevent the victim from suing the tech company?
I would say that given Section 230's broad interpretations by the courts, companies have historically avoided liability for hosting similar content.
Okay. As a follow-up, if a brick and mortar store knowingly distributes child pornography, can the victim sue that particular business, in your opinion?
Yes, obviously.
Thank you. I don't see any reason why we should be giving special immunities, Mr. Chairman, to online platforms that don't exist for other businesses when it comes to a business knowingly exploiting our children and facilitating child pornography. It would be a discredit to us all to allow this to continue, which is why I have a public bill draft, I think you can see, that seeks to end this despicable protection. So I request bipartisan support in this matter. I think we have agreement. In general, I believe we have agreement. And this is a very, very informative hearing, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for calling it. I yield back the balance of my time. I know you'll like that. And by the way, the Pirates do have a bright future. Thank you.
I can only hope you're right about that, Gus. Let's see. Chair recognizes Mr. Vesey for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for holding this very important hearing on 230. It's really timely and critical that we start talking about how we can move the needle on this issue and hold big tech accountable. We know that recent reports demonstrate concerning trends that should put every member of this committee and certainly every member of Congress on alert about the shortcomings of big tech and their repeated promise to self-regulate. I'm optimistic that we can get something done because I really do think that social media platforms are no question a major source of and a dominant source of news now in our lives, whether it's entertainment, personal connections, news, even local news, advertising. All of that happens in the social media world. But we also continue to see social media platforms acting in a problematic way, in some instances even endangering the lives of very young kids. And today is no different. Social media platforms continue to behave without an honest, solution-oriented approach to stop the spread of misinformation, to manipulate public opinion. And we know rampant disinformation about things like voter fraud is still present in our communities. And as this new variant of COVID-19 lurks around the corner, Congress really needs to act now so we can stop the misspread of misinformation around COVID-19 and this new variant that's about to come through. It's very disconcerting to think about some of the things that we're about to hear about this new variant that's just a bunch of BS. And while social media platforms continue to flourish and the number of users they are able to keep on their platform, the number of reported harms associated with social media is just one of many consequences we are seeing as a result of big tech business practices. For instance, the Anti-Defamation League says that about 41% of Americans experience some form of online harassment next year. So doing nothing is not an answer. We have to do something. And I think that we can do that. And I wanted to ask the panel a question. Again, there's no doubt that big tech companies have just been flat-footed when it comes to getting ahead of removing harmful content and disinformation on the most popular social media platforms. Ms. Frances Hagan, you mentioned numerous times during your interview on 60 Minutes that you wanted to show that Facebook cares about profits more than public safety. In November of this year, Facebook, which is now rebranded itself as Meta, announced that it is working with the civil rights communities, privacy experts, and others to create a race data measurement. Given your experience and background in the field, can you talk about how Facebook incorporates such recommendations into these types of measuring tools? And is there a criteria or a set of guidelines that Facebook is considering when shaping the product?
While I was there, I was not aware of any actions around analyzing whether or not there was a racial bias in things like ranking. One of the things that could be disclosed by Facebook but does not is the concentration of harm on the platform. So for every single integrity harm type, every safety harm type, a small fraction of the users are hyper exposed to that harm. It could be misinformation, it could be hate speech, and Facebook has ways to report that data in a privacy conscious way today that will allow you to know whether or not harms across the platform were equally borne. But they don't do it.
So with this new tool that they're talking about creating, do you see any potential drawbacks to creating such measurement, which is supposedly going to increase fairness when it comes to race in the U.S. on this platform? Is there anything that we should be on the lookout for?
When I was working on narrowcast misinformation, we developed the system for segmenting the US population in a privacy-conscious way. We looked at the groups and pages that people interacted with and then clustered them in a non-labeled way. So we're not assigning race to anyone, we're not assigning any other characteristics, but we're looking at, when we look at consistent populations, do they experience harms in an unequal way? I don't believe there would be any harms for Facebook reporting this data, and I believe it is a responsibility of the company to disclose the unequal treatment on the platform, because it's the only way. If they're not held accountable, if there's not transparency, they will not improve. There's no business incentive for them to get this more equitable if it comes at a loss in profits.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Johnson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this topic we're discussing today is certainly not a new one. This committee has told big tech that they cannot claim to be simply platforms for third-party information distribution while simultaneously acting as content providers and removing lawful content based on political or ideological preferences. In other words, big tech cannot be both tech platform and content provider while still receiving special protections under Section 230. Free speech involves not only being able to say what you believe, but also protecting free speech for those with whom you strongly disagree. That's fundamental in America. And big tech should not be granted the right to choose when this right to free speech is allowed, or when they should prefer to hide, edit, or censor lawful speech on their platforms. They are not the arbiters of the freedoms constitutionally provided to the American people. This committee has brought in big tech CEOs numerous times now. So far, they have chosen to arrogantly deflect our questions and ignore the issues we've presented to them. It took a whistleblower, whom we're fortunate to have with us today, to expose the harm that Facebook and other social media platforms are causing, especially to children and teens at an impressionable age. That harm concerns me. I have a discussion draft that would require companies to disclose the mental health impact their products and services have on children. Perhaps such requirements would prevent the need for a whistleblower to expose highly concerning revelations including that executives knew the content of their social media platforms are toxic for teenage girls. And perhaps it would incentivize these executives to come back to us with solutions that enable a safer online experience for its users, rather than attempting to debunk the evidence of their toxicity. However, we also must be careful when considering reforms to Section 230, as overregulation could actually lead to additional suppression of free speech. It is our intent to protect consumers while simultaneously enabling American innovation to grow and thrive without burdensome government regulation.
Enter the event panelist Numeric
Miss-
password, followed by pound.
Don't know who that was. That wasn't me, Mr. Chairman. That's not my accent, as you can tell. Ms. Frederick, the Chinese Communist Party has multiple agencies dedicated to propaganda. From the Ministry for Information Industry, which regulates anyone providing information to the public via the internet, to the Central Propaganda Department, which exercises censorship powers through licensing of publishers. How do big tech's actions compare to those of the CCP, the Chinese, when it comes to censoring content?
I'd say that a healthy republic depends on the genuine interrogation of ideas. And having said that, I am very troubled by what I see as an increasing symbiosis between the government and big tech companies. I talked about Psaki's press conference, but what I didn't say is in that July press conference, again, from the White House podium, she said if one user is banned from one private company, they should be banned from all private companies' platforms. That to me is harrowing. What company is going to want to start up if 50% of their user base is automatically gone because the government says so? Yeah. So in my mind, that increasing symbiosis between the government and tech companies is very reminiscent of what the CCP does, and it should be stopped.
Ms. Haugen, in your testimony to the UK Parliament, you recommend that a federal regulator should have access to platforms' internal processes and the ability to regulate their process for removing content. Just yesterday, one of my Democrat colleagues agreed with your recommendation for more government intervention. I'm seriously troubled by my colleagues thinking that government involvement in private business operations to regulate content is even an option to put on the table. Bigger government means less innovation, less production, and less progress, not to mention the very serious First Amendment implications. This is un-American. Ms. Frederick, quickly, can you talk about the negative impacts this approach would cause?
It's authoritarianism.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I was mischaracterized. The only thing I've advocated for is transparency and the government mandating that Facebook must articulate what it's doing to solve problems. Because today, they lie to us, they give us false data when they rarely give any data, and they always just say, we're working on it. They never actually give progress. So I just want to clarify my opinions.
Gentleman
Okay,
yields
thank you.
back.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Soto for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lies about the vaccines, lies about the 2020 election, lies about the January 6th insurrection all proliferate on social media to this day. It seems like as we're working on key reforms like protecting civil rights, accountability for social media companies, protecting our kids, the main opposition by Republicans today, the talking point of the day, is they want a license to lie, the right to lie without consequence, even though deliberate lies are not free speech under New York Times v. Sullivan, according to our Supreme Court. What was scenario number one? Tom Cotton, Senator Cotton, referring to his Wuhan lab theory. He literally said, quote, "We don't have evidence that this disease originated there," to the New York Times. Yet radical right-wing media then goes on to say the virus is part of China's biowarfare program. That's a terrible example to use. And then after President Trump was impeached for collusion with Ukraine, you want to talk about a Hunter Biden laptop? Really? I'm deeply concerned about how these things are already spreading in Spanish language media as well. I got to speak to Mr. Zuckerberg in March about that, and he said there's too much misinformation across all these media. He mentioned deterministic products like WhatsApp, and they also said, quote, "There were certainly some of this content on Facebook, And it's our responsibility to make sure that we're building effective systems that can reduce the spread of that. I think a lot of those systems performed well during this election cycle, but it's an iterative process, and there are always going to be new things that we'll need to do to keep up with the different threats we face. Then I asked him to commit to boosting Spanish language moderators and systems on Facebook, especially during election season, to prevent this from happening again. Ms. Haugen, you left Facebook about 2 months after that hearing in May, and has there been significant updates since that hearing on protecting Spanish misinformation? In short, has Mark Zuckerberg kept his word?
I do not know the progress of the company since I left. I do know before I left, there was a significant asymmetry in the investment in safety systems. We live in a very linguistically diverse country, and yet Facebook has overwhelmingly, 87% of its budget for misinformation is spent exclusively on English. All the rest of the world falls into that remaining 13%. When we live in a linguistically diverse society where there aren't safety systems for non-English speakers, we open up the doors to dividing our country and being pulled apart because the most extreme content is getting the most distribution for those populations.
And you had mentioned specifically in other hearings about Ethiopia and the concern with there. Can you go into that a little more?
We are seeing a trend in many countries around the world where parties are arising based on implying that certain populations within their societies are subhuman, right? One of the warning signs for ethnic violence is when leaders begin to refer to a minority as things like insects or rodents, right? Dehumanizing them. At the same time, because Facebook's algorithms give the most reach to the most extreme content, Facebook ends up fanning the flames of this extremism around the world. And in the case of Ethiopia and Myanmar, that's resulted in people dying.
Thank you, Ms. Haugen. Mr. Robinson, we also see a lot of lies and misinformation related to the vaccines. How has misinformation impacted communities of color taking the COVID-19 vaccine?
Well, because of the ways in which Facebook is not transparent about their algorithms, transparent about how ads can be deployed, we actually don't have a full understanding of what we're dealing with. Because, we are dealing with, deep levels of deceptive and manipulative content, content that gets to travel and can travel far within subsects of communities, but without any clarity of what's happening until it's sometimes far too late, until you can't actually deal with it. The ways in which money can be put behind those for paid advertisement to sell people things that are not approved, that haven't been tested. In opening statements, we heard about drugs being sold online and being marketed through algorithms, and that's exactly what we're seeing when it comes to Black communities.
And Mr. Robinson, sorry, my time's limited. Would you say misinformation reduces vaccination rates among communities of color with the COVID-19?
It can both reduce vaccination rates and increase people going down rabbit holes of using all sorts of untested drugs.
Thank you. My time's expired.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Long for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here today. Ms. Haugen, the third pillar of the Big Tech Accountability Platform is addressing Big Tech's relationship with China.
Mm-hmm.
Much of the information you brought forward discusses the challenges associated with Facebook's business model and how it chooses content that users see on their platform, which leads to many of the harms that the platform causes today. We're looking at this issue all across Big Tech, not just on Facebook. One of the platforms we're paying close attention to, as you know, is TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Reports suggest that TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, coordinates with the Chinese Communist Party to facilitate abuses against Uyghur Muslims and pressure United States-based employees to censor videos that the Chinese Communist Party finds culturally problematic or critical of the Chinese Communist Party. How does TikTok's platform business model make it ripe for being censored by China?
That is a wonderful question. So I often get asked questions about the difference between personal social media, which is what Facebook is. You're connecting with your family and friends, and what I call broadcast social media, where people create in order to get reach. TikTok is specifically designed with no contract between the viewer and the content they receive. You get shown things, you don't know exactly why you got shown them. And the way Facebook or TikTok works is they push people towards a very limited number of pieces of content. You can probably run 50% of everything that's viewed every day with a few thousand pieces of content per day. That system was designed that way so that you could censor it. Like when it was in China, they're intentionally set up so that humans can look at that high distribution content and choose what goes forward or not. TikTok is designed to be censored.
Okay, thank you. And question for you, Ms. Frederick. Your testimony makes clear that holding big tech accountable means increasing transparency into their practices. You also have a background in national security. We don't know how TikTok monitors its platforms or censors its content. They could easily be doing the bidding of the Chinese Communist Party, and we wouldn't know anything about it. How do you, do you have recommendations on how we can increase big tech's transparency? For example, how do we know if the content viewed by Americans on TikTok isn't spreading communist propaganda?
I would say incentivize transparency. Certain companies of their own volition right now, they give quarterly reports on how they interact with law enforcement, how they employ their community standards, but other tech companies are not doing this. So there has to be some teeth when you incentivize that transparency among tech companies. And when it comes to TikTok in particular, as you said, parent company headquartered in Beijing, you have to assume that they are beholden to the CCP in this instance. The governance atmosphere of China, the 2017 cybersecurity law, the national security laws, basically say that whatever private companies do, whatever data they ingest, however they interact, all of it is subject to the CCP when it comes knocking. So in my estimation, I don't believe any American right now should be on TikTok. And there are social contagion elements there as well. The algorithm, their secret sauce, it is crazily wants user engagement. And 9 to 11-year-olds, parents were surveyed. And of 9 to 11-year-old Americans, these parents said 30% of them are on TikTok. This is more than Instagram, this is more than Facebook, this is more than Snap. So when we think about the formation of our young minds in this country, we have to understand that ByteDance, that a Beijing-based company, has their hooks in our children, and we need to act accordingly.
So you say that the parents are saying that 30% of their children are on TikTok.
30% of parents say that their children are on TikTok. 9 to 11-year-olds in particular. So
I'd say that there's probably another 30% that don't know what their kids are looking at. I mean, I think it's a lot higher number than 30 in my opinion.
TikTok's hyper-amplification algorithms also make it even more addictive than TikTok because they can choose the absolute purest addictive content and spread it to the most audience. So I agree with her. This is a very dangerous thing, and it's affecting very young children.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this hearing today, and thank you all for your participation here today. I really, really appreciate it because it's a very, very serious subject, as we all know. And, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. O'Halloran for 5 minutes.
There we go. Thank you, Chairman Doyle. There's no doubt about the positive and negative impacts of the technology platforms have in our society today. We've been talking about it all day long. As a father, grandfather, and like many Americans, I was outraged and am outraged to read about the inner workings of Facebook brought to light by Ms. Haugen. Facebook is recklessness, disregard for the well-being of children and teenagers, especially given their internal research. This is completely unacceptable. Instead of using Facebook and Instagram to create positive and social experience for minors, Facebook is exploiting our children and grandchildren for clicks and ad revenue. This is a particular problem for teenage girls. Facebook's own internal research found that using Instagram made teenage girls feel worse about themselves, leading to depression, eating disorders, and thoughts of suicide, and yes, even death. I don't know how they can come up with these decisions that they've come up with. I'm a former homicide investigator, as well as a father and grandfather. I've seen a lot of suicide. I've witnessed a lot of death in our country. And I don't know how somebody can make these decisions knowing the information they knew and the impact it was going to have on the families and children within our society today. Facebook thinks it's okay. I think this is, again, an outrage. This is clear evidence that something needs to change. We need transparency for companies like Facebook. We need to know what they are showing our children and why, and to identify how these algorithms come together and what impact they will have on the rest of our society. We can't have Facebook and their algorithms taking advantage of our children. Our children and families are more than just out there for corporate greed. Tech corporations also have a moral responsibility to children and families in our country in general and the rest of the world. Ms. Haugen, can you tell us more about how Instagram uses demographics and a user's search history to serve up content and ads, even if the content and ads are harmful to the user?
Facebook systems are designed for scale. One of the things that has been seen over and over again, in my Senate hearing, they showed explicit examples of this. Facebook does vet ads before they're distributed, but they do it very casually. They don't do it rigorously enough. And as a result, in the Senate hearing, they demonstrated that you can send ads for drug paraphernalia to children, to 13-year-olds, if you want to. There's a lack of accountability when it comes to ads and a lack of detail. The second question is around things like search. Like, how do those interests then percolate into spirals, like down rabbit holes? When you engage with any content on Instagram, Facebook learns little bits of data about you. They learn what kinds of content you might like, and then they try to show you more. But they don't show you random content. They show you the content most likely to provoke a reaction for you. And Facebook has demonstrated that in the case of things like teenagers, you can go from a search query like healthy eating to anorexia content within less than 2 weeks, just by engaging with the content that you're given by Facebook.
Thank you. Mrs. Haugen, Facebook had this data that showed how harmful Instagram is to teenage users. Did Facebook executives really ignore these findings and make no meaningful changes? Did they really decide that their profits were more important than the well-being of our kids? And I'm trying to understand who works at Facebook that makes these type of decisions and why they make them for when they know that they're going to have a negative impact, especially on our children in this society.
I think there's two core problems that lead to the situation. The first is that Facebook has an unflagging faith in the idea that creating connections is more valuable than anything else. Bosworth, who's I believe now the CTO of Facebook.
That's a faith of greed. That's not a faith of moral responsibility.
I don't want to attribute intentions because they believe that connection is so magical that it's more valuable than, say, a kid's killing themselves.
Okay.
But he's quoted. There was a piece that was leaked a couple of weeks ago where in it he says, it doesn't matter if people die. We are going to advance human connection. The second question is, how can these decisions be made over and over again? Facebook has a diffuse responsibility. Like when Antonia Davis appeared before the Senate, she couldn't name who was responsible for launching Instagram Kids or who would make that decision. Because Facebook's organizational structure has no one who is responsible for anything. They always say this committee made the decision. We need to require them to put names on decisions because then someone would take a pause and say, do I really want my name on this thing that might hurt someone?
Thank you very much, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Wahlberg for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Doyle, and thanks for having this hearing. And to our panel, thank you for being here. Ms. Haugen, you state in your testimony that, and I quote, Facebook became a $1 trillion company by paying for its profits with our safety, including the safety of our children, and it is unacceptable. I agree wholeheartedly and would go even further to say that it's not only unacceptable, it's morally and ethically wrong. In the March hearing and others, we heard big tech companies constantly lie to us and say that they are enhancing safety protections when in reality what they're doing is increasing censorship for more monetary gains. And it's a tragedy that half of this country, including many friends and family of mine, who feel that they need to use these platforms, and they are amazing. I have a love-hate relationship for the platforms. I love them and I hate them.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing what they can do. But when a family member of mine has to stay off of content areas because of potential of not being able to use Facebook for his business, that's concerning. I'd also state very clearly that while I love everybody on this committee and in Congress, good friends and colleagues, I don't want any of you censoring me. I don't trust you to do it. The only one I trust to censor is me doing the censoring, and you shouldn't trust that. So the issue here is not so much with adults. I don't want to be treated as a child. I want to be accountable for what I believe, what I read, and what I accept. And so that's an adult issue. But kids, it's a different story. As a parent of now grown 3 kids, my wife and I did creative things to try to keep them from using the TV when we were gone. But now with my grandkids, 6 of them young children, it seems nearly impossible to keep kids away from harmful digital content, and that's where I have my major concerns. Facebook knows that its platforms cause negative mental health impacts on young users, and yet they continue to exploit children for profit while selling parents a bill of goods and selling us a bill of goods. They refuse to abandon Instagram for kids, saying they believe building the app is the right thing to do. They've said that in front of us. But it's not just Facebook. Google, TikTok, and Snapchat have built empires in collecting and selling our children's data and have become havens for predators seeking to exploit and lure vulnerable populations. As the lead sponsor of the only bipartisan bill in the House to update the Children's Online Privacy Act, I'm very worried about the harm TikTok poses to our kids and the national security threat that its Chinese Communist Party-backed mothership, ByteDance, poses to our democracy. Recently, before the Senate Commerce Committee, a TikTok executive was unable to distinguish what American data may fall in the hands of mainland China. Ms. Haugen, I understand you have a background in both of these realms. Can you please give us a sense of the threat this entity poses to our society and to our children?
There have been past scandals, even in the last year or two, regarding TikTok, where TikTok banned all content from disabled users and from homosexual users to protect them from bullying. When you have a product that can be so thoroughly controlled, we must accept that if ByteDance wants to control what ideas are shown on the platform, the product is designed so that they can control those ideas. They can block what they want to block. There's nowhere near enough transparency in how TikTok operates, and I worry that it is substantially more addictive than even Instagram because of its hyper amplification and focus.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ms. Frederick, it's become abundantly clear that big tech will not enact real changes unless Congress forces them to. I have great concerns about that. But it's clear they can lie to us. They will keep doing that. They have no intention. So, Ms. Frederick, I've led a discussion draft that would carve out Section 230 liability protections for reasonable, foreseeable cyberbullying bullying of kids under 18, meaning there would need to be an established pattern of harmful behavior for this to apply. Do you think this approach will actually force big tech platforms to change their behaviors? Why or why not?
So I think there are a couple of benefits and challenges to something like this. The benefit is that it would address genuine problems on the platform. But you run into some issues when it comes to the definition. So you want to make the definition linked to a standard and as tight as possible, because we see what definition inflation looks like. I was in a room in Orlando, Florida, talking to a bunch of grandmothers, nobody under probably 60, and I asked them, given Facebook's rollout of a pilot program on extremism and creating that friction between extremist and potential extremist content, almost every single one of them raised their hands because they got that extremism warning, that they potentially engaged with extremism or know an extremist. That definition inflation is a critical problem, so I think if you tighten up that definition, make it as tight as possible, I think it will go far in redressing some of these problems that exist on the platform that are actually genuine.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Rice for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I really want to thank you for having this hearing. You know, I can't believe that we are, I mean, I'm very happy that we're here discussing potential future legislation, but I believe that the level of congressional inaction when it comes to anything social media company related is astounding, and it is our greatest national moral failure. I am not a parent, but I'm one of 10 kids, and I can tell you if my mother had to police 10 children using TikTok and Instagram and Facebook, I mean, I don't know what she would have done. So, and I'm loath to, I don't mean to be critical of anyone's parenting, but one thing that we should listen to when it comes to all of these social media honcho bigwigs, none of them let their own children use any of these platforms. None of them. So why do we? I really hope, and I'm grateful for all the witnesses here today, I really hope that we can come up with legislation that will once and for all send a message to these social media platforms that have taken over every aspect of our life, not just here in America, but across the planet, finally to put some bite in the law. I spent 9 years as the elected DA in my home county before I came to Congress, and I was in a unique position to understand where the law failed to address antisocial behavior. We know now, right? And then I would go to Albany and say, okay, we need to get this law to protect this, to do that. And I understand that it takes a while to do that kind of thing, to come to a consensus. But I'm hearing overwhelmingly from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle today that we all understand the urgency to do something in this instance. So, Mr. Steyer, I would like to ask to start with you. You know, it was the Wall Street Journal that published an article, and I think, Mr. Chairman, you might have made reference to this article that was published in September that was titled, "Facebook Knows Instagram is Toxic for Teen Girls, Company Documents Show." We've talked a lot about this today. But it was really disturbing to learn that and to read internal communications from Facebook employees and managers that showed that they were fully aware of how their algorithms harm young users, but that they continue to curate content in that manner anyway. Mr. Steyer, can you please maybe explain a little deeper why teen girls are particularly vulnerable to this cycle of emotional and or psychological manipulation online? I don't think it's fair to talk about you know, teenage girls in kind of isolation when there are so many different groups who are impacted negatively by these social media companies and their algorithms. But it's important that we help educate young girls to tell them the truth about what information is beating them in the face and affecting their lives, their very lives. So if you could just, Mr. Steyer, expound a little bit more on that, because it's important that children, the actual users who are the victims here, and they are victims, understand.
You're absolutely right, Congresswoman. And you're absolutely right, too. First of all, the reason Instagram is such a powerful platform is it's comparative. So kids and teens constantly compare themselves to each other. It's the essence of their self-esteem. It's the essence of how they grow up. We all understand this because we all were kids and teens at one point. So it's why the platform is so powerful. I think the second point is you're absolutely right that this has to be a bipartisan issue. And quite frankly, I would like to say to this committee, you've talked about this for years, but you haven't done anything, right? Show me a piece of legislation that you passed. We had to pass the privacy law in California because Congress could not, on a bipartisan basis, come together and pass a privacy law for the country. And I would urge you to think about that and put aside some of the partisan rhetoric that occasionally is seeped in today and focus on the fact that all of us care about children and teens and that there are major reforms to 230 that would change that. Remember, freedom of speech is not freedom of reach. And so it's the amplification and the algorithms that are critical. So transparency, as a number of you have mentioned on both sides now, is critical. And the other thing I want to say to your very good question, Congresswoman Rice, is that 230 reform is going to be very important for protecting kids and teens on platforms like Instagram and holding them accountable and liable. But you also, as a committee, have to do privacy, antitrust, and design reform. So in a comprehensive way, this committee, in a bipartisan fashion, could fundamentally change the reality for kids and teens in society. And I really hope you will do that, because there's been a lot of talk, but until there is legislation, the companies that we're referring to are going to sit there and do exactly what they're still doing. So thank you very much for the question, and thank you all for a bipartisan approach to this issue.
Very good points, Mr. Schneider. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the witnesses. And also thank you to Mr. Chair. I yield back.
General Lady yields back. Mr. Duncan, welcome. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, we've had the opportunity to discuss these issues with the heads of Facebook, Twitter, and Google in the past. And I've asked those CEOs in this hearing room, do you believe you are the arbiters of absolute truth? I was sitting here listening to the hearing and thinking about the hearing even before I came in today, and I kept coming back to this. 1984. The words in this book that George Orwell wrote ring so true when we talk about where we are today with big tech and all the things that have been discussed here, not just 230 protections. Some quotes from that book: we know that no one ever seizes power with the intention of relinquishing it. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. Do you see that the whole aim of Newspeak is to narrow the range of thought? Narrow the range of thought. In the end, we shall make thought crime literally impossible, because there will be no words in which to express it. We've seen these arbiters of truth, at least in their minds, with big tech, actually scrub words that can be used on their platforms. I still think that the question before us is social media platforms need to check themselves and understand that they're not gods, little g. They are not arbiters of truth. For the past 2 years, we've seen an unprecedented onslaught from Big Brother tech on conservative thought. It's interesting, Mr. Chairman, we don't see liberal thought suppressed by big tech platforms, because Big Brother tech believes they should be the arbiters of truth and they hate conservatives, so they silence us. President Donald J. Trump, using the @Donald J. Trump handle, was the single most effective and most successful social media user and influencer ever. Twitter didn't like his politics so much, so they deplatformed him. You know, I think about this book, a thing called a memory hole. It's a small chute leading to a large incinerator. Anything that needed to be wiped from the public record was sent in the memory hole. Donald Trump's Twitter handle was sent in the memory hole, tried to be wiped. They wanted to make him an unperson, someone whose existence had been excised from the public and private memory. Legislation Democrats are bringing forward is in that same spirit. We know what's best for you, and if you disagree, then shut up. You would allow yourselves to define harm, and conservative thought is harmful to the nanny state. You would allow yourselves to define hurtful, and conservative thought is famously hurtful to the nanny state. As our friend Ben Shapiro said, facts don't care about your feelings. You would allow yourselves to define extremism and then label anyone who opposes you as extremist. That's doublethink. Doublethink in 1984. The act of simultaneously accepting two mutual contradictory beliefs as correct. These are the tactics of the old Soviet Union. The communists there, all dissent must be silenced. And I think we've seen big tech try to silence those they didn't agree with, because they blame it on an algorithm or whatever, but truth be known, has been exposed that these efforts were consciously put forward. It wasn't just some algorithm running by AI. You're holding this hearing in that spirit today, the same Soviet spirit in Build Back Better that burdens taxpayers trillions of dollars in new debt, weakens our currency with inflation, harms our people. Same spirit you come today with left-wing government's alliance and left-wing big tech to silence conservatives like you silenced Donald Trump. Think Paul from 1984. Think Paul. It's a newspeak word to describe the secret police of Oceania who are responsible for the detection, prosecution, and elimination of unspoken beliefs and doubts that contradict the party. I would say contradict the liberal thought in this arena. I want to ask one question real quick because I think y'all get the gist of what I'm trying to say. Ms. Frederick, in your testimony, you talk about the pitfall of having Congress try to define harm. One of the proposals we are considering today removes Section 230 protection from companies that use algorithms to promote harm. What are some of the consequences of taking that approach?
So I think it's absolutely worth noting that when Trump was banned from 17 different platforms in 2 weeks, the ACLU spoke out against the ban. No friends of conservatives, right? Angela Merkel spoke out.
Where are they
against
today,
the ban.
though? Is what
Russian Navalny spoke out against the ban. Russian dissident Alexander Navalny, and Lopez Obrador as well. So everybody recognizes the threat of censorship. It's not just Republicans, it's not just conservatives, it's independently minded people who think that our health depends on the genuine, again, interrogation of ideas. Tech companies are not allowing that happen. We need to strip them from immunity when they censor based on political viewpoints.
My time's up, Mr. Chairman. Censorship is bad. We need to keep hollering that from the rooftop. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes Ms. Eshu for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by thanking Ms. Hogan for your courage in coming forward. What you've done is a great act of, I believe, public service. One of the documents you've disclosed relates to Carol's journey. It's a project that Facebook researchers set up to observe the platform's recommendation engines. Now, I only have 5 minutes, so maybe you can do this in a minute and a quarter or whatever, but can you briefly tell us what the research found as it relates to Facebook's algorithms leading users down rabbit holes of extremism?
Facebook has found over and over again, on the right, on the left, with children, that you can take a blank account, so it has no friends, no interests, and you can follow centrist interests. You can follow Donald Trump and Melania. You can follow Fox News, or you can follow, Hillary and MSNBC. And just by clicking on the content Facebook suggests to you, Facebook will get more and more and more extreme. So on the left, you go to, within 3 weeks, to let's kill Republicans. It's crazy. On the right, within a couple of days, you get to QAnon. Within a couple of weeks, you get to white genocide. There isn't two tangoing, as Facebook claims. There's only Facebook's system amplifying and amplifying and amplifying. And this happens because that content is the content you are most likely to engage with, even though after you're surveyed, you say you don't like it.
Thank you very much. To Mr. Steyer, Jim, it's wonderful to see you again. Thank you for testifying today. Your testimony mentions how addictive design features are, like snap streaks, how harmful that is. Can you tell us more about how these addictive designs prey on children and teens in particular?
Absolutely. Good to see you, Congresswoman Escher. It's very clear that platforms like Facebook and Instagram, but as you just mentioned, Snapchat, YouTube, and others, have literally designed features like the auto replay that we're all familiar with. 3, 2, 1, you watch the next episode. That are designed to keep you there. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, this is an arms race for attention. Attention engagement, as Ms. Haugen has made clear to the public, is the basis of the business model for a number of the social media platforms. And what that does with younger minds, particularly children and teens, less developed minds, is constantly get you to come back because you are being urged in very, very creative and strategic way by very sophisticated engineers to stay on that platform because they make more money. So it's the core of the business model that's at stake here. And the point that has been made repeatedly, and it should be part of the legislation that this committee addresses, is you have to have transparency about the design and the algorithms. Those are separate issues. I believe this committee is going to have a separate hearing next week that's going to go to design issues Congresswoman Eshoo. They're very important because at the end of the day, if we are able to transparently see how Facebook builds its platform and nudges you, particularly you and all of us, but mostly kids and teens, to stay on their platform, that will change everything. It will also change everything if their liability for that behavior is removed and they're held accountable. So you were onto something big. It's why I said earlier, this committee should take reforms of 230 very seriously and move forward on the legislation, but also look at this in a comprehensive way and include privacy by design and include and the design issues you mentioned. That is what will protect our kids going forward and will make this the first bipartisan effort in Congress in years to protect children.
Thank you very, very much, Jim. To Mr. Robinson, I think we're all moved by the examples of civil rights harms that you cited in your written testimony. Can you elaborate on how these are fundamentally issues of product design and business model and not issues of user-generated content?
Well, there's all sorts of things that are connected to user-generated content, but the fact of the matter is this is about what gets amplified, what gets moved on the content. Another thing that I do think is important is that companies that don't hire Black people can't be trusted to create policies to protect Black communities. And these companies have time and time again have made a choice not to hire Black people. And so the Russians knew more about Black people during the 2016 election than the people at Facebook. And so the disinformation that was allowed to travel on their platform was a direct result of choices that they've made. And so the only other thing I'd like to add is that your bill, in terms of this comprehensive sort of set of things that we need, your bill, the Online Privacy Act, which creates a data protection agency, is also incredibly important because we need infrastructure in our government to actually be able to meet these 21st century needs.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Curtis for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Ranking Member and our witnesses. It's very interesting to be with you today. I think we understand censorship. It's an easy concept. The suppression of speech, public communication, or other information. When we think of censorship, we generally refer to limiting of objectionable, harmful, obscene, or dangerous information. Censorship can be dangerous because its intent is to control thought. I'm not sure we understand the other side of this as well. Now, we've talked about it, and I'm not going to give you any new ideas, but I'm going to talk about it in a slightly different way today. And that is the attempt to control thought by presenting or feeding objectionable, harmful, obscene, or dangerous information. As I was preparing for this, I could not think of a word of the opposite of censorship, right? That's what I was trying to come up with. And it dawned on me, there are words: brainwashing, propaganda. We have done this in war. We've dropped pamphlets across enemy lines to influence people's thoughts and behaviors. We've had radio stations infiltrating behind enemy lines. That's what this is, isn't it? I'd like to look at this through a slightly different lens, which is the algorithm transparency that we've talked about, and customers having the ability to tailor their social media experiences based on what they want and not what the social media giant wants. In my problem, it's the content presented to people without their consent with an accompanying agenda. That's the biggest problem. Ms. Frederick, can you define in simple terms that everybody can understand back home what an algorithm is and how social media uses it?
So algorithms are codes built by programmers, designed by programmers, that basically take information, so the input, however these are designed, whatever data is labeled, et cetera, and produce an output that has an effect. So input to output algorithm, built by people. I think that is a critical element, is they are built by people. Companies can't hide behind the algorithms. They're not just automatons that go forward. They are built by people.
I paid for a substantial amount of a PhD of my son, who's a data scientist. He has worked for a grocery store chain in predicting a rush on milk and eggs and things like that. Is it possible when we talk about transparency, do we really have the ability to give the average lay person a view into these algorithms in a way that they really can understand what they are?
I think to some degree, and the previous witness was just talking about privacy by design, privacy-preserving technology. So there are ways to actually design these programs, to design these machines that are imbued, again, with values like privacy. So there is a way to manipulate them, and people should know if they are being manipulated.
I think what you're saying, if I understand it right, you tell me if I'm wrong, is that these algorithms could be created to manipulate in a harmful way the way people think.
It's happened before.
Are there any examples that come to mind just quickly that you could share that we would all understand?
I think we're all familiar with the Facebook files and the documents that have been released that talk about the design of these algorithms and how they were manipulated starting in 2018 to increase engagement.
Could an algorithm be created to influence the way a person votes?
It could contribute to their cognitive processes and the decisions that they eventually make in the voting booth.
Should somebody have protection from the law who creates an algorithm to determine how somebody votes? And I'm not sure I know the answer to that myself. I think that's why we're here today, right? But that's what's happening, isn't it?
I think in questions that run up against very serious debates, I think individual liberty and individual freedom in general should always be paramount.
If there's a bad actor, not the companies themselves, whose intent is to influence how somebody votes, let's hypothetically say Russia, and a company facilitates their intent and their agenda, should they be protected from the law?
I think you run into a problem of attribution here when the strategic intent of these nation states blend with patriotic netizens, when they blend with hacktivists, when they blend with people who just want to be chaos agents in general.
I've got 7 seconds. Let me try to make a point. We have a town square, right? People can post things in this town square. Everybody understands that. I was a mayor. I could we could have that. It's very complicated if I, as the mayor, decide I'm going to take some things down and I'm going to take some things and duplicate them and put them back up. And it's that simple, right? I think what we're talking about is where are the boundaries in this and how do we find the boundaries?
Chairman Doyle, may I briefly comment something?
Yes, very briefly.
In 2018, when Facebook made that change, political parties across Europe, from a variety of different political indications, said we were forced to change our positions to more extreme things on the left, on the right, because that's what now got distributed. We saw a difference in what we could run. The idea that our political parties now have the positions they can take influenced by Facebook's algorithms and the changes, that influences the elections because it controls what we get to even vote on in the ballot box.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Matsui for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I want to thank you for holding this legislative hearing today. This is really not the first time that our subcommittee has met to consider needed updates to Section 230, and it certainly won't be our last. While our discussion today can and should be measured and fact-based, we cannot lose sight of what brings us here today, a crisis exacting an immense human toll and undermining our shared democratic values. The magnitude of this crisis will necessitate a comprehensive approach that has implications for privacy, antitrust, and of course, Section 230 reform. I introduced the Algorithmic Justice and Online Platform Transparency Act with Senator Markey to bring needed transparency to the algorithms employed by online platforms and establish clear prohibitions on the most discriminatory algorithms in use today. The bill has been endorsed by 14 of the most important public interest groups like the Anti-Defamation League, Consumer Reports, and 2 organizations that are testifying here today with Free Press Action and Color of Change. I'm hopeful my bill will be included on the agenda for Consumer Protection Subcommittee hearing on the 9th. You know, like many parts of this country, I represent a region that is suffering from an acute shortage of affordable housing. That's why it's so alarming for me to see case after case of discrimination and housing opportunities online. Recently, the Department of Housing and Urban Development took action against Facebook over concerns that its targeted advertising platform violates the Fair Housing Act by encouraging, enabling, and causing unlawful discrimination by restricting who can view housing ads. Mr. Robinson, as a simple yes or no to set the stage, in your experience, are the big tech algorithms and practices disproportionately impacting people of color?
Yes.
Thank you. I think it's important to reiterate that fact to frame our discussion. My Algorithmic Justice and Online Platform Transparency Act establishes an interagency task force composed of a broad group of agencies, including the Federal Trade Commission and Housing and Urban Development, to investigate the discriminatory algorithmic processes online. Mr. Robinson, when it comes to enforcement, do you believe including sector-specific expertise like HUD for housing is important to effectively document and police instances of discrimination within specific industries?
Yes.
Mr. Robinson, are you aware of instances in which Facebook or other platforms have designed their products in a manner that allow advertisers or sellers to discriminate in ways that are inconsistent with the country's anti-discrimination laws?
Yes, and I've spoken to them about it directly.
Okay, fine, thank you. I'm very concerned about youth mental health. I mean, I have grandchildren, teenagers, and I really see the fact that they're so connected to their social media through their devices. Now, recent revelations from our witnesses here today, Ms. Hogan, confirmed that many of us already knew to be true, that social media is harming the mental health of America's youth, especially pernicious for teen girls, and that Facebook is aware of the problem. The results of these internal documents speak for themselves. Teens blame Instagram for increases in anxiety and depression. Instagram made body image issues worse for 1 in 3 teen girls. Ms. Hogan, clearly there is a potent mix of psychology and engineering at play here. Can you describe, or can you tell me about the backgrounds of the employees that these companies hire to help them exploit youth psychology with targeted algorithms?
Facebook employs researchers who have PhDs, who may or may not have expertise specifically in child psychology. And there are specifically advocates who work with external partners to develop things like the interventions on self-harm. The question, though, is how much does that actually reach people? When I was there was a dashboard for the self-harm dashboard, which Facebook loves to promote, and it was only being shown hundreds of times per day. There's a question of what scale of intervention should Facebook be doing, and I don't believe Facebook is acting strongly enough to protect our children.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And I thank you very much for what you've done too. So I yield back.
Gentlelady's time expires. She yields back. Okay, Chair's going to recognize Mr. Welsh for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I really want to thank all three of you and Mr. Steyer for your testimony. The clarity with which you presented the dynamic that now exists is overwhelming, and I think shared on both sides of the aisle. We've got a business model where amplifying conflict amplifies profit, and the two casualties of that business model are our democracy and our children. And I'm going to lay out my thoughts, and I want your response to this. But in a democracy, it depends ultimately on trust and norms. And the algorithms that are promoting engagement are about conflict versus cooperation. They're about blame versus acceptance. And I see what is happening as a profoundly threatening development for the capacity of us as citizens to engage with one another and sort out the conflicts that are legitimate disputes among us. And secondly, the horrendous use of a business model that attacks the self-esteem of our kids. And I don't care whether those kids come from a family that supported Donald Trump or a family that supported Joe Biden. We all love our kids, and they all have the same challenges when they're trying to find their identity. And to have a business model that essentially erodes those prospects and those efforts is one business model that we have to challenge. My view on this is I've listened to you and also heard the proposals that I'm supportive of from my colleagues, is that we need more than one-off legislation to address what is a constantly evolving situation. And in the past, our government, in order to protect the public interest in the common good, has created agencies like the Interstate Commerce Commission, like the Securities and Exchange Commission, an agency that is funded, that is staffed with experts, that has capacity for rulemaking, and can engage in the investigation, just as an example, of algorithms. So my view is that Congress needs to establish a commission, which I'm calling the Digital Markets Act. It would set up an independent commission with 5 commissioners. It would have civil penalty authority. It would hire technology experts to oversee technology companies. It would test algorithms and other technology to ensure that any technology is free from bias and would not amplify potentially harmful content. The commission will be authorized to engage in additional research on an ongoing basis that's needed for us to have oversight of the industry. So this is the approach I think Congress needs to take. It's not about free speech, by the way, because it's not about good ideas or bad ideas. You make a good point, Ms. Frederick. And it's not about good people versus bad people. It's like recognizing that, no, Mr. Zuckerberg, you're not in charge of the community forum, that we have a democracy that we have to defend, we have children that we want to protect. So I'm just going to go, I'll ask you, Ms. Haugen, what's your view about that as an approach to address many of the problems that you've brought to our attention?
I think one of the core dynamics that has brought us to the place that we're at today is that Facebook knows that no one can see what they're doing. They can claim they're doing whatever they're doing, and they've actively gaslit investigators, researchers, academics for years when they identified real problems. We need somebody. It can be a commission, it could be a regulator, but it needs someone who has the authority to demand real data from Facebook, someone who has investigatory responsibility.
Mr. Robinson, thank you.
We demanded for years Facebook conduct a civil rights audit. They eventually committed to in front of the United States Senate. They went about doing it, and now we have found out all the places in which they lied and held back information.
And what's your view about my suggestion of an independent commission?
Color of Change supports the creation of a data protection agency and believes that it needs to have civil rights expertise involved.
And Mr. Steyer, if you're still there?
Yes, I'm here, Congressman Welch. I think that idea deserves very serious consideration. As I've said, and I think other witnesses and congresspeople have said, this deserves a comprehensive approach. So I think your proposal deserves very serious consideration because we have to hold the tech companies accountable, period, full stop.
Okay, thank you very much. My time is up, and I'm sorry I didn't get to you, Ms. Frederick. Appreciate it.
I would have disagreed anyway, sir.
Pardon me?
I would have disagreed anyway, sir.
Okay. That's okay.
Duly noted. Okay, let's see. Chair's going to recognize Mr. Schrader for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate everyone being here at this hearing. We definitely have to figure out what to do, and you all give us a lot of food for thought. Ms. Haugen, want to give you a lot of credit for stepping up. It's very, very, very difficult to do. Occasionally, some of us do that here in this body, and I share your pain, frankly, in having to do that. I'm deeply disturbed by that Facebook has breached its duty to act responsibly when it potentially has stood to benefit from the misery and suffering of a number of its users. It's just totally inappropriate. It appears that Facebook knew that its products were causing harm to the American people, particularly the mental health of young people, as we've heard here today. And Facebook has not responded, as I've listened to the testimony from you all. This should raise concerns for every member of our committee. It appears to be that way, and indeed each and every American. Democracy, public safety, the health of our families and our children in particular coming at the cost of profit for these companies. Power to connect all people around the world could be great, but it needs to be checked by democratic norms, human rights, and the rule of law. Hard part is getting to the solution at the end of the day. How do we avoid censorship, to Ms. Frederick's point, I think, and at the same time allow people to communicate in an honest and open way that does not advantage one side or the other. So just to hit a couple points, Facebook and companies like it, promise to police themselves. You guys have talked about that. Ms. Haugen, in your opinion and firsthand experience, is it particularly naive of us or even negligent of us to expect Facebook and other entities to self-police themselves for our benefit?
I believe there are at least two criteria for self-governance. The first is that Facebook must tell the truth, which they have not demonstrated. They have not earned our trust that they would actually surface to us dangers when they encounter them. The second thing, they've actively denied it when they've been asked about specific allegations. The second criteria is when they encounter conflicts of interest between the public good and their own interests, do they resolve them in a way that it would be aligned with the common good? And they don't. And so in a world where they actively lie to us and they resolve conflicts on the side of their own profits and not the common good, we have to have some mechanism. And that might be a commission or a regulator, but someone has to be able to get truth out of these companies because they're currently lying to us.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Frederick, you've hit the nail on the head when it comes to viewpoint censorship. I mean, it's in the eye of the beholder to a large degree. So how do we deal with that? Based on your experience and your extensive research and firsthand history, what is a way to get at avoiding viewpoint censorship, but again, getting the clarity that you all have spoken to on the panel here?
I think, put simply, you anchor any sort of legislative reforms to the standard of the First Amendment. So what the Constitution says, again, these rights are given to us by God. They were just enshrined, put on paper for Americans in the Constitution. So you make sure that any sort of reforms flow from that anchored standard to the First Amendment.
Okay, that sounds like it's easier said than done, though, I'll be honest with you. Ms. Haugen, again, you talked about, I think in one of your testimony, that they know how to make it safer. So how should they make it safer? What, in your opinion, are some of the reforms that you would suggest? You've alluded to some already.
We've spent a lot of time today talking about censorship. One of the things that we forget is that when we focus on content, on language, that doesn't translate, right? That you have to do the solutions place by place by place, language by language, which doesn't protect the most vulnerable people in the world. That's places like what's happening in Ethiopia right now, which has 95 different dialects in their country. What we need to do is make the platform safer through product choices. That's things like, imagine Alice writes something, Bob reshares it, Carol reshares it, so now it's friends of friends. Let's imagine when it got to that point, when it got beyond friends of friends, you had to copy and paste it to share it. Have you been censored? I don't think so. It doesn't involve content. But that action alone reduces misinformation the same amount as the third-party fact-checking program. We need solutions like that, friction, that make the platform safe for everyone, even if you don't speak English. But Facebook doesn't do it because it costs them little slivers of profit every time they do it.
Sounds like a complicated, it's going to be complicated to do this because you're dealing with how to affect the algorithms in a more positive way without bias, ostensibly. And I guess I'm out of time, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Cardenas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also Ranking Member Lotta for having this very important hearing. And again, this is not the first time that we're discussing this issue on behalf of the American people who elected us to do our job, which is to make sure that they do continue with their freedoms, yet at the same time, the harm that can be prevented does not come to them. I'd like to first start off by submitting, for the record, a letter by the National Hispanic Media Coalition in support of HR 5596, Justice Against Malicious Algorithms Act of 2021. And also, I'd like to say to Ms. Haugen, the information you provided to the public about Facebook's internal deliberations and how the company has dealt with or chosen not to deal with some of the more pressing issues it faces has been illuminating to all of us. So thank you so much for your brave willingness to come out and speak the truth. One issue of critical importance to me is the Spanish language disinformation that has flooded social media platforms, including Facebook, but also other social media sites as well. One example is the level of the company's resources dedicated to Spanish language misinformation. In May, Facebook executives told Congress that I quote them, "We conduct Spanish language content review 24 hours per day at multiple global sites. Spanish is one of the most common languages used on our platforms and is also one of the highest resource languages when it comes to the content review," end quote. Yet in February of 2020, the product risk assessment indicated that, quote, "We're not good at detecting misinfo in Spanish or lots of other media types," end quote. And another internal report warned that Facebook had, quote, "no policies to protect against targeted suppression," end quote. Ms. Haugen, in your testimony, you note that we should be concerned about how Facebook's products are used to influence vulnerable populations. Is it your belief that Facebook has blatantly lied to Congress and the American people?
Facebook is very good at giving you data that just sidesteps the question that you asked. So it's probably true that Spanish is one of the most resourced languages at Facebook, but when overwhelmingly the misinformation budget, so 87% goes to English, it doesn't matter if Spanish is one of your top funded languages beyond that, if you're giving it just like tiny slivers of resources. I live in a place that is predominantly Spanish speaking, and this is a very personal issue for me. Facebook has never been transparent with any government around the world on how many third-party fact checkers speak each language, how many third-party fact checks are written in each language or locality, and as a result, things like Spanish misinformation are nowhere near as safe as it is for English.
Okay, so basically Facebook, do they have the resources to do a better job of making sure that they police that and actually help reduce the amount of disinformation and harm that comes to the people in this country?
Facebook is on track to make $45 billion of profit in the coming year. Of course, they have resources to solve these problems more effectively than they do today. Facebook loves to come back and say, we spent $5 billion last year, or we're going to on safety. The question is not how much they currently spend, but whether or not they spend an adequate amount. Currently, they are not keeping Spanish speakers safe at the level they do for English speakers. And that's unacceptable.
And so they do have the resources to do better or to do more, and they have the knowledge and the ability and capability to do so. They choose not to.
Yes, they have the financial resources, they have the technology, they have chosen not to invest in Spanish, they have chosen not to allocate the moderators or pay for the journalists. They are not treating Spanish speakers equally as they do English speakers.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Steyer, given the repeated evidence that Facebook is unable to moderate content with algorithmic and human reviewers adequately, can Section 230 reform change the approach that Facebook and other tech platforms take into moderating content?
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, a couple of the bills that have been referenced here, Congressman Cardenas, would actually make major progress on that. In addition, as I said earlier, the privacy by design issues that will be in next week's hearing will cover, and other measures related to reining in Facebook's transparency of algorithms will all work to fundamentally change what's currently going on. And just to echo what Ms. Haugen said, they have the resources, they have the knowledge, but unless Congress holds them accountable on a bipartisan basis, it will not happen. So the ball is really in your court on a bipartisan basis.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you very much. My time has expired. I yield back. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Carter for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you for being here. We appreciate this. This is extremely important, as you can well imagine. I want to start with you, Ms. Frederick, and it's kind of just a general question. I think you all realize that we want to keep free speech. With Democrat, Republican, I don't think there's any difference. If you're an American, that's one of the greatest freedoms that we have, and we value that freedom. We all want to keep that, and it is important. But I want to ask you, Ms. Frederick, we also want to ensure that one's free speech is not subject to any kind of political bias, particularly if it's supposedly fact checkers who are, have a bias against conservative thought, or any thought, whether it be conservative or liberal. We just don't want that bias. And it's such a, you know, this is not easy what we're trying to do here. It's not. It's tough. We want free speech, but holy cow, something's got to give here. I just want to ask you, why do you think it's necessary for us to reform Section 230 and to pass laws to keep big tech accountable rather than just rely on tech companies to self-regulate? I'll be quite honest with you. This is my 7th year here, my 4th term, and I've had the opportunity twice to have the CEO of Facebook, of Twitter, and of Google before us in a panel. And I've tried to make it as clear to them as I can. I don't want to do this. You don't want me to do this. So please clean it up yourself so I don't have to do this, because you don't want me to do this. But it seems to go in one ear and out the other. So tell me, why do you think this is necessary?
I think you're correct. I think thus far, every tactic that has been tried, it's not working, and the proof is in the pudding. And we see what this self-regulation tactic has wrought. Toxic practices that inordinately harm young American women. You look at, when it comes to TikTok, the one thing that instances of people coming into hospitals developing actual tics have in common, according to reporting from the Wall Street Journal, is that they all follow influencers on TikTok who have some sort of Tourette's tic. So of those toxic practices, those behaviors, those social issues that they're exacerbating, plus rampant censorship that you talked about, right now, as it stands, it's a veritable race to the bottom.
Ms. Hogan, I'm going to ask you the same question, give you the opportunity to respond as well. Just why do you think it's necessary? Do you think it's necessary to reform Section 230? And you know, because they're not responding. I've tried it. I've done it twice. I've had them before, the CEOs before me twice, and it ain't working. We got to do something.
We've talked about over and over again today about the nature of censorship. The thing that I think we need to figure out something to change the incentives is Facebook knows lots and lots of solutions that aren't about picking good or bad ideas. That's what we've been arguing a lot about today, is them picking out ideas. They have ways of changing the product to make it safer, but they have no incentive right now to make those trade-offs. You know, the thing like I talked about, the reshares, that takes a little sliver of profit away from them. And they keep not doing these things or not telling us about them because their only incentive is profit. We need to do something to change the incentives that these companies—
Is that truly their only incentive?
Profit? I think they do face, you know, liability, right? Like they have a fiduciary duty to their shareholders. A lot of the things we're talking about here are trade-offs between long-term harms and short-term profits, right? I think genuinely good reform of Facebook will make it more profitable 10 years from now because fewer people will quit. But when you look on a short-term by short-term basis, they're unwilling to trade off these slivers of profit for a safer product.
Okay, I want to get to this one final question. I'm running out of time here. By profession, I'm a pharmacist, and I've dealt with drug addiction and with prescription drug addiction, and all of you know that in 2020, drug overdose deaths increased by 55%, and you know how accessible these drugs are over the internet, and that is disturbing. And you know that many of them are laced with fentanyl, and you're familiar with this. But my question, and I'll direct it to you, Ms. Frederick, yes or no? Would this proposal theoretically, the proposal by the big tech platforms on the sale of illegal drugs on their platforms, and one of the proposals that Republicans have put forward is to carve out Section 230 liability protection for illegal drug trafficking on a platform. Yes or no? Do you think that would work?
Theoretically, it should, and it points to a broader problem on the platforms: drug cartels, advertisements for coyotes, trafficking people across the border illegally, foreign Islamic terrorism. Yes, I think theoretically it should help.
Okay, thank you, and I'll yield back.
As you've heard, the task before us is very difficult as we try to pursue legislation fixes to Section 230. As chair of the Tech Accountability Caucus, I believe that amending of Section 230 must be done carefully to ensure we are limiting the unintended consequences and driving the changes we really hope to achieve. The harms that were mentioned in the testimony today and the misinformation and disinformation on many platforms cannot persist if we are to continue having a healthy democracy. Promoting disordered eating, body dysmorphia, and self-harm is sending kids and teens already struggling with their mental health down a dark path that has been shown to worsen their mental health. Mr. Steyer, why are parents not able to hold these platforms accountable for pushing this type of content? And how can the reform of Section 230 impact platforms' amplification of harmful content?
Thank you very much for the question, Congresswoman. I would just tell you, first of all, because parents aren't able to hold the platforms accountable because there's no law in place that permits that, which is why reforms of Section 230 will go a long way to doing that. You have to remove some of the immunity. For example, the issues that Ms. Haugen has talked about in terms of the body image, hiding the body image research by Instagram scientists. I sat with the heads of Facebook a decade ago and told them the very same messages about Facebook. Instagram wasn't as popular then. They know this, but there is no they have legal immunity. So unless that immunity is removed for harmful behavior, like in the case of body image issues that we've discussed, they will act with impunity, as all of the witnesses have said. So I think it's extremely important that this body acts. Our prior congressperson mentioned the idea, could these guys manipulate? The answer is clearly no. Parents across the country, we have well over 100 million on Common Sense Media, do not believe that they have the power to do that. You do as Congress. So please reform Section 230 along the lines of some of the proposals that you put forward have. And second, look at a broader comprehensive approach that includes privacy by design and and antitrust and other important ways that will put the power in the hands of parents where it belongs. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you. And Mr. Robinson, first and foremost, thank you for your leadership. In your testimony, you talk about the particular challenges communities of color face online with regards to content moderation. How do we ensure that civil rights are not circumvented online and that platforms are not facilitating discrimination through moderation?
Thank you for that question, Congresswoman. We remove immunity. The fact of the matter is that the technology of the future is dragging us into the past because platforms have been given this idea and have been given these laws to believe that they are immune for a whole set of laws that people died for in this country to put on the books. And now we are sort of re-arguing and re-engaging around whether or not it is okay to discriminate against people in housing, employment, and data. These are things that should have already been settled, but now the technology of the future is dragging us into the past.
And the other thing that I think about in listening to you as chair of the Tech Accountability Task Force, we've called them out on their lack of diversity in their boardrooms, C-suites, whatever. And I can't help but think that's part of the issue too. Oh, your mic is off.
My microphone was not on, sorry. So they've left huge swaths of communities out is deeply troubling. These are choices these platforms have made. Year over year, we end up getting these all sorts of commitments from diversity and inclusion officers at these companies saying they're gonna do better. We have asked them to disaggregate their data. Sometimes they'll say, oh, we're at 2% or 3% Black, and then we ask them to disaggregate, and then we'll find out that the numbers that they'll be including bus drivers and cafeteria workers who are fighting for a living wage inside of those numbers. And so the fact of the matter is these companies are making choices every single day, and they're giving lip service to diversity, lip service to inclusion, and then creating all sorts of technologies that harm us all.
Thank you so very much. My time is up.
Could I add a tiny sliver? It's even worse when we talk about international representation from the global south. Facebook has built the internet for the global south. For majority of languages in the world, Facebook is the internet, 80 to 90% of that content in their language, and they have almost no representation from the global south.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Who's next? Go ahead. Recognize Mr. Mullen.
I'd like to recognize Mr. Mullen now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to be pretty quick here. We've been talking about Section 230 and the protection that that these companies seem to hide behind, and some of the abuse. And I'm not trying to play politics here. I'm just bringing up what has happened just in the last week. And underneath Section 230, it's supposed to be the town square where you can post anything and no one's held responsible for it. And in those parameters, obviously you can't make a direct threat or a death threat at somebody, and these platforms that took it a little bit farther to show extremist views, but they're becoming political platforms, and we know this. And so this is kind of what I wanted to bring about. Miss Frederick, as you know, Google recently prohibited abortion pill reversal advertisement that was supported by pro-life organizations. Then they turned around and allowed advertisement to continue for medication-assisted abortion pills to support pro-life or pro-abortion groups. When we start talking about Section 230, was this what it was designed for? To limit someone's ability to voice their opinion and allow somebody to say that it is or isn't? I mean, we have, this is what this country does. We have opposite views, and we air them out, we talk about it. But completely eliminating one person's view and just putting stuff that you agree with, that doesn't fall within Section 230, does it, Ms. Frederick?
Not at all. And this is why the FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, says that Section 230 right now amounts to a regulatory legal advantage for one set of political actors. And we see the disparity between what big tech companies censor coming from the right and then what they censor that maybe cleaves to a leftist narrative that they approve of. If you look at the hypocrisy, it's rampant, as we talked about just in the national security space. Iranian officials, North Korean officials, CCP spokespeople, the Taliban, all of these people are free to say what they want on these tech companies. Usually it's a vociferous or even an obstreperous right who says, what is going on here? This hypocrisy, it can't stand, and then they maybe think about it, they maybe say this is human error and redress those issues, but that doesn't happen often, and it doesn't happen unless we talk very seriously or at least flag these issues. So this is not what Section 230 was created for. We need to realign it with Congress's original intent, but it's being abused right now.
I couldn't agree with you more on that. So with that, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Okay, who's next? Chair recognizes Ms. Craig for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, both you and to Ranking Member Latta for holding this really, really important hearing. Thank you so much for the witness testimony. We've been talking about Section 230 reform in various formats, I know, for many years, and some of the folks who've been here for more than a decade have brought that up today. And I'm glad we're finally diving into some specific pieces of legislation, whether they're perfect or not. As Mr. Steyer noted, children and young adults are living much of their lives online in a world that is created by the various tech platforms. That world is increasingly controlled by algorithms over which young people and their parents have absolutely no control. This lack of control has a real-world impact on people and families in our communities. One example is the role that as you've talked about today, these platforms play in the sale of illegal drugs to young members in our communities. You've talked about it a lot today, but I just want to describe what I experienced a month ago, back in October. I joined community members in a small Mississippi River town called Hastings in my congressional district. And we gathered to talk about the opioid and fentanyl crisis because we've had too many young people who we've lost in that community. During that event, I listened to the story of a woman, a mother who's now become an advocate by the name of Bridget Noring. She lost her son, Devin, in a tragic and accidental overdose after he bought a pill through a Snapchat interaction. Devin thought the pill was a common painkiller that would help him with his debilitating migraines. Instead, it was laced with fentanyl. The questions that Bridget has, they really get right to the point for all of you. How can we trust platforms to ensure the best outcomes for our society when too many young people like Devin have been lost because of those algorithms that don't account for human safety and well-being? How do we make smart, long-lasting, and constructive changes to these laws to ensure that online environments are a place where young people can learn and build communities safely, not be pushed toward destructive or harmful content simply because it's the thing that is most likely to get the most clicks? I believe that the answers lie somewhere in some of the bills that are before us today, and I guess I just start with Ms. Haugen for my first question. Can you help us understand how Facebook and the other tech companies you've worked for factor the impact on children and young adults into their decision-making? And does that real-world impact and potential cause does it shape their algorithm development at all at this point?
And Mr. Robinson mentioned the lack of diversity at these tech companies. One of the groups that is never represented amongst tech company employees is children. And it's important for us to also acknowledge that many of the people who found startups or who populate even large companies are people who are very young. You know, they're under the age of 30 and they almost always don't have children. I think the role of children and acknowledging them as people and as people who have different needs is not present enough at tech companies. And that means that often, just as diversity is usually not designed in from the start, acknowledgement of the needs of children is also usually not designed in from the start. And as a result, it doesn't get as much support as it needs.
Thank you for that. A follow-up maybe for Mr. Steyer. In your work at Common Sense, you identified specific solutions to address the sale of illegal drugs on tech platforms. How do you see that issue addressed in any of these bills, or not addressed in the bills? Are there gaps that you think we also need to put more thought into?
Very good question, Congresswoman Craig. So first of all, I think most of the bills will remove liability for harmful behavior, and that clearly would fall under that category. So I think that several of the bills in front of you, and a couple of the ones that have been mentioned by other members, will actually address that. I think your point is extremely well taken, Congresswoman, because the thing that will move this forward and that will, I believe, get this committee to act in a way that will have an extraordinarily important impact for kids and families across the country, no matter what politics they have, is the focus on children. And you have the power to do that. And if we reform Section 230 and remove the liability protections around harmful behaviors, like the drug sales you're talking about, that will be an extraordinarily important move forward. So I really urge you all to do this on a bipartisan basis now. The parents of America are counting on you.
Thank you so much for that answer. And, you know, I have 4 boys. It's too late. They range in age from 18 to 24 to be able to impact their lives, but I have an 8-week-old grandson, and it sure as damn better not take us another decade to figure this out. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Fletcher.
Thank you, Chairman Doyle. Thanks to you and Ranking Member Latta for organizing and holding this hearing today. And thank you to all of the witnesses who are here today. Your testimony has been very useful for all of us. And listening to you and my colleagues today, as we've addressed these issues over time, as I said, this isn't our first hearing. But it is clear that the legislation we're talking about today, the things that we're taking up to address Section 230 is important. And as is the broader approach that Mr. Welch discussed, and as Mr. Schrader and Ms. Kelly both said, this is not at all easy to do, because we're talking about how we balance a lot of interests here, a lot of challenges. We want to protect our children. We want to protect the free exchange of ideas in our marketplace of ideas. And that's really the foundation of a democratic society, right? Exchange of ideas and debate, and ultimately, hopefully, some consensus. But what we have learned and are continuing to learn is that some of these addictive design features have not only the potential to sow division and extremism, but the actual effect of doing so. And as we've heard today, what we saw in some of the Wall Street Journal reporting and the Facebook files, that Facebook made some changes to that algorithm that were meant to encourage people to interact more with friends and family through meaningful social interaction, but they actually did something very different. And I know that I'd like to direct my questions to Ms. Haugen a little bit. We know, we've read and we've heard from your testimony that researchers within the company, as well as online publishers who used Facebook to drive traffic to their websites, warned the company that divisive, toxic, and inflammatory content was being rewarded by the algorithm and pushed into more and more users' news feeds. So, Ms. Haugen, can you talk a little bit about how and why the algorithm had such a different and devastating result than was intended? Can you talk a little bit about that? And then I have a follow-up after that if we have time.
Mark Zuckerberg said in 2018 that engagement-based ranking, i.e. prioritizing content based on its ability to elicit a reaction from you, was dangerous because people were drawn to engage with extreme content, even when they asked them afterwards, did you like that? And they said no. And he said, but don't worry, AI will save us, ignoring the fact that the AIs that they built were insufficient. What happens is there's two sides to the problem. One is that publishers see that if they make content that has more negative comments, the more negative the comments on your content, the more likely you get a click back to your site, the more likely a publisher makes money off of that interaction. So there's an incentive for publishers to make more and more divisive and polarizing content. The second side is that the algorithm gives more reach and distribution to people if it's more likely to elicit a reaction. And so any thread that causes controversy versus one that brings reconciliation will get more distribution in the system. This has been known in psychology for years, that it's easier to elicit anger from someone than compassion, and it's known inside the company. But they don't change it because the way the system is built today causes you to produce the most content. Because when it elicits that reaction from you, a comment, a like, or reshare, it encourages the other person to keep making content. So this is not here for us to have more meaningful interactions. It's so that we can be a tool for more content to be produced.
Okay, thank you. So following up on that, and I think you addressed it a little bit already in your response to Mr. Carter and some of the discussions that we've had already today, but can you talk a little bit about, I mean, that's one thing to have the stated goal to do this. Is it possible for the platforms to change their algorithms or their other practices, some of which you talked about earlier, to promote healthy user engagement and reduce some of these negative outcomes? And coupled with that, can you just talk about the ways that you think Congress can help make that happen?
Facebook has lots of solutions that lead to less misinformation, less polarization, more divisiveness that don't require us picking and choosing which ideas are good. I'll give you an example. They have a picker that allows you to reshare not to one group, but to many groups simultaneously. They don't have to have that feature. They have it because it makes the platform grow faster. But that feature causes more misinformation, and they know that because a small number of people are hyper spreaders. When we add friction to the system, when we make people make intentional choices to spread information, it happens to be we get less violence, we get less hate speech for free. We don't have to pick and choose the individual things. The question is, how do we incentivize Facebook to make these decisions? Because in order to make them, they have to sacrifice little slivers of growth. And the reality is we have to create incentives that counterweigh these profit motives if we want Facebook to act in the common good.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that testimony, and I am out of time, so Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
General Lady yields back. I think that is all the members of the subcommittee, so now we're going to those members who have waved on, and we will start with Dr. Burgess.
I thank the chair for the recognition. Thank you all for your testimony and your ability to survive during a very lengthy congressional hearing. And I appreciate your input and your attendance today. Ms. Frederick, if I could just ask you on the issue of the fact that we know that platforms do use algorithms to filter content and to help identify posts or information that might violate their content moderation policies. But the sheer volume of that content that they have to evaluate, can you give us some guidance as how Congress might incentivize fair and accurate enforcement of content moderation policies by the tech companies that have the Section 230 liability?
So I think there are a couple ways to do that. As I said before, use that First Amendment as a standard to reform Section 230. And then I think that companies should implement a user-friendly appeals process to provide that prompt and meaningful recourse for users who think that they've been wrongfully targeted for their speech. So basically, give power back to the hands of the people and not the platforms itself. Let them actually use the judicial system to address those issues. And I really think we should examine discrepancies in between what these companies say they do, what they say they stand for. These are US-based companies, their terms of service, their policies, and those implementation. If there's a discrepancy, why not bring them up on breach of contract? Why not examine them as possible cases of fraud? So you have to give the people some efficacy against these platforms because, frankly, they're not afraid. They're not afraid of Congress. They're not afraid of you, especially on the right side of the aisle. They do not fear the use or the incentivization of any of these mechanisms to cause them to fix what they've been doing wrong.
I have an impression that you're correct. They don't. They don't fear on this side of the dais. So, and kind of what you're talking about there is a way to increase the transparency of the algorithms that that are used on those platforms. So is there a way to get to the transparency without jeopardizing the proprietary business nature of the information?
I think there's a difference between proprietary designs of algorithms and then reporting and details on how these algorithms affect users and impact users on the platform. So that distinction should be made. And when we're incentivizing algorithmic transparency, I do think there has to be a public availability component, and there has to be some sort of teeth. Again, we have institutions that exist for a reason. The FTC exists for a reason. There are enforcement mechanisms that already exist. We don't have to expand government power. We don't have to weaponize it, but we do need to give this some teeth.
Well, let me just ask you, Ms. Haugen, do you think that transparency, that insight exists within the company, say a company like Facebook? Are they aware that this occurs?
That there's not a recourse for over enforcement, or what's the exact
Right.
question?
So the algorithms that are developed for content moderation, are they aware of the effect that has on the end user?
They're very aware that people have a very strong emotional response when their content is moderated, and they're very aware that the amount of content that has to be moderated is so high that I don't want to describe them as shortcuts, but they make many optimizations that lead potentially to inaccurate enforcement.
Sure, it gets back to the sheer volume
Yeah,
argument.
exactly.
Well, let me ask you something, because when your testimony before the Senate came out, the Wall Street Journal did their series of articles on Facebook. And I heard an interview with Dr. Sanjay Gupta on CNN talking about teen suicide. Interesting comments that he had. And then he went further and said, it's far in excess in teenage girls, in adolescent girls. And apparently, if you look at the studies, that is the case. And some of it does seem to be related to screen time and usage. Is this something that is known internally within the company?
Facebook has done proactive investigations. They have things called proactive incident responses. So these are things where they hear a rumor and they go check for it. They know that you can follow very neutral interests like healthy eating, and just by clicking on the content provided, be led to anorexia content. Like that's what the algorithms do. They lead to amplification. They know that children sometimes self-soothe, that as they get more depressed, as they get more anxious, they consume more and more and more content. And when the content itself is the driving factor on the problem, that leads to tragedy. And Facebook is aware of all those things.
You know, one of the things that strikes me, and I'm a physician in my former life, to be able to have that information available to caregivers so that they're aware of the clues or cues that should be sought. You know, we're all trained to ask about whether someone is depressed, whether someone is worried about hurting themselves or someone else. But here it seems so specific, and it seems like the information that the company could make available to doctors, nurses, caregivers in general, it seems like that should be something that is just done, but I get the impression that it's not.
I've been told by governmental officials in other countries that they have asked Facebook things like, how many children are overexposed to self-harm content? And Facebook says, we don't track what content is self-harm content, so we don't know. I think Facebook has some willful ignorance with regard to the harms against children, where they have intentionally not investigated or invested resources in understanding these problems because they are afraid that they would have to do something if they could concretely know what was going on.
Yeah, gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, it seems like we have an obligation to inform the provider community that this is important and this is something that should be actively sought when taking a history with a patient. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schakowsky for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for allowing to wave on to this really extraordinary hearing. And I want to thank all of the panelists. This has been so important. And I would especially like to thank the testimony of Ms. Haugen, and thank you for your courage and your strength in testifying today and really clarifying for the committee and for the public the incredible harms that can be created online. So yesterday, I introduced a bill called the FTC Whistleblower Act with my colleague, Representative Trahan. And this legislation would protect whistleblowers that provide information to the Federal Trade Commission's Federal Trade Commission from retaliation from their brave and courageous activities by disclosing the kinds of things that we think need to be disclosed. So here's my question for you. Why is it, and can you explain to us why you brought your evidence to the Securities and Exchange Commission? How'd that decision get made?
My lawyers advised me that by disclosing to the SEC, I would receive federal whistleblower protections. I think it's extremely important for us to expand those protections, both to private companies, because if I had been at TikTok, I would not have been eligible for those protections. So
in your view, are whistleblowers who want to expose wrongdoing or help to defend consumers by reporting to the Federal Trade Commission protected under that law?
Was the question, are they protected under FTC? Or that they should be?
Well, my question is, under what you did, would not protect them.
Oh, yeah.
If they went to the, if they were revealing something from the Federal Trade Commission.
I think this is an issue that both the right and the left can get behind. Like when the right worries about over-enforcement, that's a thing that we should be able to know about if it's happening inside companies. Or on the left, if we want to have democratic control of these institutions, no one but the employees at these platforms knows what's going on except the employees. So we need to have whistleblower protections in more parts of the government. And I strongly encourage having protections for former employees also, because that clarity in the law is vitally important.
So then you do believe that establishing some sort of legal protection against retaliation and, whistleblower protections at the Federal Trade Commission would be important. But I hear you also saying that the fact that it is like agency by agency, that we don't have any kind of umbrella protection for consumer whistleblowers is a problem, as you see it.
It's a huge, huge problem. We are living in a time when technology is accelerating. Technology is always, governance has always lagged behind technology. And as technology gets faster and faster and more opaque, it becomes more and more important for us to have systemic protections for whistleblowers if we want to remain with the government in control of these things. Technology needs to live in democracy's house.
Thank you. Really, that was the only question that I had. I just wanted to raise the issue that you needed to go there on the advice of your attorneys because that was a place that you would have protection. But the fact that ordinary people who have legitimate claims that know things that need to be shared do not have that protection right now. I actually didn't know that it also did not apply to ex-federal employees, and I think that they should be covered as well.
I want to really emphasize again that concept of private versus public employees. So if I had worked at a private company like TikTok, I would not have received protections from the SEC. And I want a thing that is not necessarily obvious to people is that companies are going public later and later and later. They're huge companies by the time they go public. And so we need to have laws that protect across the federal government whistleblowers, and they need to be at private and public companies.
So you're saying that only those corporations that have gone public right now would be included?
My understanding, I'm not a lawyer, my
Okay.
understanding is if I had been at a private company, I would not have gotten SEC protections because the whistleblower program at the SEC only covers public employees.
General Lady's time has expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Pence for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Doyle and Ranking Member Lotta, for allowing me to join today, and thank the witnesses for their testimony and answering the questions. While I'm encouraged that this hearing represents a positive step towards reforming Section 230, I hope we can create bipartisan bills for consideration. Republicans on this committee have put forth thoughtful reforms to Section 230 that would greatly rein in big tech's unchecked authority to silence hardworking Hoosiers and all Americans. I encourage my colleagues in the majority to continue to include proposals from this side of the aisle on issues affecting all of our constituents. As I stated during our hearing earlier this year with big tech CEOs, these platforms have become reminiscent of all-encompassing monopolies. Whether it was Standard Oil or Ma Bell, most of the country had no choice but to rely on their services. Likewise, social media platforms connect every aspect of our lives, from family photos to political opinions. Even representatives in Congress are all but required to have a Facebook and Twitter account to reach our constituents, which is very bothersome to a 65-year-old congressman. Big tech claims to understand the gravity of their influence, but their actions say otherwise. Twitter allows the supreme leader of Iran to have a megaphone to proclaim derogatory statements against Jewish culture and endorse violence against the U.S. and Western world, which I called out in earlier committee hearing. They continue to allow the Chinese Communist Party to peddle propaganda. Here at home, Google allegedly tried to use their own advertising monopoly to financially harm a conservative news outlet, The Federalist, as one of the witnesses today talked about, and other companies as well. When Jack Dorsey announced his departure from Twitter on Monday, he ended his message wishing they would be the most transparent company in the world. I hope this commitment reverberates across the entire industry. Hoosiers and all Americans should know exactly how these companies are profiting off the personal information of its users, how IP has been stolen by adversarial countries like China, and how social media platforms give megaphones to dictators and terrorists while manipulating addictive qualities of posts, likes, and comments to hook our children into their service. We should have a better understanding behind big tech's decision to moderate content under their Section 230 shield. Ms. Haugen, I'm hoping you can comment on a suggested reform to Section 230 that I don't necessarily agree with or disagree with. I just want to get your thoughts on this. It's been suggested that a revised version of Section 230 for the treatment of a publisher or speaker would read, and I quote, No provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as a publisher or speaker of any speech protected by the First Amendment wholly provided by another information content provider unless such provider or user intentionally encourages, solicits, or generates revenue from that speech. If this language was signed into law, how would this affect social media platforms' ability to monetize higher engagement from harmful rhetoric?
I'm not a lawyer, so I don't understand necessarily the nuances. Is the difference between the current version and that version that if you profit from the content, then you're liable? Like, I'm not sure what the current wording of the law is.
If you're promoting, you would no longer have protection.
If you were monetizing it? If you were monetizing
If
it?
you're promoting, yes.
Um,
Monetizing it, correct.
I do not support removing 230 protections from individual pieces of content because it is basically, it's functionally impossible to do and have products like we have today. If we called out the idea that you would have to, that if it was in a place like Facebook, it's actually quite hard to say which piece of content led to monetization, right? So if you look at a feed of 30 posts,
But if they're
post-
shooting it out all over the place because
Yeah.
it's negativity or anger or hatred. And let me ask, in the time of rating, Ms. Frederick, could you answer that real quick?
I'm also not a lawyer, but I do like money. So that gives me a little bit of pause when we think about people's ability to monetize their livings on these platforms. Because part of the problem we know is that normal people who just want to have a business and maybe have some skepticism about what public health officials say, when they question that dogma or that orthodoxy or that leftist narrative, they're suspended or banned from the platform. So I want to protect the individual and the individual rights more than anything.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you,
Chair
Mr.
now
Chairman.
recognizes Ms. Castor for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman Doyle, for calling this very important hearing, and thank you to our witnesses. And to Ms. Haugen, you're courageous, and I think we all owe you a debt of gratitude for blowing the whistle on Facebook's harmful corporate operation, the design of their platform. They know the damage they're causing, and yet they look the other way and fatten their wallets at the same time. And Mr. Steyer, thank you for your years of commitment to keeping our children safe online. Thank you for your advice as we drafted the Kids Privacy Act, the update to COPPA. Hopefully we'll get to privacy as we move design reform and Section 230 reform along as well. And Mr. Robinson, thank you. Let's get into Section 230 a little bit. You say we should not nullify consumer safety or civil rights laws. We shouldn't encourage illegal, harmful behavior. I mean, we don't allow this to happen in the real world. We shouldn't allow it to happen in the online world. Section 230, courts have interpreted this section to provide, and remember, this was adopted in 1996, a world away from where we are now online. But the courts have interpreted Section 230 as almost a complete immunity from liability for what happens on their platform, no matter how illegal, harmful. It's so flagrantly bad that judges now are asking the Congress to please weigh in and reform Section 230. So that's why I filed the Safe Tech Act with Congressman McEachin, who was on earlier. The Safe Tech Act would remove Section 230 liability, the liability shield for violations of civil rights laws, antitrust laws, stalking, harassment, intimidation laws, international human rights laws, and wrongful death actions. Some of the bills, the other bills on the agenda today, focus on the algorithmic amplification or targeting that leads to certain harms. Do we need to blend these approaches, or would you highlight one over the other? I'll start with you, Mr. Robinson.
I think we need multiple approaches, and I think we need to start by by removing all the immunity that these companies have when it comes to violating existing law, both in terms of amplification and in terms of sort of what they allow on their platform. The fact of the matter is that this has to go hand in hand, though, with transparency. Because what we end up with is these companies determining when they let us know or when we get to know. We just got a whole new set of documents through the Washington Post that let us know that they had done all sorts of internal research to actually show, and I know there's been a lot of conversation here today about this idea of conservative bias, but in fact, Black people were sort of much more likely to have their content pulled down than white people on the platform for similar levels of violations. Time and time again, this was Facebook's own internal research. They got the research, then they squashed that research. So we end up with these conversations about this idea of conservative bias when their own research tells them something different, and then they refuse to do anything about it because they have immunity.
That blended approach.
Blended.
Ms. Haugen, what's your view?
I agree that we need multiple approaches. Just removing immunity will not be sufficient. We need to have ways of being able to get information out of these companies, because one of the things that is lacking for Facebook, that is not lacking for any similarly powerful industry, is because they've hid the data, they've hid the knowledge. You can't get a master's degree in the things that drive Facebook right now or any of the other social media companies. You have to learn it inside the company, is that we lack public muscle to approach these problems, to develop our own solutions. And until we have something more systematic, we will not be able to hold these companies accountable.
Mr. Steyer?
Mr. Steyer had to leave early. I'm sorry, I should have made that announcement. We thank him for being on the panel, but he's not with us anymore.
Ms. Frederick, do you want to weigh in on the design and the algorithmic amplification in Section 230 reform? What's your view?
So Section 230 reform generally, I think, again, it starts with that First Amendment standard, and then you allow people to have recourse in courts, and then you let companies, or you make sure that companies report their content moderation methodology, their practices, to some sort of mechanism like the FTC with that public availability component, and then you add algorithmic transparency into that as well. So it's the public availability component that I think helps give people power back when it comes to them standing up against these companies and their concentrations of power.
Thank you all very much.
Time
I
has
yield back.
expired. Let's see, Mr. Crenshaw, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Ms. Haugen, I'd like to start with you, please. You were a lead product manager at the Civic Misinformation Department at Facebook, or Civic Integrity, as it's sometimes called. I want you to help us understand what standards are used to decide what is misinformation and what isn't. And I know that could be an hour-long answer, if we could do a short one.
So just for clarification, people have sometimes said that my team took down, I think, the Hunter Biden story. There are 2 teams at Facebook, or more than 2 teams, that deal with misinformation. So the main misinformation team, which was under Community Integrity, uses third-party fact-checkers, which are independent journalists who identify they're allowed to make any choice they want to within the queue of stories, and then they write their own journalism, and that is how things are decided to be true or false. My team worked on—
Do you guys see any problem with outsourcing the fact-checking to people who really don't check facts, but instead check opinions? I mean, I'm a victim of that many times by these so-called journalists who are so-called fact-checkers. Is there any concern about that at Facebook?
It is a very complicated and nuanced issue. I did not work on the third-party fact-checking program, though, so I am not aware of all
But that's one standard. So any other principles that we might point to that are that would lead us to understanding what the standard is of what is misinformation, what is
Facebook's policy is very clear. They are not the arbiters of truth. So I think there is an open opportunity for public discussion on how third-party fact checks should be conducted, but that is outside the scope of the things that I worked on.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, in your testimony, you say that we must take racism head-on, finally eliminate the racially ignorant, exploitative, and harmful components of big tech. And we would do so by supporting legislation that removes liability if they do not remove content that causes irreparable harm. Now, in principle, I already have objections to that just because it's too vague, but that's not actually what I want you to address. I want you to address of whether it would be really applied neutrally across the board, that general principle of that irreparable harm.
Well, I don't know if we can absolutely get to neutrality, but we don't get to consequences when companies have blanket immunity. And right now, these companies have blanket immunity. And so as a result, we don't allow regulators, enforcers, judges, and juries to be able to do
I'm more asking about the intent of your proposals as opposed to.
my intent, the intent of our proposals is to stop allowing Silicon Valley companies to skirt civil rights and to stop allowing them to be able to decide when and where civil rights are enforced.
Right. I mean, on the one hand, I am sympathetic to it because I hate racism. And we recently had 6 people die in Wisconsin, possibly because of racism, because of posts that were on Facebook. 2015, racist posts, violent posts, 2020 again, and now 6 people are dead. Would these proposals address that as well?
The proposals would remove the profit and growth incentive over safety, integrity, and security. And so it places a set of consequences on these platforms and then gets us to a place where there's actually consequences. Right now, there are not consequences. They can come here and lie to you about transparency. They can come here and lie to you what they're doing to keep these companies safe, and you all have no recourse.
I understand.
This has been happening for years.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I appreciate your answers, and I just want to say a few things. One of the concerns we have is that it seems the advocates of censorship or content management or whatever we want to call it, they tend to want to censor in only one direction. They don't want to be neutral in their application of community standards. Second, brings to light this fundamental question: whose fault is it that human beings are horrible to one another? Whose fault is it that a bad person spreads lies or hate? Is it the medium of communication, or is it the person spreading it? This is a very fundamental question, because free speech is very messy. Our founders knew that when they wrote the First Amendment. It can result in all sorts of chaos and pain and hurt feelings because the human race is indeed what it is. But let's be clear, that's a heck of a lot better than the alternative. This independent oversight committee being discussed with an elite, unaccountable few regulating what we see and what we don't. I don't want us to go down that path. And I want to be clear about something else. Republicans and Democrats do not agree on this issue. I've observed a clever strategy by the media and some of my colleagues implying that we all agree, that we're all moving in the right direction towards the same thing. We're all mad at big tech. This is not really true. We have very different views of the problem. And as the ranking member pointed out, one of the bills being considered today puts companies on the hook for any content that causes severe emotional injury, which remains undefined and open to interpretation. It's fundamentally un-American that your hurt feelings should dictate my free speech. And I think the Democrat Party wants to censor based on vague interpretations of harmful speech and misinformation, which invariably means things they just disagree with. They can't legally infringe on the First Amendment, so bully big tech into doing it for you.
Gentleman's
We can't
time is
go down
expired.
this path. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Trahan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all our witnesses. Ms. Haugen, just let me echo what all my colleagues have said. Thanks for your bravery, bringing to light so many important issues. I worked in tech, and I can't imagine that this has been easy for you. The papers you provided have shown that when executives at Facebook and companies like it make decisions about content moderation processes and algorithmic design, that the harms caused to users are real, in many cases devastating. It's especially true for our young users already on services like Instagram, and it's true for young girls like my 7 and 11-year-old daughters who Facebook's internal plans identified as the company's next growth frontier. The fact that these companies view our children as expendable in their pursuit of profitability shows just how flawed the status quo is. Yet while these companies run ads pleading for updated internet regulations, everyone on this panel is aware that the goal of their multi-million-dollar lobbying efforts is the exact opposite. I recognize that bipartisanship can seem to be in short supply these days, like my colleague Mr. Crenshaw pointed out, but if protecting our children cannot garner the support of Republicans and Democrats alike, I truly fear for our future. There are a number of pieces of legislation either introduced already or currently in the works that all of us should be able to get behind, especially when it comes to requiring transparency. To that end, I am the author of the Social Media Data Act, which would direct the FTC to issue guidance on how internal research, much like the research published in the Facebook papers, along with a range of other internal company data, can be shared with academics in a way that protects privacy. That way, we can be informed by independent analysis of the full extent of harm that users like our children face when they open an app like Instagram. So, in your experience, Ms. Haugen, What types of internal studies are already regularly performed? Do platforms mostly perform surveys and interviews like we saw in the Facebook papers, or do they also do they employ other forms of study as well?
I want to encourage you, when you talk about having data, to encourage that in cases of aggregate data, so it's not individually identifiable data, that be made public. Because for other companies like Twitter, they have a fire hose that's 1/10 of all the tweets. And there's probably 10,000 researchers in the world that hold Twitter accountable. So if you just send it to academics, you won't reach independent consultants like myself, and you'll miss out on a huge opportunity. The second thing is, what kinds of resources exist internally? You have presentations, you have large quantitative studies. So these might be based on user data, or they might be literally surveys sent out to 50,000 people. And they do small group studies as well.
Terrific, I appreciate that. And so many of your comments have actually made some of our existing bills already stronger. Similarly, I'm working on legislation right now that would create a new bureau at the FTC focused on platform oversight and include an office of independent research facilitation. Researchers have several methods for proving causation, but the quote-unquote gold standard is randomly controlled trials, which is well understood for product safety across multiple industries. At Facebook, were you aware of whether internal researchers were doing randomly controlled trials? And if so, when in the product life cycle was that most likely to happen?
Randomized trials happen all the time. They're usually called A/B trials. For example, in the case of removing likes off of Instagram, they ran a real A/B trial where they randomly chose a number of users and removed the likes to see if it, and then surveyed them afterwards and said, did this decrease social comparison, or did this decrease a variety of mental health harms? So they have the infrastructure to run those trials. They just haven't maybe ran them on as many things as the public would want to know.
So what do you think is the likelihood in the future of platforms regularly collaborating with independent researchers, using institutional review boards and ethical best practices to design and run controlled trials?
Unless you legally mandate it, you will not get those. You just won't get them. Like, researchers have begged and begged and begged for very basic data. And for example, a couple months ago, after begging for years for a very small amount of data on the most popular links on Facebook, researchers accidentally caught that Facebook had pulled different data and then given it to them, which invalidated the PhDs of probably countless students. So we need legally mandated ways to get data out of these companies.
Which becomes very important when these companies talk about creation of things like Instagram for kids. So I appreciate that. I don't know how much time I'm going to get to this next line of questioning, and if I run out, I will submit my questions for the record because I'm so interested in your responses. But Mr. Robinson, you were one of the leaders of the Aspen Institute's Commission on Information Disorder, which recently issued a report that included suggestions for policymakers. One suggestion was that Congress require that platforms provide high-reach content disclosures or lists of popular content, and my office is currently working on text to do just that, and we would love to connect with you. But for now, can you just explain why this type of disclosure is important, how it complements several of the proposals we're discussing today, which aim to limit Section 230 immunity when recommendation algorithms are involved?
The Aspen Commission Institutes, the proposal should be taken together because we can't actually get to policy recommendations or new policies if we don't have more transparency. And this actually gets to transparency around how these algorithms are functioning, how they are sort of moving content and getting much more clear about all those things. And so that is one of the pieces in transparency that I think is really clear and essential to getting towards the next steps.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, last but certainly not least, our gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Doyle and Ranking Member Latta, for holding this important hearing on holding big tech accountable. In light of what's happened over the past year, it's abundantly clear that this body needs to act on reforming Section 230 and reining in big tech. Recent reports have shown how far social media companies will go in order to maximize profit at the expense of consumers' well-being. It is disturbing to see this callous and harmful behavior from some of our largest companies. And personally, it worries me that it took a whistleblower coming forward for us to learn about these harmful effects that these products potentially and do often have. To take on the unchecked power of big tech in Silicon Valley, my colleagues and I have proposed a comprehensive package that will hold big tech accountable and work to protect consumers and actually, most importantly, our children. I implore the majority to take up these crucial pieces of legislation and to do it now. Ms. Frederick, conservatives, especially in my district, feel as though their voices are being silenced by content regulators in Silicon Valley. How can we broadly ensure that this doesn't happen?
So what really hasn't been talked about much here is the fact that it's not even just about individual users or individual accounts or individual pieces of content. We are talking about market dominance that translates to Americans' ability to access information. You look at something like Amazon Web Services, which, Google, Apple, they took down Parler, okay, whatever, you can get it on their desktop. People weren't extremely fussed about that. But then within 24 hours, when Amazon Web Services at the cloud hosting infrastructure level pulled the plug on Parler entirely, a whole litany of conservative users were silent, lights out at the snap of a finger. Insane. So in my mind, we absolutely need to use that First Amendment standard so things can happen to the content moderation issue. We need to make sure that we increase transparency like we talked about it. Let's have some legislative teeth here. Let's incentivize those quarterly or even biannual reports when these companies report on what they're actually doing, their content moderation decisions, and the inconsistent, not even-handed application of them. And then just frankly remove liability protections when these companies censor based on political views. Again, strip that immunity when it's abused. And then finally, I think there are reforms that exist outside of Section 230. Civil society, grassroots, we need to get invigorated about this. Let's use that anti-critical race theory model to gin up the population when these abuses harm our children, which they are, which has been proven. So that civil society is huge, and states can wield power here as well. And I think a lot of good ideas have been put forward in those labs of democracy, and we should amplify those ideas and promote them as conservatives as well.
And I agree with you that First Amendment rights must be amplified and must be maintained. Additionally, we see harmful impact that social media is having on children. And you recognize this is a significant concern of mine and my colleagues. The potential lasting psychological impacts that come with endless contests and are readily accessible to so many users. Ms. Frederick, can you talk about the information that you exposed and how you feel we as members of Congress must be able to further utilize that?
So I wasn't the one who exposed any of this information. I just read it in the paper, like most people. However, what I learned from working at this company was they are concerned about growth at all costs, which translates to bottom line at all costs, which translates to PR problems and brand and reputation concerns. So they should focus on the brand and reputation concern and recognize that these children, when they have these devices in their hands, they do not yet have fully formed consciences to deal with the effects that that device is emitting. So I think that people need to rethink the way that these devices impact children. We need to rethink whether or not children can even have these devices. As was mentioned earlier, famously, tech oligarchs, they don't give their kids these devices. There's a reason for that, and that should be all you need to know.
Ms. Haugen, can you, as the individual who did this, can you comment on how this will move forward in being able to protect our children?
Which affects the things that she just described?
Yes, exactly what was just described by Ms. Frederick.
We have huge opportunities to protect our children in more effective ways. We need more transparency on children who are exposed to these harms. We need to know what Facebook is actually doing to protect kids. They've been using the efforts that they've done so far, like things like they have a help center that comes up occasionally. They've promoted that as if it's a huge intervention, but only hundreds of kids see it per day. So we need transparency. We need like a parent board that can weigh in on these decisions. And we need to have independent academic researchers have enough access that we can know what the effects are on our kids. Until we have those things, we're not going to be able to protect children adequately.
Gentleman's time has
I see
expired.
my time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So this concludes the witness testimony and questions for our first panel. I want to thank all of our witnesses. Ms. Haugen, when Congress finally acts, I won't say if Congress finally acts, I'll say when, you will be chiefly responsible for whatever happens here through the brave step that you took to come forward and open up the door and shine a light on what was really happening here. So I thank you for being here. Mr. Robinson, Ms. Frederick, Mr. Steyer, all of you, thank you so much. Your testimony and your answering of our questions have been very helpful. We are committed to working in a bipartisan fashion to get some legislation done. So with that, I will dismiss you with our thanks and gratitude, and we're going to bring the second panel in. Thank you.
Thank you for having us. See you soon.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're ready to roll. Okay. Welcome. And we're ready to introduce our witnesses for today's second panel. You good? Ms. Carrie Goldberg, owner of C.A. Goldberg, Mr. Matthew Wood, Vice President of Policy and General Counsel, Free Press Action, Mr. Daniel Lyons, Professor and Associate Dean of Academic Affairs, Boston College Law School, non-resident Senior Fellow, American Enterprise Institute, Mr. Eugene Valak, Gary T. Schwartz, Distinguished Professor of Law, UCLA School of Law, the Honorable Karen Kornblath, Director of Digital Innovation and Democracy Initiative and Senior Fellow, the German Marshall Fund of the United States, and Dr. Mary Ann Franks, Professor of Law and Michael R. Klein Distinguished Scholar, Chair, University of Miami School of Law, President and Legislative Tech Policy Director, Cyber Civil Rights Initiative. Welcome, all of you, and thank you so much for being here. We want to look forward to your testimony. We will recognize each of you for 5 minutes to provide your opening statement. There's a lighting system there in front of you. You'll see lights. It'll start initially green. It will turn yellow when you have a minute left. And when it turns red, it's time to wrap up your testimony. So we'll get started right away. Ms. Goldberg, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Doyle, Ranking Member Lata, and each member of this committee. My name is Carrie Goldberg. I stand for the belief that what is illegal offline should be illegal online. I founded my law firm to represent victims of catastrophic injuries. We sue on behalf of victims for stalking, sexual assault, and child exploitation. In most of my cases, well over 1,000 now, my clients' injuries were facilitated by tech companies. And I have to tell you, the most miserable part of my job is telling people who come to me for help, who've suffered horrific nightmares, that I can't help them. Congress passed a law in the mid-90s that takes away their right to justice. We can't sue because Section 230 lets tech companies get away with it. Back then, lawmakers said that removing liability for moderating content would incentivize these young tech platforms to be good Samaritans and keep bad content and materials out. We know that's not what happened. I want to tell you 3 stories. She is 11 years old. He is 37. They both are on the site Omegle. The banner up top says, "Talk to strangers," and Omegle matches the two for a video chat. The man comforts her in her 11-year-old loneliness. At first, he wants to see her smile, and then he asks to see another body part, and another, and another. And she does protest. He tells her, "You're free to stop, but I would have to share this material with the police because you're breaking the law. You're committing child pornography." This crime against this child goes on for 3 years. He makes her perform for he and his friends on a regular basis. He forces her back onto Omegle to recruit more kids. 10 days ago, we filed a lawsuit on behalf of this young girl. We argued that Omegle is a defectively designed product. It knowingly pairs adults and children for video sex chats. Now, Omegle's going to tell us that it was her fault and that it has no duty to manage its platform because Section 230 says it doesn't have to. A terrified young man enters my office. His ex-boyfriend is impersonating him on the hookup app Grindr. He's sent hundreds of strangers to my home and my job. He tells them I have rape fantasies and that if I protest, it's part of the game. Matthew says he's done everything. He's gotten an order of protection. He's reported the abuse to the police 10 times. He's flagged the profiles 50 times to Grindr, and they've done nothing. So we get a restraining order against Grindr. to ban this malicious user. And Grindr ignores it. The strangers keep coming, following Matthew into the bathroom at work, waiting for him in the stairwell at his apartment building. Over 1,200 men come. In her order throwing Matthew's case out of court, the judge said Grindr had a good faith and reasonable belief that it was under no obligation to search for and remove impersonating profiles. That good faith and reasonable belief comes from Section 230. It's actually used to justify why they don't have to moderate content. Exactly the opposite intention of what Congress intended. So the men keep coming for another 10 months after we brought our case, as many as 23 times a day. And Grindr knew the whole time. Over the past 6 months, I've met with 7 families, each whose child was killed because of purchasing one fentanyl-laced pill. So when I say catastrophic injuries, it's not hyperbole. And the traps are set by internet platforms which have profited beyond any summit of wealth and power in the history of the universe. Now, I'm not arguing to end the internet or any of these companies or to limit free speech. The nightmares my clients face are not speech-based, and we must distinguish between hosting defamatory content versus enabling, profiting off of criminal conduct. And for hundreds of years, our civil courts are how everyday people have gotten justice against individuals and companies who've caused them injuries. It's the great equalizer, and that basic right is gone. And we have a mess here that one Congress created, but that this Congress can fix. And I look forward to more questions and hopefully to talk about some of my ideas for reform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wood, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Doyle and Pallone, Ranking Members Latta and McMorris-Rodgers. Thank you for having me back. And Chairman Doyle, I must especially thank my hometown congressman for your leadership and your kind attention to my input over the years, if this is the last time I have the honor to appear before you as chair. Today's hearing proposes holding big tech accountable through what it describes as targeted reforms to Section 230 in 4 bills. That framing is understandable in light of testimony you've just heard, literally just heard, from others here about the harms that platforms allow or cause. Free Press Action has not endorsed or opposed any of these bills. We see promising concepts in them, but some cause for concern too. That's because Section 230 is a foundational and still fully necessary law. It benefits not just tech companies large and small, but the hundreds of millions of people who use their services and share ideas online. That's why Congress must strike the right balance, preserving the powerful benefits of this law, but considering revisions to better align court outcomes with the statute's plain text. Section 230 lowers barriers to people posting their own content, ideas, and expression without needing the pre-clearance platforms would demand if they could be liable for everything users say. This law protects platforms from being treated as publishers of other parties' information, yet also permits platforms to make content moderation decisions while retaining that protection. Section 230 thus encourages the open exchange of ideas, but also takedowns of hateful and harmful material. Without those paired protections, we'd risk losing moderation and risk chilling expression too. That risk is especially high for Black and brown folks, LGBTQ+ people, immigrants, religious minorities, dissidents, and all ideas that could be targeted for suppression by powerful people willing and able to sue just to silence statements they don't like. But as you have heard today, members of those same communities can suffer catastrophic harms online and off from platform conduct too. So it's not just in the courtroom that marginalized speakers must fear being silenced, harassed, and harmed. It's in the chat room too, in social media, comment sections, and other interactive apps. Repealing Section 230 outright is a bad idea and wouldn't fix all these problems either. We need privacy laws that protect against abusive data practices and other positive civil rights protections applied to platforms. Without 230, there might be tort remedies or criminal sanctions in a few cases for underlying content, but no remedy for amplification if underlying speech is protected by the First Amendment and also not tortious. Yet while the First Amendment is a check on claims that speech incited another's violent and wrongful acts, and a constraint on speech torts like defamation too, those torts are clearly not per se unconstitutional. 230's current text should allow injured parties to hold platforms liable for such platforms' own conduct, and even for content platforms themselves create when that is actionable too. And courts have let some suits go forward for platforms posing their own discriminatory questions, for layering content over user posts that encourage those users to drive at reckless speeds, or taking part in transactions in ways beyond letting third-party sellers merely post their wares. But most courts have read it far more broadly, starting in Zarin v. AOL, which held that the prohibition on publisher liability precluded distributor liability too, even once a platform has actual knowledge of the unlawful or harmful character of material it distributes. People ranging from Justice Thomas to Professor Jeff Kossoff agree this is not the only plausible reading of Section 230's plain text. When new cases call on courts to interpret the statute, decisions like Zarin prevent plaintiffs from testing liability for platforms' conduct, not just their decision to host others' content. That's why we're interested in bills like Representative Banks' H.R. 2000 or the Senate's Bipartisan PACT Act. They'd clarify the meaning of 230's present text by reversing Zarin or otherwise allow suits for platform conduct, including continued distribution of harmful content once platforms have actual knowledge of the harm it causes. While bills like yours, JAMA and PATA, take aim at that same laudable goal of deterring harmful amplification, we are concerned to some degree about legislating the technology in this way. It could lead to hard questions about definitions and exemptions rather than a focus on providers' knowledge and liability. We don't want to chill amplification that is benign or beneficial, but also don't want to prevent accountability when platforms' actions cause harm, even in the absence of personalized recommendations or outside of carve-outs for important subjects like civil rights. The fact that a platform receives payment for publishing or promoting content could be highly relevant in determining its knowledge and culpability for any distinct harm that distribution causes, but monetizing content or using algorithms should not automatically switch 230 off. Unfortunately, the Safe Tech Act tips even further towards those chilling effects we fear by risking any broad change to 230. And it risks those protections anytime a platform receives any payment at all by dropping the liability shield anytime a platform has served the request for injunctive relief. We look forward to continuing this conversation on these important ideas in your questions today and the legislative process going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Ambassador Kornblue, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Doyle. Thank you, Chairman Doyle, Ranking Member Latta, Committee Ranking Member Rogers, and committee members for this opportunity to testify.
Oh, I'm sorry, could you turn your mic on?
Is that working? Does that work? Okay, I'll start again. Thank you, Chairman Doyle, Ranking Member Latta, and Committee Ranking Member Rogers, and committee members for the opportunity to testify. I'm going to stress 3 points today. First, that the internet has changed dramatically since the rules of the internet were written. Section 230C1 must be clarified, or we will lose protections and rights that we take for granted. And 3, it's also long past time for regulations to be updated to limit harms and protect free expression. Section 230 was critically important in allowing the internet to flourish. Section 230C2 remains essential to encouraging service providers to screen and filter dangerous third-party content. However, the internet is no longer the decentralized system of message boards it was when 230 was enacted. Social media companies differ in scale from 20th century publishers. As we heard earlier, Facebook has more members than most major religions. But more important, their design makes them an entirely different animal. They offer the most powerful advertising and organizing tools ever created. They used vast amounts of personal data to tailor the information users see, and they're not transparent to the public or users. And meanwhile, our economy, politics, and society have moved online in ways never imaginable. Facebook and Google now account for an astonishing half of advertising dollars, and teenagers may spend an average of 3 to 4 hours a day on Instagram. Our elections occur largely online, beyond public view. Significant harms flowing from the status quo are evident from a few examples. A COVID conspiracy film was shown more than 20 million times in only 12 hours before it was taken down by all major platforms. Families of victims of terrorist attacks allege terrorists use platforms to facilitate recruitment and commit terrorism. And the Facebook papers show the deliberate use of algorithms to lead young girls to content promoting anorexia. Unless Section 230 is clarified, we will grow increasingly less safe and less free. Broad application of Section 230C1 has precluded incentives for more responsible behavior by large platforms. As revealed in the Facebook papers, the company rejected employee ideas for changing design flaws that would have limited algorithmic harms. In addition, outdated rules pose a national security risk when foreign agents and terrorists can use the platform's tools to recruit, harass, and organize. That's why judges in terrorist cases, civil rights organizations, and children's safety groups are asking Congress to act. The bills under consideration by this committee would rightly peel back immunity when social media platforms promote the most egregious types of illegal content that produce harms. H.R. 5596, the JAMA Act in particular, would incentivize platforms to reduce the risk of potential harms to children, victims of harassment and stalking, and violence. H.R. 2154 would incentivize them to reduce the risk that international terrorists use their sites to organize. And just third point, I'd like to stress, regulations also have to be updated. It's not enough to have the liability. There's not always a plaintiff withstanding to sue, even when there's a societal harm, and companies lack guidance about what's expected of them. So regulatory agencies should provide clarity. The Bipartisan Honest Ads Act, for example, would require the same transparency for online campaign ads as are required on broadcast TV. This should be extended to include know your customer provisions so that dark money groups are unmasked. The Federal Trade Commission should require data to shed light on large platform practices. The equivalent of like a black box flight data recorder that the National Transportation Safety Board gets when an airplane crashes. We don't have that kind of data after an election, for example. In 2016, the only reason we know what happened in that election was because the Senate Intelligence Committee had the platforms fork over the data, and we learned about the targeting of African Americans. But the point is, we shouldn't need a whistleblower to access data. In addition, regulators could oversee platforms developing best practice frameworks for preventing illegal and egregiously tortious activity, and that courts could refer to in deciding if a company was negligent, as my colleague Ellen Goodman has proposed. This effort could be made consistent with proposals in the EU Draft Digital Services Act. Mr. Chairman, it's essential to update rules as the internet continues to change and more of our society moves online. Otherwise, key protections our country takes for granted may become irrelevant. Thank you.
I thank you. Mr. Lyons, you're now recognized for 5 minutes. You may need to unmute if you haven't already. Yeah, you need to unmute, Mr. Lyons. Want to move on? Okay, we're going to go to Mr. Valak. You're recognized for 5 minutes, and we'll come back for Mr. Lyons. Can you unmute also, sir? It looks like your microphone is not connected, we're being told. Want to go to Dr. Franks? Okay, we're going to go to Dr. Franks while our two remote witnesses get their technical issues fixed. So you're recognized for 5 minutes.
You've heard an extensive account of the nuances and complexities of the Section 230 debate today, and it's incredibly easy to get lost in them and to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. You've heard in prior testimony that so much irreparable damage has been done already because of tech industry impunity, but Congress has this unique and rare opportunity right now to avoid future harm. And it's vitally important that we keep the future in mind as we are thinking through legislation and reform, because any solutions that we have for today need to be able to address our current crises of disinformation, of exploitation, of discrimination, as well as being nimble enough to respond to the evolving changes and challenges of the future. But at the most fundamental level, the problem with the tech industry is the lack of incentive to behave responsibly. Preemptive immunization from liability that is provided by Section 230 means that the drive to create safer or healthier online products and services simply cannot compete with the drive for profit. As long as tech platforms are able to enjoy all the benefits of doing business without any of the burdens, they will continue to move fast and break things and leave average Americans to pick up the pieces. Section 230C1, and that is the provision that is primarily responsible for our current dystopian state of affairs, creates what economists call a moral hazard. When an entity is motivated to engage in increasingly risky conduct because it does not bear the costs of those risks. The devastating fallout of this moral hazard is all around us, an online ecosystem that is flooded with lies, extremism, racism, misogyny, fueling offline harassment and violence. One of the reasons that the Section 230 debate is so challenging is that it is backwards. The question should not be what justifies departing from the status quo of Section 230. The question should be whatever allowed the status quo to exist in the first place. We should be demanding an explanation for the deferential and preferential treatment of an industry that has wreaked havoc on so many lives, reputations, and on democracy itself. Every one of us in this room right now would face liability if we harmed other people. And that's not only if we caused it directly, and it's not only if we acted intentionally. We can also be held accountable if we contributed to harm, and if we acted recklessly or negligently. That's also true for businesses. Store owners can be sued for not mopping up spills. Car manufacturers can face liability for engines that catch on fire. Hospitals can be sued for botched operations. Virtually every person and every industry faces the risk of liability if they engage in risky conduct that causes harm. That is good and it is right, because it avoids the creation of moral hazards. The possibility of liability forces people and industries to take care, to internalize risk, and to prevent foreseeable harm. There are those Section 230 defenders who will say that the tech industry is different, that it's not like any of these other industries because it's about speech. And speech is special, and it deserves special rules. There are two important responses to this. One, the tech industry is not the only speech-focused industry. Speech is the core business of newspapers, radio stations, television companies, book publishers, and book distributors. Speech is integral to many workplaces, schools, and universities. And yet all of these entities can be held liable when they cause or promote, and even in some cases when they fail to prevent harm. None of these industries or entities enjoys anything like the blanket immunity that is granted to the tech industry. The potential for being held responsible for harm has not driven any of these industries into the ground or eradicated free expression in these enterprises. Second, 230's immunity currently is evoked to protect far more than speech. People use the internet to do a wide variety of things. They do it to shop for dog leashes. They sell stolen goods. They pay their bills. They renew their driver's licenses. The text of Section 230 allows intermediaries to be immunized, not only for speech provided by others, but for, quote, information. This has allowed tech platforms to use Section 230 to absolve themselves of responsibility for virtually everything that individuals do online, a protection that goes far beyond anything the First Amendment would or should protect. The current interpretation of Section 230 immunity is an unjustifiable anomaly that flies in the face of settled legal and moral principles of collective responsibility. 3 changes are necessary to effectively address this. 1, Section 230's legal protections should be limited to speech, not information, a recommendation that is reflected in the Safe Tech Act. 2, as many of the reform proposals before this subcommittee suggest in some form, those protections should not extend to speech that an intermediary directly encourages, solicits, or profits from. And finally, Section 230's protections should not be available to intermediaries that exhibit deliberate indifference to unlawful content. These are the essential steps necessary to change the perverse incentive structure of the tech industry that exists today. Thank you.
They said we're okay with it. We've talked to the floor. Thank you very much. So we have votes on the floor. What's that? Yeah. We're going to check and see if we have any Republicans on remote, because I'm willing to stay and get the last two done. Okay, we're going to take a recess, and we will be back right after our votes, okay? Sorry about that.
Poor Angie, I'm driving her insane. She like definitely regrets the day that I texted her.
Daniel and Eugene, if you would like to go ahead and try an audio check for me, please.
Oh, so nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank
Sounds
you
like
for
the committee mic
all
is
you've
on.
done to
Eugene,
make this
testing,
happen
1, 2,
and
3.
your guys' bill and stuff.
Eugene, testing 1, 2, 3.
Lions, testing 1, 2, 3. Lions, 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you both in platform, thank you.
Yeah, I think we could just go back into our little cave. It's nice to have a little break.
already done their opening statements, so. Okay, let's see here. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We are now going to recognize Mr. Volk. Yeah, Mr. Valek. You are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement. Please unmute yourself if you're muted.
Sorry. Rookie mistake. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can't see you,
Can
but
you
we can
pull
hear
up
you.
the, can someone pull up the PowerPoints, please?
There we go. We can see you
All
and hear you.
right. Okay, I'm sorry, are the PowerPoints up by any chance?
I think our staff is putting it up, so let's just hold on a second here.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Volek, we're gonna get started. We're still trying to get that up, but we need to.
Understood.
You can start your testimony.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a great pleasure a great honor to be asked to testify here. I was asked to be pretty technocratic here, just to talk about the particular language of some of the bills and identify perhaps some of the things that may not be obvious about them. I'm going to start with the Justice Against Malicious Algorithms Act. One important point, I think, about it is that it basically it creates a strong disincentive for any kind of personalized recommendations that a service would provide. Because it strips immunity for recommending information if the provider, could I see the next, please? If the provider knew or should have known it was making a personalized recommendation, and such recommendation materially contributed to physical or severe emotional injury. So what that means is there will be a huge disincentive for YouTube, Twitter, those kinds of entities from giving recommendations based on information about you, about your location, about your past search history, because it might be worried that information is libelous or contains maybe alleged health misinformation or what have you. The incentive instead is to give you the generic recommendations, so for generally popular material, not personalized material, or to recommend big business produced material, because that's a little bit more likely to be safe and more likely to provide a compensation for the platform if there is a lawsuit. So the consequence is basically Hollywood and mainstream media would win and user-generated content would lose. In that if some creator is putting up some things that lots of people like and the platform might be inclined to recommend, they will be no longer inclined to recommend it once they're subject to that kind of liability. You know, you can think that's good or bad, depending on what you think about the merits of user-generated content, but I do think that will be a consequence. Can I have the next slide, please? So now I'm going to turn to the Preservation of Constitutionally Protected Speech Act. And the first thing about it, which I think is probably not a surprise, is simply that it clearly authorizes state laws banning political discrimination. Right now, it may be that those laws are preempted by Section 230C2, which gives platforms the ability, or at least can be read as giving platforms the ability to block any material they find objectionable. This modification would allow states, if they want to ban political discrimination by platforms, to do so without a Section 230 problem. There might be still an interesting First Amendment problem there. It's a hard question, but it would at least remove this the Section 230 obstacle to those kinds of laws that require platforms to treat all opinions equally. Next slide, please. Another thing about the statute, about the bill, is it would strip away immunity when an information content provider utilizes an algorithm to amplify, promote, or suggest content to a user, unless the user knowingly and willfully selects an algorithm to display such content. Now, all suggestions stem from algorithms. Even recommend the most popular thing, that's an algorithm. Recommend the most recently posted thing, that's an algorithm. Recommend a random thing, that's an algorithm. So the real question is what it would take for a platform to comply with this knowing and willful selection requirement. If a click wrap, something like, I agree that this will be selected by an algorithm, would be enough to comply with this, then in that case, the bill wouldn't do much harm, although I'm not sure it would do much good just to require everybody to click an extra time to agree to the algorithm. On the other hand, if it requires something more, some explanation or some array of choices available to users, that could be a really big problem because, again, computers can't work without algorithms. So this would basically mean there are no recommendations that platforms can supply, or there'd be all this litigation about what counts as knowing and willful selection. Next slide, please. The third major feature of the Preserving Constitutionally Protected Speech Act is that it would require an appeals process and a transparency requirement. And there's a lot to be said for the value of transparency requirements, even imposed in big businesses when the business is so central, as many platforms are, to American political life. At the same time, a lot depends on just how transparent it has to be. So the requirement is that the company clearly state why content was removed. How clear is clear? What if it says, well, we think it's hateful? Somebody says, it's not hateful at all. Why are you saying that? Well, we say it's hateful. Is that clear enough? What if they say it's pornographic? And someone says it's not pornography, it's art. Is that clear enough? That's going to be the key question under this bill. What counts as clearly stating, what counts as a reasonable and user-friendly appeals process? It's not like there are any precedents defining the phrase appeals user-friendly. That's not a legal term. Let's move on to the next slide, if we could, please. The Safe Tech Act, I wanted to say a few things about it and then stop. One is that there's no immunity under the Act if the provider has accepted payment to make speech available or has created the creation of the speech. That basically means that paid hosting services would be stripped of immunity. So the only kinds of hosting services like blogging software, Amazon Web Services, those kinds of things, they wouldn't be able to charge, or else they'd be liable. You could still have free services that are advertising supported. I'm not sure that's necessarily a good thing to require, but that's what the law would require. It would also mean that a company, YouTube, for example, would be liable for anything posted by creators or funded by revenue from their stream. So any YouTube shares advertising revenue with creators, it would be liable in that kind of situation. Again, I'm not sure that that's a good idea. It may not be intentional. It may be the act was only aimed at advertising, but it's not so limited.
Mr. Balick, can you wrap up your testimony? You're
sorry, the clock
a minute and a
on the
half
screen.
over.
I'm sorry, let me just close, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them later.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, let's see, we want to recognize Mr. Lyons for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Doyle, Ranking Member Latta, and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me today. My name is Daniel Lyons. I'm a non-resident senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and a professor at Boston College Law School, where I teach and write about telecommunications and internet policy. I want to focus today on two key themes. First, Section 230 provides critical infrastructure underlying the modern internet ecosystem. We tinker with it at our peril. Second, regulating algorithms in particular risks doing more harm than good for internet-based companies and for users, while unleashing a litigation unrelated to the issues the subcommittee seeks to address. One cannot emphasize enough the importance of Section 230 to the modern internet landscape. Professor Jeff Kosseff accurately described the statute as the 26 words that created the internet. This hearing is focused primarily upon the largest social media platforms, such as Facebook. But it's important to recognize that a wide range of companies rely heavily on Section 230 every day. to acquire, curate, and share user content to millions of Americans. Section 230 provides a legal framework that allows platforms to facilitate user speech at mass scale. It also promotes competition and innovation among those platforms. The statute relieves startups from the costs associated with content moderation, which reduces barriers to entry online. Because Section 230 is woven deeply into the fabric of online society, it's difficult to predict in advance how a change to the statute will ripple throughout the internet ecosystem. One thing we do know is that this ecosystem is complex and dynamic, which creates a greater risk of unintended consequences. Professor Eric Goldman argues that reducing Section 230 protections makes it harder for disruptive new entrants to challenge incumbent companies. Content moderation costs would rise for everyone, but the incumbents can afford that cost more easily than startups. It would be ironic if, seeking to reduce Facebook's influence, this committee inadvertently entrenched that company against competition. Congress's previous amendment of Section 230 highlights that risk of unintended consequences. In 2017, FOSTA eliminated intermediary liability for sex trafficking claims. Now, Congress's purpose was noble, to reduce online sex trafficking, but good intentions don't justify bad consequences. Subsequent studies by academics and by the GAO show that FOSTA made it harder, not easier, for law enforcement to catch perpetrators, made conditions more dangerous for sex workers, and had a chilling effect on free speech. The bills currently before the committee present similar risks, and this is particularly true of attempts to regulate platform algorithms. We've heard a lot about the ways that algorithms can promote socially undesirable content online, but we must recognize that algorithms also promote millions of socially beneficial connections every day. Yes, personalized algorithms make it easier for neo-Nazis to find each other, but it also makes it easier for other discrete minorities to find each other online, like LGBTQ youth or social activists or bluegrass fans. Speakers and listeners alike benefit from companies' use of personalized algorithms to organize and curate user-generated content. It'd be a mistake to eliminate those benefits because of the risk of abuse. The genius of the internet has been the reduction of information costs, right? One click allows the user to access a vast treasure trove of information, transported around the planet at the speed of light for nearly zero cost. The downside is filtering costs. Users must sort through this treasure trove in order to find the content they want. And what people want differs from user to user. Internet companies compete, and they compete fiercely, to help users sort that information, and they do so through algorithms. These bills incentivize companies to reduce those services, in part because of the way the bills define the term vaguely. JAMA, for example, defines personalized algorithms as using any information specific to an individual. That's an extraordinarily broad phrase. If any algorithmic recommendation materially contributes to physical or severe emotional injury, also vague terms, the platform is stripped of its crucial 230 protections. So the incentives for platforms are clear. Whatever social gains we reap by reducing algorithmic promotion of undesirable content would likely be dwarfed by the loss of ability to personalize one's feed and to find content that one desires. Now, this vagueness may also prompt litigation only tangentially related to the bill's purpose. As a law professor, I teach my students to identify ambiguous terms in the statute, because those are the terms that are most likely to prompt litigation. Here, terms like any computational process, materially contributes, and severe emotional injury are catnip to creative trial lawyers, particularly in a dynamic environment where innovation creates new opportunities for litigation. That was the lesson of the TCPA, which was a 1991 anti-robocall statute that found new life in the 2010s to target conduct that Congress neither intended nor contemplated. Now, these claims may ultimately fail, but they still impose significant litigation costs. And again, those costs disproportionately affect startups who can ill afford to pay them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've concluded our second panel's opening statements. We're now going to move to members' second rounds of questions. Each member will have 5 minutes to ask questions of our witnesses. I will start by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Ms. Goldberg, thank you for being here and taking up the fight for these individuals who have suffered tragic and unimaginable harm. It's important work. I have often heard that by amending Section 230, Congress would unleash an avalanche of lawsuits on companies which would break the internet and leave only the largest platform standing. Can you tell me your thoughts on the matter and go into greater detail on the hurdles that users would still have to overcome, to bring a successful suit against a platform?
Sure. You know, there's so much concern about this idea that if we remove Section 230, it will just flood the courts and that litigants will just stampede in there. And to that I say, well, what about all the frivolous 230 defenses that we see? There's a case pending right now against Facebook for discrimination, where Facebook has claimed that Sheryl Sandberg and Mark Zuckerberg are immune from liability for lies that they said to Congress, orally and in person. But let me tell you why Section 230 is not going to create a groundswell. There are basically 6 reasons. Number 1, it's unlawful already to file frivolous litigation. It's sanctionable, and it's a violation of the rules of professional responsibility. Number 2, the onus is on the plaintiff to prove liability. So a lot of people say that removing Section 230 creates liability. No. The pleading standards are very, very high and hard, and removing an exemption does not create the liability. That's still the hard work of the plaintiff. Number 3, basic economics deter low-injury cases from going forward. Litigation is arduous, it is expensive, it requires stamina for years, and it takes thousands of hours of attorney time. And these are personal injury cases that are contingency. And the costs of experts, depositions, those add up. And few lawyers are going to take those cases where the costs of litigation are incommensurate with any damages that can be obtained for the client. That leaves the most serious cases being litigated. Number 4, nothing's going to be procedurally different without Section 230. Motions to dismiss on other grounds are filed by defendants at the same time. Statute of limitations, lack of jurisdiction, anti-SLAPP, poor pleadings. And number 5, anti-SLAPP. It's a faster and harsher deterrent for defendants to get weak and constitutionally protected speech-based claims dismissed. Plaintiffs bringing frivolous content-based cases are deterred by anti-SLAPP, which shifts the fee so that if a defendant brings an anti-SLAPP motion, then a plaintiff who loses has to actually pay the defendant's legal fees. So it's very expensive to bring a speech-based claim and it's punitive. And then number 6, uninformed plaintiffs sue anyway. Section 230 doesn't deter people from filing lawsuits. I mean, the status quo does not deter people from filing lawsuits. There's no barrier to buying an index number and filing a lawsuit. With or without Section 230 immunity, won't change that.
Thank you. Matt, it's good to have you back, by the way, too.
Thank you, sir.
Your organization, Free Press, is committed to ensuring all communities have a voice online and can connect and communicate across technologies. And we've been told by large tech platforms and others that in changing Section 230, we must create exemptions for some smaller online platforms. But you don't seem to think that's true. We have a fairly small exemption of that type in the Justice Against Malicious Algorithms Act. Can you explain your view on small business exemptions generally?
Yeah, you're right. Our testimony says that we don't think that's necessarily the way to go. I think Ms. Goldberg's answer is amazing and shows some of the balances that we have to strike here. A small business exemption could prevent what would be an increase in litigation and even strategic lawsuits against public participation, those SLAPP lawsuits that she described. So there is some danger there. We also think, though, that big platforms can generate a lot of beneficial interaction and engagement, and small ones can cause grievous harms. So that's why we would be careful about only attaching liability to the largest platforms and making sure that smaller ones can't be held accountable.
Okay, thanks, Matt. I see my time is up, so I will now recognize my good friend, the ranking member, Mr. Latta, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks very much for our panel. Mr. Bullock, as of this week, Twitter has a new CEO, and his earliest statements indicate he's not a fan of the First Amendment. Just yesterday, Twitter expanded the scope of their private information policy to prohibit the sharing of private media, such as images or videos, without their consent. This is a massive abuse of power by these companies and shows that they are being arbiters of truth. However, Twitter goes on to state that they will take into consideration whether the image is publicly available and/or is being covered by journalists, or is being shared in public interest, or is relevant to the community. Understanding that Twitter is currently protected under Section 230 for this type of action, how would this action be interpreted under the First Amendment if it was the government taking this action?
You need to unmute, Mr. Valek.
I'm so sorry. Under the First Amendment, the government couldn't do that. At the same time, if it was a newspaper doing it, it could do that, and it routinely does do such things. Newspapers do. So the questions I think that Congress has to consider is, should it view Twitter and Facebook and such more like a newspaper, or more like the post office, which is government run, or say a phone company, or UPS or FedEx? We don't expect phone company to decide, there's bad stuff being said on phone lines, it's dangerous, so we're going to shut off somebody's phone service. We don't expect UPS or FedEx saying, we refuse to deliver books from this bookstore, this publisher, because we think they're bad. They're common carriers. So the question is, as to Twitter's function of hosting material and letting people distribute things to others who subscribe to the Twitter feeds, should Congress view, should the law view Twitter more like a phone company, or more like the post office, or more like UPS or FedEx, or more like a newspaper or a magazine, where they're supposed to be making these kinds of editorial judgments? That's the question.
Well, thank you. Mr. Wood, in your testimony, you talk about how the Zuran versus AOL ruling opened the door to providing platforms C1 protection for material that a platform knows to be harmful, actionable, or unlawful because of the subsequent distribution of that material was viewed by the court as republication of that material. This seems to be an area of general agreement between scholars of opposite ends of the political spectrum, from Justice Clarence Thomas to Jeff Kosoff. As part of the Big Tech Accountability Platform, I have a discussion draft that would create a bad Samaritan carve-out that would narrow liability protection for platforms that knowingly promote, solicit, or facilitate illegal activity. How would this proposal help hold tech companies responsible for illegal activity on their platforms?
Thank you, Mr. Latta. Yeah, as you noted, we found and talked in our testimony about the people on opposite sides of the political spectrum who have taken that view and explained that 230C1 is not being read in the only obvious way, that distributors could be liable. I think there's some appeal to thinking of every time a website is served as a subsequent publication, but obviously that's not the only way to think about it. And so the algorithms they use, other techniques that platforms use to distribute content, could be seen as separate from that original liability exemption, and they could be held liable for it. And so I think that's what we're all talking about here, is however we do it, whether it's the majority's bill or some of the minority discussion drafts or our proposal to think about the Zarin case, there should be ways to, whether we call them bad Samaritans or not, hold companies accountable when they know that their choices are causing harm.
Well, thank you. Dr. Franks, in your testimony, you seem to agree with this assessment, but in your suggestion proposal, you add a second concept of indifference to the bad Samaritan platforms. Would you elaborate on that?
My apologies. Yes, that the deliberate indifference standard is intended to set a bar for how these intermediaries would need to respond, that is, to fail to respond to certain types of unlawful content. That they wouldn't necessarily lose the shield simply because there was this content, but when they are deliberately indifferent to that content. That is, assuming that they knew about the content and refused to do anything reasonable to take steps to prevent it or ameliorate it.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my time is about to expire, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let's see. Mr. McNerney, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman, and again, I thank the witnesses for your patience today. And I appreciate the thoughtful way we are approaching reform, which can clearly have wide-ranging effects across the internet ecosystem. So, Mr. Wood, what specific reforms can we make to Section 230 that will ensure that the platforms are not padding their bottom lines while knowingly harming vulnerable populations?
Thank you, Mr. McNerney, for that question. As my testimony suggests, we have not endorsed or opposed any of the approaches here today, but we certainly think there are good ideas in all of them. And, some reasons for concern as well about those wide-ranging impacts that you discussed. So just finding a way to, as the other witnesses have testified so eloquently today, hold these platforms accountable when they know they're causing harm, whether that is by examining that interpretation of the protections in C1 and understanding that distribution and algorithmic amplification are very different, at least in theory and often in practice, from the original publication. Obviously, there's other approaches and ways to do that, but again, I think we're all looking at the same set of problems and talking about how to address them, not whether we should.
Right. Okay. Well, that's the question. How do we address this? And it's complicated, so I appreciate your thoughts. Ambassador Kornbluth, thank you for coming today again. I know you've thought a lot about how it might be appropriate to carve out some types of algorithms from legal immunity under Section 230, for example, the personalized recommendation algorithms. But what do you think about the general product design features as the Aspen Institute has suggested in its report?
Thank you for that question. I think in general, one of the things that's been very helpful about the Facebook whistleblower we heard from in the first panel is that she's shifted our attention from debating the content and the right to post and who gets to decide if it gets taken down, to looking upstream at the practices of the platform, the design of the platform, before something goes viral, that make it go viral or that push it into somebody's news feed or some child's Instagram feed. And one of the many studies that has come out as a result of her work had Facebook employees themselves admitting that the mechanics of the platform are not neutral in their own words and are in fact key to spreading hate and misinformation. And so I think that especially the bill that the chair has introduced and also the Malinowski bill, those two especially by focusing on either non-transparent algorithms or knowing and reckless use of algorithms that then result in extraordinary harm, whether it's international terrorism or serious physical or emotional harm, that narrow carve-out for it's really your design and it's really caused bad stuff, that seems to me to get at some of the most egregious issues without incurring too much negative consequences.
Well, you just used the word neutrality there, and I think that's one of the big defenses that the platforms are using.
Yeah.
So that would be an interesting approach. Thank you.
Well, and they admit themselves, the employees admit in a research study that their own design is not neutral. It pushes the hate and misinformation.
Thank you. Dr. Franks, how does the status quo of Section 230 allow disinformation to proliferate without any recourse or accountability to the harmed public?
Well, disinformation is one of the key issues that I think we're all worried about in terms of the amplification and the distribution of harmful content, fraudulent and otherwise. And Section 230, in its C1 provision, essentially safeguards the intermediaries that are promoting this type of content from any kind of liability. And so there is no incentive for these companies to think hard about whether or not the content that they're promoting is going to cause harm. And so they don't have any incentives to review it, to think about taking it down, or whether they should think about whether it should be on their platform at all.
Thank you. Ms. Goldberg, even if we reform Section 230, as you have mentioned, there are many other steep barriers to plaintiffs' court cases. How can we ensure that plaintiffs have access to information that they need to properly plead their case?
Well, we create the exceptions and the exemptions of immunity so that plaintiffs can get to the point of discovery where the defendant is compelled and required to turn over information that's relevant to the case so that a plaintiff has the best shot of building a viable lawsuit.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Guthrie for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate the witnesses being here. I know it's been a long day with the big break for the votes, but I appreciate you being here. Mr. Volek, I have a concern. As I said earlier today when I talked, I'm the Republican leader of the Energy, Commerce, Healthcare Subcommittee, and real concerned about opioid addiction, opioid sales, and illegal opioid trade. And recent reports have highlighted that the illegal sale of opioids on social media platforms have skyrocketed recently. In many cases, advocates, researchers, or law enforcement share information or leads with platforms to help them take down this purely illegal content, but those calls sometimes go unheeded. And so, Mr. Volek, and actually I probably should have time for anybody that would like to answer this. You've been here all day, so you have an opinion. We'd certainly love to hear it. So my question first with Mr. Volek, anybody else that would like to answer, can you explain which provisions of Section 230 provide immunity for platforms when they know of specific instances where this content is on their platform, illegal opioids, and yet do not take action to remove it? And if so, would you recommend modifying Section 230 to address this issue? And if so, how would you balance the need for accountability while fostering platforms' ability to remove this illegal content? And I can repeat that if you need, but anyone? So, Mr. Volek, you want to go to Ms. Goldberg? I would love to hear from you. I mean, Mr. Volek first, and we'll go to Mr. Goldberg, Ms. Goldberg, if that's fine. Yeah.
Sure. So I do not think that Section 230 needs to be modified in light of this. Now, if they were talking about federal criminal law enforcement, generally speaking, Section 230 does not preempt federal criminal prosecutions. So if federal prosecutors think that platforms are actually actively involved in this, conspiring, or even aiding and abetting under the proper legal standards, they can already prosecute them. Section 230 would preclude civil liability lawsuits against platforms, but I'm not sure that there would be that much by way of possible civil liability for platforms, even if they are alerted that there's something going on in this particular online group. I'm not sure that we want platforms to be held liable for it. In fact, to the extent that people are engaged in this illegal activity on platforms, that's helpful to law enforcement to have it be done in a place where they can hop on and look around and see the ads and use them as a basis for prosecution. Platforms certainly are not barred from alerting law enforcement to such things. They certainly are obligated, in fact, respond to law enforcement subpoenas if law enforcement wants to subpoena things. So I think the right approach is not to enforce platforms as kind of opioid cops, a role in which I think they're not well suited to. But instead to have law enforcement use the information they can find on the platforms to prosecute illegal transactions.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you for that answer. And Ms. Goldberg, you have an answer or?
Thank you for having this issue on your mind. We represent 4 families who've each lost a child, one as young as 14, who bought one fentanyl-laced opioid pill during the pandemic. Kids home from college, bored, experimenting. So you asked where in Section 230 precludes us, or where in Section 230 precludes us from being able to hold a platform responsible for facilitating these kinds of sales. And the fact is that if we looked at Section 230 as it's written, I think we could agree that the matching and the pairing is not information content. It's not a speech-based thing that a user posted. However, the way that the courts have interpreted Section 230 over the last 27 years is actually more of a problem than how it's currently drafted, because it's so extravagantly interpreted that it has included all product liability cases. You can't sue anything that's related to the product design or the defects. You can't even sue a company for violating its own terms of service. So they can
I have about 40 seconds. So how would you change it? I mean, what would you do? Okay.
I think one provision in the Safe Tech Act is that it has a carve-out for wrongful deaths. And I think if we have the most serious harms overcome Section 230, or remove Section 230 for the most extreme harms, then that's how we do it.
Okay, I still have 15 more seconds. You have to, if you got more to.
I'll sing.
Okay, thank you. If that's nobody else, I'll yield back my time. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your answer. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Clark for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our panel witnesses for your testimony here today and for your patience as we came back from voting this afternoon. As many today have stated, Section 230 has served its intended purpose of allowing a free and open internet the opportunity to blossom and connect us in ways previously thought unimaginable. Unfortunately, due both to technological innovation as well as an overly broad interpretations of the law from federal courts, it has also aided in the promotion of a culture in big tech that lacks accountability. Respect for the free speech in the real world and online is of paramount importance, and we can all acknowledge that important role Section 230 plays in creating the conditions for free speech to flourish online. Unfortunately, many companies have used this protection as a shield for discriminatory or harmful practices, particularly with respect to targeted online advertising. That is why I was proud to introduce H.R. 3184, the Civil Rights Modernization Act, to ensure that civil rights laws are not sidestepped. Section 230 already provides exemptions to its liability shield in federal criminal prosecutions, intellectual property disputes, and certain prosecutions related to sex trafficking. As targeted advertising can be used to exclude people from voting, housing, job opportunities, education, and other beneficial economic activity on the basis of race, sex, age, and other protected status, now is the time to codify and modernize our civil rights protections to ensure our most vulnerable are not left behind in this increasingly digital age. So my first question is for Mr. Wood. Before giving other panelists the opportunity to chime in as well. Mr. Wood, in your prepared testimony, you made clear your belief that a complete repeal or drastic weakening of Section 230 would not sufficiently address the harms that we have been discussing today. Why do you feel that a more targeted approach is the better option?
Thank you, Representative Clark. Yes, that is our belief, and I think it speaks to the harms you're talking about here. If we were to repeal Section 230, then that would still beg the question, well, what are people going to sue for? And so if there is no remedy underneath that repeal, even though we've taken away the liability shield, there could still be really no relief for the plaintiff who's been harmed. We have a lot of support and sympathy for the ideas in your bill, obviously civil rights and getting civil rights back into the equation. And as Mr. Robinson testified to this morning, making sure platforms can't evade civil rights law is key. The only questions we have about the approach and how to do that is whether we ought to say only targeted ads should trigger that change in the shield. Perhaps there are ways, and I go beyond perhaps, there are clearly ways in which platforms could discriminate that don't involve targeted advertising. So we would like to look more and say, when are they actually knowingly contributing to or distributing material or engaging in some conduct that discriminates, and making sure that we can actually address those issues when and where they arise, whatever the method, whatever the economic or technological background for that harm.
Well, thank you. Dr. Franks, in your testimony, you spoke about the principle of collective responsibility. Could you please expound on that idea and how broad grants of immunity from liability risk often run counter to that ideal?
Yes. The concept of collective responsibility is something that we're all familiar with in normal times in our physical spaces. We know that the things that cause harm often have multiple causes. We know that there are people who act intentionally to cause harm, but there are also people who are simply careless. There are people who are sometimes reckless. There are people who are sometimes simply not properly incentivized to be careful. And the concept of collective responsibility, pretty much everywhere except in the online context, tells us that all of those people, all of those parties do have some responsibility to be careful. And that when people, in fact, are negligent, or when they are reckless, or when they contribute in some minor or major way to harm, they can and they should be found responsible. And what that does, importantly for all of us, is it encourages people to be more careful. It encourages businesses not to simply seek to maximize their profits, but to also consider the ways that they might allocate their resources to think about safety, to think about innovation, to think about and absorbing to some extent the costs of any harm that might result from their practices.
Well, thank you very much. I thank all of our witnesses for appearing before us today. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes Mrs. Rogers for 5 minutes for her questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Volek, I wanted to ask about a provision in the legislation that I've been working on related to Section 230, which would remove liability protections for platforms that take down content that is constitutionally protected. It also requires companies to have an appeal process and be transparent for their content enforcement decisions. Would you speak to how you believe this approach to amending Section 230 would impact speech online?
Well, it's complicated. I don't know the answer to that fully. Here's the upside. Here's the advantage. By modifying Section 230 to strip away platforms' immunity for example, political censorship or religion-based or censorship of scientific claims and the like, and leaving them allowed only to block things that they think are constitutionally unprotected or perhaps lewd or excessively violent, that would make it possible for states to step in and pass laws requiring non-discrimination. And you might say that that's a good thing. In fact, I think there's a lot to be said for that. Because the platforms are tremendously powerful, wealthy entities. And one could certainly argue that they shouldn't be able to leverage that kind of economic power, political power. That we shouldn't have all these very wealthy corporations deciding what people can and cannot say online politically. On the other hand, there also would be downsides to that. First of all, I think there would be a lot more litigation, some of it probably funded by public advocacy groups, where people say, oh, well, my item was deleted because of its politics. And the platform says, no, it was because it was pornographic. Well, I think the real reason was its politics. So there might be a good deal of extra litigation to this and maybe extra chill on platforms when they're removing things that should be removed. Likewise, if you think it's good for platforms, say, to remove death threats, they would still be allowed to do that. But there would always be the extra possibility of litigation that if they remove it, somebody will say, well, that really wasn't threatening. Now I will sue you for removing it.
Okay.
So I think it's pluses and minuses.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask a follow-up on related to the legislation, the Justice Against Malicious Algorithms Act, which would amend Section 230 to allow narrow liability protection for platforms that amplify recommendations that cause, quote, severe emotional injury. Would you speak to how you believe that legislation would impact free speech on platforms, and do you think that it would silence individual American voices?
Yes, I think it would, because platforms would realize that recommending things using an algorithm, but again, everything's an algorithm, so there would be any kind of personalized recommendation is dangerous. It's dangerous because of the possibility that there will be a libel lawsuit. Libel, defamation often causes severe emotional injury, so they may worry about that. But they can't tell what's libelous and what's not. All they know is what's risky and what's not. And what's risky is personalized recommendations of content by unknown users. So instead, what platforms will say is either they won't recommend anything, but that's bad for business because recommendations keep people on the system. So instead, they'll provide generic recommendations. Instead of recommending a video that it thinks you might like, it'll recommend videos that most people like, which is not going to be as much fun for people, but it's a lot safer for the platform. Or they'll recommend professional content, mainstream media content, where there's less risk of possible injury stemming from that, less risk of defamation. And they could also make sure that the professional companies indemnify them against any liability because those companies have deep pockets. So that's good for big business, good for big media, not so bad for platforms, not good for user-generated content, which will no longer be recommended, even if it's perfectly fine.
Thank you. Mr. Lyons, if the internet user felt that a political opinion they disagreed with caused severe emotional harm, could the user sue the platform under this bill?
They certainly could. And it remains to be seen whether the court would recognize that, but the term severe emotional harm is not defined in a way that would exclude that. So I agree with Professor Volek that the wise platform policy would be to not offer any personalized algorithms at all in order to make sure that you don't run the risk that as a result of using a personalized algorithm, you inadvertently suggest user content, political or otherwise, that's going to trigger liability.
Okay, thank you all for being here. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. McEachin for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I urge my colleagues to take the view that when we're talking about immunities, what we're talking about is really not trusting our constituents, because they're the ones who make up juries. And what we're essentially saying is that they can't get it right with the proper instructions and the proper trial put in front of them. They can't get the answer right. Yet they're wise enough to elect us. They're wise enough to go ahead and deal with issues of death in terms of criminal liability or freedom in terms of criminal liability. But we can't trust them to deal with a few dollars and cents when it comes to big tech and these immunities. That to me seems to be incongruent. I trust my constituents and I think they're quite capable of deciding these issues. That being said, Ms. Goldberg, you have put together what I call, or what you actually call Appendix A. I assume that you believe that to be a good piece of model legislation for what we're trying to do.
I think I misunderstood what you said. Can you
think
repeat
when I looked
the
at
last
your
part?
testimony, I think when I looked at your testimony, you have what you call Appendix A, which seems to be a bill. And I think you're suggesting that might be a model for going forward with 230 relief.
Yes, thank you. So I very
Well,
much.
let me just hold on, Ms. Goldberg. I just want to make sure I understood the purpose of that appendix. Now, when I ask you, what is the difference? Are there any substantive differences between your model bill and the SAFE Act?
It is very much inspired by parts of Safe Tech, and there are just a few additional carve-outs in the bill that I propose. Namely that.
Would you elaborate? Would you just sort of say what those are?
Sure. I feel that there needs to be a carve-out. There needs to be injunctive relief, and there needs to be a carve-out for court-ordered conduct. There needs to be, I'm trying to think, a blanketing exemption for product liability claims, which I don't see in Safe Tech currently. And I also don't see anything that carves out child sexual abuse and child sexual exploitation, which, in my opinion, along with the wrongful death claims that you do have, those are the types of claims that are the most serious and need specific carve-outs.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, and we'll certainly look at those things. I would suggest to you that if you look at the bill again, and you might be looking at an old one, injunctive relief is indeed in the Safe Tech Act. The gentleman, I'm sorry that I didn't catch your name, but the gentleman from Free Press Action. Sir, would you tell me your name again, please?
Oh, certainly, Matt Wood.
Okay, it is Mr. Wood. All right, I just want to make sure. I thought I heard another name you said. You seem to believe that the Safe Act would adversely affect free speech. Am I understanding that correct from your testimony?
I wouldn't say adversely affect free speech. I do think that it would tend to lower the shield wrongly in some cases, and obviously is aimed at remedying a lot of harms that are very important in the carve-outs in the end, but we do have some concerns about the kinds of civil procedure and litigation proceedings that Ms. Goldberg was speaking to earlier.
Well, let me ask you this. You look at the carve-outs that we've got there, I'm subject to liability potentially under some of those, depending on what I'm doing. You're subject to liability. It doesn't mean you're going to lose the case, but you're subject to liability. I don't hear those carve-out, those topics being suggested that my free speech or your free speech is being limited in any way. So how is it that it's limited when we apply it to the big tech arena.
Yes, and so again, I would say that I'm not saying that it's limiting free speech. What I'm saying is that when you have, for instance, the lowering of the shield upon the receipt of any request for injunctive relief.
Well, let me ask you this question. Let me just ask you this question then. If you and I can be subject to these things, why can't big tech be subject to them?
Well, I think they can be, and the question is that a better state of the world? These platforms do provide benefits
Why is
by
it not a
having.
better state of the world?
I'm sorry?
Why is it not a better state of the world?
Well, because these platforms do provide.
Why is it not good enough for big tech?
These platforms do provide special benefits for people to communicate with each other, and yet I think that they should be held liable when they're going beyond that. And so we just would not recommend taking away the shield upon the simple receipt of a request for injunctive relief. Some of those could be very meritorious, some might not be. We would suggest looking at whether the platform had knowledge of the harm it's causing and not having quite such an automatic trigger that takes away this liability shield that has great benefits, but can also cause great harm when it's abused.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I apologize for trespassing, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
That's quite all right. Let's see, Chair recognizes Mr. Wahlberg for 5 minutes.
Mr. Volokh, I want to get your thoughts on my discussion draft that would establish a carve-out from Section 230, protections for actions based on a claim relating to reasonably foreseeable cyberbullying of users under the age of 18. In my draft, cyberbullying is defined as, quote, intentionally engaging in a course of conduct that was reasonably foreseeable and places an individual in reasonable fear of death or serious bodily injury and causes, attempts to cause, or would reasonably be expected to cause an individual to commit suicide. This would mean that an interactive computer service would need to know of a pattern of abuse on its platform. So, Mr. Volokh, do you think that narrowly opening up liability in this way would lead to behavioral changes by tech companies that reduce cyberbullying online?
I think it will lead to some changes on the part of platforms, but I'm not sure that it would be good changes. The problem is whenever you list, this is what I call the reverse Spider-Man principle, which is with great responsibility comes great power. If you put platforms in a position where they're liable for not taking down cyberbullying, they're going to have to become policemen, essentially, of this kind of thing. So somebody says, oh, this person is saying all of these things and they put me in fear of serious bodily injury. And the person who's posting it says, no, 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 that you're totally misunderstanding. This is just legitimate criticism. There's some debate about some event that happened at school. I'll give you an example. There have been some incidents where a young woman, a girl, accuses a boy of, say, raping her, and the boy says, that's cyberbullying of me, or that's bullying of me because it's all a lie, and this is putting me in fear of violence from third parties, and it may also lead me to feel suicidal or something like that. Do we want platforms to be in a position there where they're deciding who's telling the truth and who isn't, and whether, in fact, this is indeed the sort of material that should be taken down? I don't think that that's something that should be left to platforms. Schools may have authority to investigate this and to deal with it in some situations. Law enforcement may in some situations if it's actual death threats. But I don't think that platforms that don't have subpoena power, don't have real investigative power, should be made internet bullying cops.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Wood, in the case of cyberbullying online, while cyberbullying itself may not be illegal, many times it can rise to that level, which may present a cause of action such as harassment claims. In those instances, do you think my Section 230 discussion draft carve-out for cyberbullying would provide a pathway for parents and children to seek relief?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wahlberg. I do think it would provide a pathway. We tend not to favor the carve-outs, not because that's not an incredibly important topic, and you've heard from other witnesses about the harms that these kinds of activities cause when platforms facilitate them. Rather than tying any kind of liability exemption or the removal of that exemption to the topic, we would prefer to take a broader approach, and I would say a more comprehensive, if less targeted approach that says anytime the platform is knowingly facilitating harm or its own conduct is causing that harm, then they should be liable for damages and not necessarily solely for the initial user post. Obviously, that's a spectrum, but we think courts should have a chance to look at that spectrum and not be precluded from ever examining it.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I took more than my time in the first panel, so I give this back to you.
That's very generous of you, Mr. Wahlberg. I appreciate that. Mr. Soto, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you and the ranking member and my colleagues for a spirited debate in panel 1. And I want to focus panel 2 on common ground that I've gathered after hearing so many of our colleagues from both sides of the aisle on exemptions to 230. I think the main frustration is there are many things that in the real world would have consequences. But when you're doing it virtually, you're exempt, whether it's criminal activity, whether it's violating civil rights, whether it's even injuring our kids. Many of these things, if you did them in real life as a newspaper or as a radio station or as a business, you would be liable for, and you're not magically because it's in the virtual world and because it happens because of 230. So I want to focus on those 3 areas of common ground that I saw this morning: protecting civil rights, stopping illegal transactions and conduct, and protecting our kids. We'll start with you, Attorney Goldberg. We have HR 3184, which attempts to remedy civil rights violations, and wanted to get your opinion on the importance of injunctions in these civil rights violations when they're ongoing for a victim, and your thoughts on damages.
So I think injunctive relief is really important because the current standard is that you can't enforce an injunction against a tech company because of Section 230, but you can't include them as a defendant because of Section 230. So take my client, for example. She was the victim of extreme cyberstalking. Her ex-boyfriend impersonated her and made bomb threats all around the country to Jewish community centers. And he was charged with 60 months in federal prison. And a lot of the threats he was making were on Twitter. He smuggled a phone into prison, got in trouble for it, got resentenced, and Twitter won't take that content down, even though it was the basis of his sentence and really, very much related to why he was in trouble in the first place. I can't get an injunction against them, but I can't not. If I try to get a defamation order, I can't enforce it because Twitter would say their due process is violated.
And thank you, Attorney Goldberg. So we see time is of the essence, and even when time isn't of the essence, these things persist, and there's nothing you can do about them without an ability to have injunctions. Another common ground issue was protecting our kids. Ambassador Kornblue, I know you've discussed a little bit of it in your testimony. Where's the line? How do we protect kids under 18 online in these social media sites, according to your opinions?
Well, I think what we see is that, again, the platform design, as Ms. Goldberg has discussed, but also as how we've seen in some of the Facebook papers, that the platform design connects people that can harm children and promotes content into their feeds that can harm children. And so I think as you look at remedies, figuring out how you can hold the platforms responsible without creating some of the negative effects that Mr. Wood has described, narrowly targeting their design and the serious harms, either physical harms or if there's a way to cordon the emotional harms in a way that doesn't become too broad. But I think it's essential. I mean, we hear from children all the time, I wish the platform would wipe my algorithm clean. They're sending me stuff that's making me worse. We hear of this epidemic of mental health issues, especially among young girls. They go back on and back on and back on. That's where their social life is, and yet they're fed these damaging self-images that hurt them.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Something has to be done.
In any other situation, a commercial entity would be liable for putting our kids in danger like that, and that's, again, the frustration. Dr. Franks, first, welcome from the Sunshine State, and I want to talk a little bit about stopping illegal conduct and transactions beyond just the civil rights arena, and want to get your advice on what we could pursue to stop illegal transactions like drug deals and things like that, among other illegal conduct.
Part of the challenge of this, and part of the reason why I am somewhat hesitant to endorse approaches that take a piecemeal carve-out approach, is precisely because of what you're pointing out, which is that there are numerous categories of harmful behavior, and these are just the ones that we know about today. The ones that are going to happen in the future are going to be different. They're hard to anticipate. This is why I think that the most effective way of reforming Section 230 is to really focus on the fundamental problem of the perverse incentive structure. That is, that we need to ensure that this industry, like any other industry, has got to think about the possibility of being held accountable for harm, whether that is illegal conduct, whether that is harassment, whether that is bullying. They need to plan their resources and allocate their resources and think about their products along those lines before they ever reach the public. They need to be afraid that they will be held accountable for the harms that they may contribute to.
And I understand
Time
that.
has expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Rice for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important for us to remember that I think the last time both houses of Congress agreed to change internet liability laws was in 2018, when Congress passed and the president signed the Stop Enabling Sex Trafficking Act, commonly referred to as SESTA-FOSTA. Now, even though not much time has passed since then, I believe our understanding of how online platforms operate and how they're designed has evolved with the conversation about Section 230 and liability protection in recent years. Ms. Goldberg, as an attorney who specializes in cases dealing with revenge porn and other online abuse, can you discuss whether and how SESTA-FOSTA has impacted your cases?
Sure. As a basic, SESTA-FOSTA has come to be a bit problematic in my practice area because it conflates child sex trafficking with consensual sex work. But I did plead SESTA-FOSTA recently in the Omegle case that I told you about, which basically says that Omegle did facilitate sex trafficking on its platform when it matched my 11-year-old client with a 37-year-old man who then forced her into sexual servitude for 3 years. They're going to still claim that they're immune from liability. And it's right now, SESTA-FOSTA is the best hope that we have when it comes to child sexual predation on these platforms.
So if you could talk maybe more about now about the concerns that have been raised by many people about the impact on sex workers. You mentioned that before, but it's my understanding that SESTA-FOSTA amends Section 230 for state suits and some civil restitution suits dealing with sex trafficking and prostitution. Separately and importantly, it also created new federal criminal liability for websites that promote or facilitate prostitution. And so in your opinion, how does the inclusion of criminal liability affect how SESTA-FOSTA operates?
My understanding is that there's been one case that DOJ has brought against a platform for SESTA-FOSTA, and that platforms basically lose their immunity for state prostitution laws in addition to federal. I mean, I think it does create a compelling scenario when you could have a go-getter state prosecutor go and arrest Mark Zuckerberg for promoting sex trafficking on Facebook. But I think it really hasn't played out that much, and it's certainly created a lot of concern for sex workers who feel that their lives are endangered by having to go back out into the streets.
Right, right. Thank you all so much for your time today, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Eshu for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses on the second panel. This may be one of the longest hearings that the chairman has overseen, and appreciate your patience because it's a long day for you as well. To Ambassador Kornblue, in your testimony, and I ask this because I'm an 8-year veteran of the House Intelligence Committee. In your testimony, you discuss the national security risk that's associated with inaction on clarifying Section 230. And you especially mention how terrorists use online platforms. This is pretty chilling. So can you tell us more, and rather briefly, how terrorists use social media platforms?
Am I on now? Yeah. Thank you, Congressman, and thank you for your leadership on these issues. Just very quickly, enforce Facebook, the families of victims of terrorist attacks by Hamas, which is a U.S. designated foreign terrorist organization, argued that Facebook allowed Hamas to post content that encouraged terrorist attacks in Israel, despite the fact that Facebook's own terms and policies barred use by designated foreign terrorist organizations, that the attackers allegedly saw the content because Facebook's algorithms directed them into the personalized news feeds of the individuals who harmed the plaintiffs. And they also allege that Hamas used Facebook to celebrate the attacks and to generally support further violence against Israel. And when the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit ruled that Section 230C1 shielded Facebook, Chief Judge Katzman dissented, urging Congress to better calibrate where immunization is appropriate in light of congressional purposes. And he added, shielding internet companies that bring terrorists together using algorithms could leave dangerous activity unchecked, and that Congress might want to consider whether or not allowing liability for tech companies that encourage terrorism, propaganda, and extremism is a question for legislators, not judges. We have a similar set of concerns in Gonzalez v. Google, where family members of an individual killed in the nightclub massacre in Istanbul sued as well.
Well, this is really chilling, and it seems to me as a non-lawyer that both in terms of testimony today, but also reading the I think really a very well drawn memo on the part of the committee staff, that the courts are saying to Congress, you need to do something about this. As I said earlier today when the first panel, that I was a conferee on the 1996 Telecom Act. We certainly did not write Section 230 to allow any social media platform to be able to undertake the activities that you described. So thank you to you and your good work. For Mr. Wood, I really appreciate your thoughtful and nuanced testimony today. Can you just further elaborate on your recommendation that Congress should clarify the plain text of 230? You point to how the court's interpretation in Zarin versus AOL was overbroad. Can you lay out the rule that Zarin? Now that's a case from what, 1997? That's a long time ago. How that's had, created a precedent for how courts interpret Section 230 today. I think in an overly broad way, but can you bring something? Can you clarify that for us?
Yes, that's right. For a non-lawyer, you got it exactly right in 1997. And some plaintiffs have gotten over that hurdle in some products liability cases, in some cases where, for instance, Snapchat was held liable for a filter they were providing and layering on top of, or letting users layer on top of their own user-generated content. But Zarin has generally precluded any kind of liability, or at least let companies plead that they should have no liability anytime there's user-generated content in the offing. And so clarifying that would say there is a distinction between publication, where they're not liable, but something else, some kind of further knowledge, some kind of further amplification or distribution, whether it's algorithmically or not, so that there could be some relief for plaintiffs who see the company's own conduct either aiding and abetting the harm or actually creating the harm all by itself with the connections they're drawing and the kinds of engagement that they are profiting from, but obviously harming people in the process.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, on Mr. Volek's written testimony, we received that about an hour before the hearing began today. I don't know if the committee had it earlier and distributed it later, or if it was just late, but in order to take advantage of it, we really need it the night before so that as we're preparing for the hearing, we can read the testimony, which is what I do the night before. So I don't know why or how this.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for you,
I'm
Anna,
so
but
late.
we'll
Yeah.
check that out. Okay, gentle lady's
Yeah.
time has expired.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cardenas for 5 minutes.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Lotta for having this important hearing. Earlier this year, I, alongside with Senator Lujan and Senator Klobuchar, sent letters to tech CEOs raising the alarm over the increasing rate of Spanish and other non-English misinformation and disinformation across digital information and platforms, and their lack of transparency regarding efforts to limit the spread of this harmful content for all languages, content that could and sometimes results in the loss of life. Yet platforms are still not investing in combating Spanish misinformation and other non-English information. Spanish language moderation efforts in social media sites, including Facebook's, fail to tackle the widespread accounts of viral disinformation content targeting Hispanics and others. It also includes those promoting human smuggling, vaccine hoaxes, and election misinformation, like I mentioned earlier. Some of this misinformation, disinformation results in the loss of life and certainly in other horrendous actions that happen on victims. Mr. Wood, what can be done to ensure the integrity of consistent and equitable enforcement of content moderation policies across all languages in which a platform operates, not just in English?
Yes, thank you, Representative Cardenas, for the question, and thank you for joining us in calling attention to this issue. That's something that Free Press has done a lot of work on, and my colleague Carmen Scrotto, who's here with me today, and others in our organization have done tremendous work highlighting this grave disparity. I don't know that, obviously 230 is central not only to this hearing, but everything that platforms do. I don't know that there's a 230 response to your question. We certainly think that these platforms, when they have terms of service that prohibit content, however clear or good those are, people can debate, should enforce them equitably and not solely in English, leaving up in Spanish and other non-English languages the same kinds of disinformation they thought was harmful enough to take down in their English language feed and for their English-speaking users. So there are transparency obligations that they should be fulfilling. There is just simply honoring their own terms of service. I don't, as I said, see a 230 angle here per se, but obviously 230 is central to everything. So could they be held liable for failing to honor their terms of service and for engaging in unfair and deceptive acts and practices by the FTC? I think the answer is yes, but companies have, and I think some have actually done this, not just contemplated it, tried to raise a 230 defense even against FTC enforcement against that kind of unfair and deceptive application of their terms of service. So there might be something to button up there as well in any 230 reform that moves forward.
Well, Mr. Woods, I would believe that if we actually reapplied Section 230 so that these massive information organizations that are actually profiting from the proliferation of truths or lies, and it appears through the testimony we heard today through Ms. Haugen and others, is that lies tend to make them more money. Negative discourse seems to make them more money. Having people interact with each other on a negative basis actually gets them more money. So the fact that Section 230, they believe they can hide behind the non-liability, if we as Congress would exercise our authority and our responsibility to reset Section 230 to more clearly do so, that being the case, do you think that may offer a deterrent for them to stop ignoring their ability to do more to protect people from harmful content?
Yes, I think it could, and you know, as we've discussed, at least in our view, when platforms know they're causing the harm, that's different from merely publishing and hosting the content in the first instance. I think what you're pointing to is the fact that, you know, as we're supporters of Section 230 at Free Press Action. We think it's an important piece of the law to retain. However, when platforms are described as having the time and energy and money to find out what people like and connect them to each other and really look at that personal data and analyze it when it makes them money, but they don't have the time and attention and energy to do that when it's causing harm, you know, that's kind of hard to believe. That's where big companies like to wave the wand and say, well, we don't have, this would be burdensome for us. It's really beyond our capacity, and yet they seem to find the time and the ability to do it when it adds to their bottom line. So I think those are the kinds of questions that we're not willing to accept
Mr.
those
Wood,
excuses.
we had testimony earlier. We had testimony earlier from a whistleblower who clearly stated that Facebook alone, just that one platform, is going to be talking about a profit this year of tens of billions of dollars. And she clearly pointed out that with facts and information that she divulged through her whistleblower actions, that those profits do soar when they ignore life and what's best for the human interests of their viewers. Anyway, Mr.
Gentleman's
Chairman,
time
I
has
apologize.
expired.
My time's expired. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Chair now recognizes Ms. Kelly for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for testifying today, and thank you all for your patience. Dr. Franks, in your testimony, you state that, and I quote, "The dominant business model of websites and social media services is based on advertising revenue. They have no natural incentive to discourage abusive or harmful conduct." One example I was particularly concerned about was a TikTok challenge at the school at the start of a school year that was encouraging students to destroy school property and slap teachers. Can you please explain how a model that prioritizes advertising revenue encourages social media platforms and other websites to promote more harmful or abusive information?
Yes, thank you. The advertising model essentially means that we're not asking people to pay for a product. That is to say, people think that they're getting something for free. And so the only way for this to be profitable for an industry is for them to be able to sell you more and more ads that are more and more targeted. And what that sets up in terms of the incentive structure for these companies is to maximize what is euphemistically called engagement. What that means is we want people essentially to live on these platforms. We want them to be addicted to these products, and we want to learn as much about them as we possibly can. And so that is the kind of incentive structure that Section 230 is allowing to flourish essentially without any kind of hindrance. Because if that is your entire model, you're not offering higher and higher quality, you're not telling people that the reason why they're paying for something is because you're giving them a better service, you're simply trying to keep them on that platform. And unfortunately, because of human nature, the things that keep people addicted and keep them on a platform are things that are dangerous, provocative, polemical, extreme. And so that is the vicious cycle that we find ourselves in.
Thank you. Also, how does the use of personalized algorithms or other profit-motivated design choices by some social media companies and other platforms amplify this problem?
In a couple of different directions. We can think, for instance, about particular kinds of vulnerabilities. So if an industry is very well aware that the person that is using their platform is vulnerable to body images, if they're particularly vulnerable to suicidal thoughts, these are things that then the algorithm can feed them more and more of. And this is because of the way that the algorithm is picking up on those kinds of tendencies and vulnerabilities. And so that is one way in which personalized algorithms can lead to harm. The other is when the user, him or herself, is actually looking to cause harm, is looking for search terms and for resources and for ideas about how they can distribute their harm. And in that sense, too, based on what the individual, him or herself, is doing, that is something that they are putting into the system and getting back an incredible array and entryways and rabbit holes to more and more extreme versions of content and more ways to harm other people.
Thank you. Ambassador, do you have anything you'd like to add to this?
Yes, one of the things that I think is often said is that the platforms have no incentive to cause these harms, that it would be a PR hit, and so their incentives actually run in the other direction. But what I worry about is that the incentives run towards doing these harms, that there's sort of a regulatory arbitrage, that the platforms, unlike other businesses, don't have to abide by so many of the laws that this Congress has and other past Congresses have passed. And so, you know, it's always been true that broadcasters knew and newspapers knew if it bleeds, it leads, that people will watch violence, but they didn't fill their entire program with bloody murders because they felt they had some obligation to show some other things. When the platforms don't follow those norms, in many cases those weren't laws, they were just norms, they can get more eyeballs, they can get more advertising dollars, but it's by breaking so many of the societally beneficial norms that we have. And similarly with companies that operate on these platforms and that, you know, I talked to an international vaccine expert who said, I feel as though the conspiracy theorists are using the engine of social media, and I am fighting the engine of social media.
Thank you so much, and Mr. Chair, I'll yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Well, I want to thank our witnesses for their participation today, for your patience, for your excellent answers to our members' questions. It's going to be very helpful as we try to work together in a bipartisan way to get a bill that we can pass in the House and get passed in the Senate and have the president sign. And I know we still have a lot of work ahead of us, but we are committed to working with our colleagues in the Republican Party to put our heads together and come up with a good bill and vet it thoroughly and then put it before the members. And you have all been very helpful in that process, so we appreciate it. I request unanimous consent to enter the following records into, or testimony and letters into the record. Letter from the National Hispanic Media Coalition in support of H.R. 5596, the Justice Against Malicious Algorithms Statement from Preamble in support of H.R. 2154, the Protecting Americans from Dangerous Algorithms Act, and H.R. 5596. Letter from the Coalition for a Safer Web in support of H.R. 5596, in addition to other pending committee legislation. Letter from the Anti-Defamation League in support of reforming Section 230 to hold platforms accountable. Letter from the Alliance to Counter Crime Online in support of Congress reforming Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act and adopting transparency provisions. Letter from victims of illicit drugs applauding Energy and Commerce Committee for efforts to reform 230. Letter from the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights expressing its views on the need for major tech companies to address threats to civil rights created or facilitated by their platforms. Proposed revisions to Sections 230C1 and C2 from the Alliance of Counter Crime Online, press release from the Coalition for a Safer Web, article from MIT Technology Review titled Facebook and Google Fund Global Misinformation, article from Wall Street Journal titled Facebook Knows Instagram is Toxic for Teen Girls, Company Documents Show, article from the Wall Street Journal titled Facebook Says Its Rules Apply to All, Company Documents Reveal a Secret Elite That's Exempt, article from Wall Street Journal titled Facebook Tried to Make Its Platform a Healthier Place, It Got Angrier Instead. Opinion from the New York Times titled, What's One of the Most Dangerous Toys for Kids? The Internet. Article from Washington Post titled, Facebook's race-blind practices around hate speech came at the expense of Black users, new documents show. Opinion by Bruce Reed and James Steyer in Protocol titled, Why Section 230 Hurts Kids and What to Do About It. Letter from the Chamber of Progress in support of the Safe Sex Worker Study Act. Statement by Guy Rosen, VP Integrity, Meta, titled, Update on Our Work to Keep People Informed and Limit Misinformation About COVID-19. Opinion by the Wall Street Journal editorial board titled, Anthony Fauci and the Wuhan Lab. Letter from the American Action Forum. Remarks by then President Trump, Vice President Pence, and members of the Coronavirus Task Force. And finally, a letter from the Computer and Communications Industry Association. Without objection, so ordered. I remind members that pursuant to committee rules, they have 10 business days to submit additional questions for the record to be answered by the witnesses who have appeared. I would ask each witness to respond promptly to any such questions you may receive. And with that, the committee is adjourned.